Check. Thank you, sir, for inaugurating the arena. I request the delegates, guests and participants to make way for the Honorable Minister and respected Secretary to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in welcoming the Chief Guest, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, and Guest of Honor, Thiru Kumar Jayant, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu, IT and DS Department, Group CEO of IIT MRP, Mr. Natarajan Malupillai, to the dais. Vanakkam and a very good morning to all our distinguished guests and stakeholders of the deep tech innovation ecosystem of Tamil Nadu at the Innovation Arena by IT&T Hub at Umagine TN 2025. I request you all to rise for the Tamil Thai Valthu.
வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமெதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறைநுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுதே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சிறிதமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. It's time to honor our guest. I request Thiru Kumar Jayant, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, IT and DS Department, to honor our Chief Guest, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister, IT and DS Department, with a memento. I request Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to honor Thiru Kumar Jayant, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, IT and DS Department, with a memento. Thank you, sirs and madam. I now invite Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to deliver the welcome note.
Vanakkam and a very warm welcome to our Honorable Minister, ITDS, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan sir, ACS Kumar Jayant IAS sir, all the other government IAS officers who have donned this event, along with the innovators, creators and entrepreneurs in the Tamil Nadu Innovation Arena at Umagine 2025. I am filled with gratitude for the opportunity given to me by our Honorable Minister for conducting a separate innovation arena for all the emerging and deep tech startups of the state and encouraging us to work with the ecosystem partners, just not regionally, but nationally as well as globally. Thank you very much, sir, for the continued support. At IT&T Hub, we unite to champion deep tech and emerging tech startups. We are at the forefront of a transformating era, just not in India, but globally. Deep tech, driven by groundbreaking scientific advancements, is the catalyst for the unprecedented economic growth and societal progress, as we all know. And we are working towards playing a pivotal role in curating the next 2 days with exciting showcases of one of the best startups in the deep tech space, and with startup stories and experience sessions, investor talks, connects, pitching sessions, as we bring the best minds to collaborate and work together in this innovation ecosystem. The theme at TN personifies with the Tamil Nadu's innovation ecosystem. The state is a leader in innovation as per Startup India. Looking around, I see a spark of genius in your eyes. You, the young minds and passionate change makers, hold the key to unlocking the boundless potential of our state. By supporting deep tech startups, we contribute to better future, harnessing technology to solve complex problems and improve lives. Let's commit to fostering this ecosystem and leading the way in global innovation. Once again, thank you, and with much ado, I want to get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for setting the context. I now invite Mr. Natarajan Malupillai, Group CEO of IIT MRP, for the special remarks.
Vanakkam, everybody. It is indeed a rare honor and a privilege to be sitting with illustrious leaders from the government. And this brings me back memories. It feels like walking the Silicon Valley corridor. I mean, to come back to Namma Chennai and to see this kind of innovation being pushed forward by the Honorable Minister, who's really captured the imagination of the youth with his sharp acumen that he did during his entire foray into the government. And my good friend, Mr. Kumar Jayant, who's particularly a well-wisher and an advisor for the Madras Research Park. So I'm really both privileged, and it's very delightful to see this engine in action. I know there is so much happening behind the scenes, be it the IT&T, TIDCO, so many research parks that's coming up in Tamil Nadu, so many incubators, startups. It's just fascinating to be part of this. I think we live in a great moment in Tamil Nadu to be able to participate in it and push it even forward. So I'm particularly delighted, and I pledge my support and IIT Madras Research Park support to be very much part of it and do everything possible to make this a very vibrant ecosystem. And I think I speak all of the industry as well. The business investments pouring into Tamil Nadu in the last few months, years, is very gratifying. I could see significant outreach with the leaders, Chief Minister, IT Minister, Industry Minister, going all around to invite investments into Tamil Nadu. I think we can't ask for anything better. And I think on our part, we need to capitalize on this moment. This is almost a takeoff moment for all of us to come together, generate momentum, and make sure these efforts bear fruit for the state and to the country at large. So I think we have talent, and I look forward to, I see some great startups here as well. Look forward to you all growing and becoming unicorns in the Tamil Nadu, in the policy support and funding support that you get from here. I'm really delighted, and I want to see more startups, more incubators across, not just Chennai, across different parts of the districts, to see how we can take it forward. With that, I wish you all a great couple of days, and hopefully what you gather here today, you'll take back to work and make something fruitful out of it, and we'll be all partners in this journey. Thanks again. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I now call upon Thiru Kumar Jain, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, IT and DS Department, for the opening remarks.
Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, respected CEO IITM Research Park Limited, all the participants, senior officers, and startups and their mentors. It is indeed a happy occasion to be in the innovation arena on the occasion of Umagine. As our Honorable CM said in the morning, Tamil Nadu is headed for interesting times. We have matured as a good IT destination and we are on the cusp of the revolution regarding all types of emerging technology. All of you are much better expert than me on this jargon. But I think the inflection point has already arrived. For every technology, there is supposed to be an inflection point, and for these innovations based on the emerging technology, the speed is much, much faster than previous revolutions, whether we take whatever sector industry is dominating. The speed of change today is unprecedented. Whatever you think and decide today, and by the time you come up with a product, it may be already second generation. So that much pressure is there on all of you as an innovators of present era, especially in the emerging technology, that technology keep changing, but still a good solution is a good solution if you are able to get public interested in your solution, or if you can give a value proposition to the masses or to the industry or to any niche user segment, you will be successful. So I hope 2 days of deliberations will guide you. We will take IT&T to the other cities also. Probably first round we will open with Trichy, Madurai and Coimbatore. And our Mr. Natamutapille sir has said that he will also be interested. So we will have collaboration with him so that even in the tier 2 cities, they can look towards IITM Research Park. They can visit probably and get guidance from the successful entrepreneurs and successful guides, so that the great infrastructure and the great name which has been created by the research park as a leading research park in India is utilized and is seen as a beacon of hope for all the emerging startups, whether they are in the field in Chennai or in any other city throughout Tamil Nadu. I will be amiss if I don't recount how Tamil Nadu as a civilization has been the cradle of innovation, far-reaching trade and entrepreneurship. I think many of you would have known now because we have recently discovered a lot of archaeological treasure in Vaigai Valley and Tamraparni Valley, in Adichanallur and Kidadi and Mailadumpare and all. Unfortunately, we have such bad record-keeping habits that if you go to the Kidadi Museum, there are lots of quotations of Romans, of Ptolemy and others and Pliny, recording the trade deficit of Rome versus Pandyas. We don't have any record in our record. So we have to depend on the Roman record keeper in 79 CE to say that Rome is troubled by trade deficit. All their gold and silver is coming to India because they are having trade deficit with Pandya kingdom in Madurai. I think our minister will relate with this, his city. So we were doing an advantageous trade with the Roman Empire 2000 years ago. So you can imagine what entrepreneurship is there in the genes of Tamil Nadu. Southeast Asia, if you go around, if you have a habit of visiting, next time you go to Thailand, do a search of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Thailand. Not the natural ones, but the cultural ones. And you go around and you will see India and Tamil Nadu everywhere in Thailand. None of you go, I think, I don't know, any Ayodhya visitor goes to a place called, any Thailand visitor goes to a place called Ayutthaya or Sithep or Sukhothai. These are all places where you look like even some of them are Hindu, some of them are Buddhist, but you can see the Tamil Nadu and South India imprint everywhere. Cambodia's civilization was found by a South Indian trader come prince. So that is the genetic makeup of Tamil Nadu. I think when Burma trade was there, all of us know about that at least, of our tradition of Chettiars going there. So that energy is already inbuilt. And I am sure when that is applied with the good education system which we have there and promotion policies of the government and support provided by us, and we have tied up with a lot of venture capitals and a lot of high-level speakers are coming. So I'm sure all the startups, all of you who are there with stars in their eyes, a good percentage of you will be able to realize your dream and going towards becoming unicorn. So my final wish is that we should get above the standard percentage rate of success. So let us hope that the Tamil Nadu ecosystem of startups will do well and they will increase the conversion rate of a successful fundraising, next level of fundraising and becoming IPOs and unicorns. The rates will be much higher than that is standard norm throughout the world. Once again, I wish you all the best. I wish everybody all the best. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and interesting insights. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a moment of great significance as we will now be witnessing the exchange of an MOU between IT&T Hub and Mako Village. I invite Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, and Professor Alex James, Dean Academic, DUK, Professor in Charge, Mako Village, to the dais for the MOU exchange in the presence of Honorable Minister and dignitaries. This MOU will enable holistic ecosystem development, impactful technological and societal progress, leverage mutual strengths to drive advancements in innovation and entrepreneurship, build a robust innovation ecosystem and establishing a long-term framework, as well as promote cooperation among startups, innovators, academia and corporates. Thank you, dear sir and madam. Yet another significant moment we will witness now at the Innovation Arena is the launch of Grand Innovation Challenge by IT&T Hub. Innovation Challenge by IT&T Hub go beyond rewarding the winners with attractive prizes. The winners and the top contestants get all possible support to successfully launch their dream innovative ventures. IT&T Hub is launching the Government of Tamil Nadu Geospatial Grand Innovation Challenge. This Grand Innovation Challenge invites startups to develop transformative geospatial solutions for real-world challenges, focusing on areas like urban planning, agriculture, disaster management, and infrastructure. The challenge provides access to cutting-edge geospatial tools, data sets, and expert guidance. This initiative aims to establish Tamil Nadu as a leading hub for geospatial innovations by fostering collaboration among startups, academia, and industry, and enabling the development of scalable, impactful solutions. We request the CEO of IT&T Hub to officially launch the challenge on stage. Thank you, dear sirs and madam. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the much awaited moment of the day, inauguration of the Innovation Arena. I invite the chief guest of the day, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, to deliver the keynote address.
The respected Additional Chief Secretary of the Government of Tamil Nadu for the IT Department, through Umagine, the CEO of IT&T Hub, as well as many of the officers of the IT Department I see here, the MD of Elcott, the CEO of TNEGA, my good friend, fellow alumni of the same institution, the CEO, Group CEO of IIT Madras Research Park, Nadarajan Malapillai, the many dignitaries assembled here, including Professor Alex James, who just signed the MOU, and most of all, the many startups represented here, either in stalls or just as attendees, and their mentors, their funders, the many investors, other participants here. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Welcome to the Innovation Arena. Welcome to our conference. And I hope this is the beginning of a couple of days of very interesting interactions, very fruitful outcomes, and a lot of meeting new people and making new friends. It's very rare for a government event to be running 25 minutes ahead of time or 30 minutes ahead of time. But I suppose in a way that's not a bad example for startups to be always kind of pushing the limits and trying to break through to the next side. The remarks of the Additional Chief Secretary were particularly, I thought, insightful. What does it take to actually create value? What does it take to either innovate or be able to identify value that can be, in the economic sense of the word, extracted out of some situation or opportunity? And I think, okay, if some of it is based on what is evolving today, is different from what was 10 years ago, is different from what is going to be 10 years from now. There's also this component which we don't think about, which the ACS touched on, which is that inherently some of this may be genetically encoded into people in different ways. Certainly, if you look around the world, there are enough examples of it. There are certain communities that have specialized in certain trades. Some of it may be cartel effects or even network externalities. Some of it by now, over thousands of years, is probably genetic. I think it's indisputable now that much of our evolution results in some kind of biological intelligence, for lack of a better word. That is, you can actually react based on millennia of evolution built into your cells, into your genes, without having to apply conscious attention and do cognitive processing. In that sense, of course, we have our own legacy of great innovation in multiple ways. On the trade side, as the ACS pointed out, going back 2,000 years with the Roman Empire, of course, more recently in the last couple of centuries, certain communities of ours have been the pioneers driving change and driving trade in Southeast Asia, in other parts of the broader Far East, as far east probably as Korea, maybe Japan. In that sense, if we as the government have a role, it is our job to facilitate an environment, to create an ecosystem, to create a support platform so that those who are inherently inclined to innovation, to value creation, to ideation, to thinking outside the box, can realize the potential of their ideas, realize the full value of their vision or their unique insight. We try to do this many different ways, as I think do all governments. But of course, the startup space needs something a bit unique beyond the generic kind of industry support or incentive packages that we give to investors and global companies looking to set up here. We have done some things well, I think, especially since we took office slightly under 4 years ago. One of the things we did was encourage startups to sell to government, and we set up a program where department by department, government issues looking for solutions could be bid for by startups in the space. And to make it more smooth, or to facilitate the actual signing of such contracts, we amended the Tender Transparency Act in the state of Tamil Nadu to say that up to 50 lakhs worth of purchases by a government entity, if it was a startup, didn't have to go through a bidding process, because startups by nature are pioneers and there's no real competitor. We have done other things like set up venture capital funds, targeted funds, generic funds, emerging sector seed fund under the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation, our alternative asset manager, private equity manager. We have set up targeted funds like the SEST Venture Capital Fund. We have set up funds for innovation in specific areas, and we have dispersed, I think, some capital that has made a meaningful impact. I've seen some brilliant companies come out of that. We also have missions like Startup TN and our initiative with METI called IT&T, which is the main kind of host here, where we provide mentorship, we provide hosting, if you will, we provide guidance, expertise, support in every way. We take delegations around the world, we connect people, startups with investors, run many activities to facilitate this. But at the end of it all, I think the real kind of secret strength of our society, of our community, of our state is people like Nat, people who are of origin from here, who have gone and succeeded in other parts of the world, worked in other parts of the world, built networks in other parts of the world, and who then come back home to invest, to mentor, to set up support hubs that then become innovation hubs, and to basically provide the connectivity, the exposure, the coattails almost that can only come from people who have gone somewhere else and then come back. If you're here, you grow up in this ecosystem, you're not likely to have a broad view relative to those who have gone and succeeded in the Bay Area or in New York or in other parts of the world. In that sense, I would say we're very lucky that the Tamil diaspora is incredibly successful in so many fields across so many countries and regions. And so many of them feel the urge, feel the spirit of giving back, of coming home, of mentoring the next generation, of supporting their alma mater, of supporting their town, their city, their village. And I would say overall the last 3 years have been, it's been both humbling and joyful for me to see the scale at which that happens across the state of Tamil Nadu. I think that conferences such as this are kind of connection points or acceleration points, because while all those efforts are happening kind of one at a time, such conferences can bring everybody together, kind of be accelerators of such development. And I'm very happy that my own circle of friends, many people that I've worked with or been to school with or known for decades, or in my international career, many of them have chosen to come back, be part of this event today, many tens of them. And I know that the thousands of students, and I think 1,000+ faculty of these students that are invited guests here today, free of charge, will benefit from listening, hearing, speaking, interacting, observing from many of these people who have come back to contribute. So I think that as we do this every year, this has now become the 3rd year, it gets a bit easier, it gets a bit more impactful, it gets a bit more fun, a bit less stress, and we start to hopefully get a bit more momentum out of every such event. I hope this year's Innovation Arena will be even more impactful and productive and fruitful than last year's. I commend all the people who have put their effort into making this happen. I thank our guests and the ACS, all our staff from the IT department, from IT&T, for being here. And I wish you all a very productive couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those insights. I now call upon Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to honor Thiru Natarajan Malupile, Group CEO, IIT MRP, with a memento. Thank you, ma'am and sir. We are now moving on to another significant moment of launching another grand innovation challenge by IT&T Hub. IT&T Hub is launching a public sector innovation challenge, Gen AI and Deep Tech for Tamil Nadu Innovation Challenges in association with AWS. I invite Mr. Ram Lakshmi Narayanan, Senior Manager, Partner Ecosystem, AWS India, to the dais for the launch of the Innovation Challenge. This Innovation Challenge empowers researchers, innovators, and startups to develop AI-driven solutions for Tamil Nadu's public sector, focused on areas like agriculture, healthcare, and public services. The challenge provides access to AWS cutting-edge cloud infrastructure, machine learning resources, and data sandboxes. Coupled with IT&T Hub's mentorship, this initiative aims to position Tamil Nadu as a global AI innovation hub by fostering scalable, impactful solutions that address real-world challenges. Thank you, sir and madam. As we draw towards the close of the inaugural session, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, Additional Chief Secretary, IT and DS Department, and other dignitaries will now visit the innovative deep tech startups who have showcased their groundbreaking hardware and software products at the arena.
Technological perspective of game theory and conversion model in Delhi. Yeah. We are also in Karnataka as well.
And you can relate the...
Yes, you can do everything in that. You can make it, you can use, and if you make a small scratch over there, it will show that the way you have fallen down and the way the fracture has been made in his head. So the doctors can be able to analyze how the patient is, and then on that basis they can be able to understand before the operation on how to perform on the patient. This is a very basic thing I'm showing you right now.
solids left. Digest the solids.
No, no. போட்டுங்களா?
We also have a schooner that is accessible 1,000 acres. non-biodegradable, we take this and convert.
What is 95% accuracy mean? You can can't burn or you can burn?
So 95%, so we do it manually. Almost to 45% of biodegradable content ends up in the landfill.
Oh.
So that is why Palikarna is smelly.
Okay.
If the segregation is done properly, all that will go to a proper place where it completely gasified. So once this comes to our setup, it will become, so this is our plant we have set up in Mumbai. So it's doing 200 tons per day for Mumbai Corporation. So we have supplied them the machinery. One of the waste management companies doing it from here. So this was one of the first success that we achieved. So we need so I don't know we are working with Manish from the corporation. We are working with Umagine.
Everything is regular.
Say for example, Madurai generates around 900 tons of waste. I went and visited the Velakal space. It generates around 800 to 900 tons per day. And we can set up 200 tons per day. We are happy to They can put the billing out.
Sir, Parvez Alam sir. Yes, sir. So we have one to do startup sir. Patana. So these two startups are funded by Summit. So 40 lakhs we will get. 40 lakhs we have to raise to other private investors. So like a validation of investors. So they are working on the smart water management system, Go Water, and they are working on the retrospective of three-wheeler, retro three-wheeler conversion from electric gas to petrol to electric. So why don't talk about 1 minute about your Katana.
charge for people for the price of medical equipment cost of 4 lakhs and upwards. Our solution comes in at 2 lakhs. It's much more affordable. We also have a financial facility for using different products. So it's an option that is so right now we have 5 pilots. We also have the purchase of products to the website. Shipping out of one.
Patana. Chennai. Patana.
Indigenous role manufacturing. They are all completely manufactured in Chennai. We are situated at Oragadam, where we have a facility of manufacturing made in Mumbai. We have some place to go back. We have some place for manufacturing. We have some place for all the foods, variety of foods, and actually, use the dependencies of Chinese companies.
Patana.
Go into work from home jobs.
Alright.
Has already occupied the other things.
Like the person in facility, let's say, is an exam pattern. So they can use their headphones to operate the computer or smart device, and they can be independent.
Good to know.
Hi sir. Sir, I'm Gokul Karan, co-founder of MedTech Automation. So we build CNC machine tools, which is very compact. And the main advantage of our machines are it is automated by AI. If you have a design, you give it as an input to the machine, it generates the code itself. So any person who wants, no code machine. So any person who wants to
scan பண்ணணும் நாலு டேஸ் that hinders lots of people to as a non-contact, we can encourage a lot of people to go out to acute skin gap problems so that we can detect the skin cancer at the early stage and save lives. So that's the principle. And it works on optical imaging and ultrasound for depth identification of tissue levels, and we use AI models to collaborate results from these two modalities, and we identify by them itself these are other skin cancer. So that's the yes, so the database is created by our own self through these devices.
Cross-referencing it against something to say probability of it. Then master data, where is that from?
Master data is confirmed skin cancer images. So biopsies. That's from various hospitals, Gaggle open source.
So somebody has already collected data.
And also we are doing collaboration with various cancer institutes, live images. That's one part of it. That's all. Thank you.
I now request the participants, delegates and guests to please be seated as we are moving on to the first of the action-packed sessions of day one at the Innovation Arena. I invite Mr. Arshad Mohammed, co-founder of Showbay Technologies, to share his inspirational My Startup story. The stage is yours.
Hello. I hope I'm audible and not too loud. Yeah. Hello everyone. Good morning. And I think this being the first session gives me good amount of energy to start by, and I know that I have some amount of attention at least. People are not sleeping after lunch or something like that. Today I'm supposed to speak here about my startup story. And this is really special to me because this lets me speak about how I started this whole journey of, how this startup came into existence and everything like that. And I'm very fortunate that my mentor and, my guide who has seen through the, stages of startup is also here. Very lucky to have him. And so let me get quickly started because there's, time is also less. So what I want to tell you is, I was just a average college-going student, back 4 or 5 years back when I was in second, third year. So I come from a college called IIITDM, and like every other student, my aspiration would be to get that package, in college, to top that package. If the maximum package would be like 10 lakhs, my dream would be to hit something like 12 lakhs or 13 lakhs. This is what used to be my basic thought process as a student. But luckily, I got in touch with my college incubator, and they had, all these programs going on. So during that time, India also changed and had a new vision towards, how startups have to be promoted and everything like that. So I'll give you a quick story about how I felt entrepreneurship in the first place. So I was just a second year student in my college, and I was reading all these books on entrepreneurship, watching videos day in and day out, and trying to. This is clueless to me. Entrepreneurship as a as an arena, as a domain is completely clueless to me. But what happened was, so when I filled myself with this much information into my mind, something started bothering me inside, saying that, okay, it's just all knowledge that I'm gathering. Something was itching me inside to take some sort of action or something. So my college fest came by. So every college has its own culturals and stuff like that. So I have seen them. So for a second year kid, the only exposure to business that I have there was the stalls, food stalls or the game stalls used to happen in my college. This was my exposure to entrepreneurship. So that's the only business or the business money transaction that takes place. That's what I see. So I thought, why not? Why can't I do that? So if other people can come to my college and set up stalls, why can't I put my own stalls? So this was my thought process. So then I spoke to my cultural secretary in college, and he gave me some space to organize my own stalls. So, in Chennai, what happens, everything you have to buy in cheap rate, you have to go to Paris Corner. So this much knowledge I had that time. So I went to Paris Corner, bought items for conducting games. So simple games like, there's a Nerf gun and you have to shoot all the cups arranged. And games like this, and you have to throw a particular ball into the cup and you win a prize. Or you have to take a particular ring and throw. These are all the exposure to business that I had as a, second year guy or a fresher or, just a kid, 20-year-old kid. So, and I know this Paris Corner, you get things for cheap rate. So I had whatever pocket money I had. So it was something like 3K or 4K. So this is what I went to Paris Corner. I bought all those items. I told my cultural secretary that please don't charge me for the stall because I don't have much money. Probably I'll be able to give you some share of the profits. Then I came, I put my stall, and when I shared this thing with my friends, they were also, suddenly excited. As the time went by, I started organizing the stalls and the fest came by and everything. One of the things that happened just day before the night of the fest is, so even though my friends told that they'll support me in putting up the stalls and everything, but during the night of the fest when everything had to be organized, no one was there to support me and everything. So somehow I pulled through the night organizing all these stalls and everything. And next day, there was 2 days of fest. This is very interesting because I had invested 4K and there are 9 stalls. So when the stalls were there up the corner and the crowd was coming in, now all my friends again started jumping in saying that, okay, I will help you with this stall, I will help you with this stall, I will help you with this stall. Suddenly I had a manpower of 15, 20 people taking care of stalls of me. And I went and sat in the gala counter where I just have to hand over tickets to everyone and does that. So this happened for 2 days, and I'll give an example. I bought the wristbands for in the DJ night you have to wear wristbands. So that costs 3 rupees in Amazon. So if you buy a box, you get 100 units for 3 rupees. And as the night approached and the crowd gathered to get into DJ night, I just went and put my desk there and started selling those. So this is 3 rupees, and I fold it, light it up, and sell it to them 15 rupees. So this was my first exposure to how profit and leverage everything can happen. And I had only 300 bands, okay, because I thought I might get into loss because if I don't sell out and stuff like that. But as the time approached, the crowd was so much, and I had only some 70 or 80 odd bands in my locket, and the crowd was so much that I couldn't control. So I started selling the bands for 25 rupees. So that is the, my direct exposure to supply and demand, and because I've not taken any business courses as such, but I understood what is supply demand and what is the stall and everything. And one more interesting thing that happened was the external people who came to put up the stalls. So since my stall is running and their stalls are not garnering that much customers, so the next day of the event, they came and partnered with me saying that we will remove your stalls. We'll become part of the 9 stalls that you are, because we don't have to pay rent that way. We'll do a revenue share. So it was just, so once you start winning, is just, it keeps on adding to the leverage that you get. So that's what I learned. So it can be really hard to pull off a certain thing over the, over the course of pulling a venture or, putting up a business or something like that. But once you cross that particular, the phase of what they call crossing the chasm. So I had no idea of all this before, crossing the chasm and all these terminologies. I had first-hand exposure. And when the event is over, everything is over, I had invested 4K, and within 2 days, I made 27,000. So as a second year kid, I'm like, whoa, this is great. Then I did a simple calculation. Okay, if this is a very stupid calculation now, reflecting back, but 2 days I can make 27,000. So per month I can easily make a lakh. So that means I can get a placement for at least 12, 13, 15 lakhs I can get. So then I decided that I won't be sitting for placements. So, and now I'm here running 2 startups and everything. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was my story. I hope that was inspirational or motivational to at least some of you guys. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Mr. Daniel Prabhakaran from IT&T Hub to felicitate Mr. Arshad Mohammed. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now cordially invite Mr. Natarajan Mallupillai, Group CEO of IIT Madras Research Park, to deliver the keynote address on building impactful innovations from academia. The stage is yours, sir.
Okay, here we go again. Really lovely to be here. I think very interesting to hear this very refreshing story as a second-year college student going on to achieve the dream. That's really what this is about. And the story is much less about people like me or Vanita. It's really about you all. I think how could we enable the path for you? How could we, listening into some of your challenges, and how could we enable and unlock potential? So as I think about this great opportunity that we have, one of the things is the energy and the hustle that you bring to this entrepreneurship. That's very much part of it. And we keep saying, even in corporate, we hire for attitude. Skills can be taught and learned, right? So I think sometimes I feel entrepreneurial skill is something that you're born with, right? Although I don't believe that really. You can learn as you network with people here and, stalwarts who started companies and doing well. That's a skill that you pick up. But I think one key thing I do want to focus today is the bridge between academia and industry, right? I mean, how do you think about deep tech or emerging tech innovation? How do you look at the best that's happening within our universities, be it IIT Madras, Anna University, PSG, Vellore Institute of Technology, any colleges for that matter? How do you purposefully engage with the deep academia and work with them to collaborate and build products together? That is really how I think we will go to the next level. It's not about another services company, another quick commerce. That will have, I think that should happen, and that will happen. But the opportunity for us is in the area of things like automobiles, EV, battery technologies, health tech, MedTech, really hard to solve problems. That's where you scale really well, and that's where you have a global market in addition to solving for India. So those are things I would encourage you to think about. Go back to be it your engineering person or a biomedical or arts and science as well. You all have a role to play to work within the academia and see how do you bring that out collaboration, right? Bring some of your faculty members as co-founders. One of the big things I talk about as a win from IIT Madras Research Park is really engaging the faculty. and going from academia and teaching them a little bit about entrepreneurship and business as well. How do you make them co-founders? How do you give them incentives to, equity, incentives to participate in it? That I think is the next wave of entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu, I feel, right? Between what we have going in Chennai, what's happening in Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi, and now Coimbatore Research Park. I think it's very, very important that you really are deliberate about a certain sector level thesis. This is what we will do for manufacturing. This is what we'll do for electronics or semiconductors, manufacturing versus design and innovation. You're kind of going with a very strong thesis and working with the professors to make it happen. That's extremely important. The second thing I'll leave you with is, it is a very tough journey being an entrepreneur. Like they say, it's lonely at the top. How do you, build a network of peer groups who will help you, right? Everybody will have your success and failures. How do you compare notes? How do you go look for mentors who have seen it, who've done it, and they'll become your source of strength as you think about whether going to market or raising funds or identifying the right product market fit. These are all things beyond solving the technical challenge. You still need to tie it back to a customer's need. Who are your partners? Who's going to help you with that? Those are things that you will need to think early on. And the whole idea of frugal innovation. As you start early, I keep advising people, don't raise funds too early, right? Be responsible. And how do you do things in a shoestring budget, right? With family, friends, but really test out your prototypes using the labs, grants within the university, colleges, or IT&T hubs, and then go to the market when you really need to scale up. I think going and raising funds too early on, one, it corrupts you a little bit into thinking that you can easily raise funds and you're not focusing on the product. That's very, very important. And the second thing to think about is, you really need to have a working prototype. That way you control your agenda. You don't want to cede control to investors too early on, right? Because you come with a deep passion and purpose, not just for the money. And to let the money come in and dilute the purpose, I've seen a lot of people go astray. So I'd say really have a solid understanding of the market that you're going into, the prototype, how it solves the customer's problem, and then go to the investors for scaling up, right? Now you dictate the terms and you call the shots, and you're not giving up, you're not diluting too early. So I think that's the third thing I'd leave you with. And the fourth is think ecosystem all along. You're going to see several startups with you, and how could each one of you help each other? Some of you could be customers to others, some of you could be suppliers to others, and if somebody has perfected a certain technique that you can apply, it's smarter doing that way than doing all of it yourself. And that way, you're also helping the ecosystem better. So I would say, look around, take a hard look at other co-founders, other startups, and say how they fit within your scheme of things, and take them along in your part of the journey. Again, have strong co-founders. Like I said, it's lonely at the top. It will be very tough. Even as an investor, I've been an investor, and we don't like solo founders. We believe there is strength in numbers, both in terms of having somebody to go to debate ideas, but also the complementary skill set. So you might be a great idea and vision person, but you need a strong execution person, right? So be very, very intentional about who you take on as co-founders and make sure you're working well. That will go a long way in terms of be it your customers reposing confidence in you or investors putting confidence in you. So those are few things that I think are extremely important as you go through the next few days. And I think it's very, very possible. I'm deeply believe we live in times in Tamil Nadu where there is a lot of support. I didn't see this even 3-5 years back. To look at the kind of groundswell of support both from the government through different arms that the government is doing, like I said, from TITCO and IT&T and Startup T, and there is a Shark Tank equivalent that I see is coming up shortly in Tamil. So there is a lot of groundswell support for the startup and investment and problem solving. So I would encourage you all to, stay invested in this idea. Your first idea may not work. Your first product may not work. That's okay. The fact that you're jumping in and solving problems, you're building this tenacity, you're building this perseverance to, solve a problem and be in it. Whatever be a motive, it should be for making money. You should be profitable, but you're also solving a problem that need to be solved, right? For the society, for the people, making life or things, services, products accessible is very important. So don't let go of that deep passion that you all carry, And I think that you'll eventually, pay you rich dividends. So that's pretty much what I wanted to convey in this very, very, short session with you. I wish you all the very best as you, go on to innovate and build several businesses. Hopefully some of you become unicorns in the days to come. But rest assured, there is a lot of people cheering for you. We're waiting to support you as you put in your efforts. There'll be it monetary support, be it resources, be it mentors. You'll get enough support from the ecosystem. People assembled here from other such colleges, IIT Madras Research Park as well. So you will get all the support, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Ms. Vanita Venugopal, our CEO of IT&T Hub, to take a photograph. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I extend a warm welcome to Mr. C.K. Kumaravel, co-founder of Naturals, to share his inspirational journey in my startup story. The stage is yours, sir.
The dynamic CEO of IT&T, my friend Vanita, my new friend, the CEO of IIT Madras, Natarajan, the birthday boy of yesterday, my friend Shivaraja Ramanathan, my fellow entrepreneurs. It gives me immense pleasure. People are wanting to talk about the success story. I define entrepreneurship as the ability to go from one failure to another without losing enthusiasm. And that's how I define entrepreneurship. And my journey is something similar to that. Before that, I want to talk about something which I learned recently. The 19th century belonged to Europe. The 20th century belonged to America. The 21st century is an Asian century. It's an Indian century. It's a Tamil Nadu century. The digital footprint. Gone are the days we have gone to America, we studied in America and Europe. I think time has come where Americans and Europeans and all other places have to come to India only. 142 crore people, 100 crore mobile phones, data cheapest in the world, ahead of technology. All the world is looking at India for technology. There cannot be a better time than this. The Annapurna and Saravana Bhavan are in food industry. The Pizza Hut and Subway are in food industry. The Swiggy and Zomato are in food industry. The difference is business models. First one is 1,000 crores, second one is 10,000 crores, third one is 1 lakh crores. In this world, the values are hidden or trapped at an individual level, at a company level, at a community level, at a country level. Business model to unlock the hidden value using technology are going to be the new winners. Airbnb unlocked the extra room available using technology. They became the world number one hotelier. The Uber and Ola unlocked it with technology, world number one transporter. Swiggy and Zomato. Few years before, I was in a conference in Bombay. To my left was a Lakme CEO. Right was an elderly woman who come to the beauty and wellness sector for the first time. And she said, I see a very interesting opportunity in this sector. I will enter into it and figure it out. I said, what do you mean by enter into it and figure it out? I didn't even bother to collect her name card. Fast forward 8 years. Her name is called Falguni Nayyar, the owner of the Nykaa.com. Today she is worth 1 lakh crores. All of us put together is not even 50,000 crores. So what is required at this point of time? Indians needs to dream big dreams. This is not the time for small dreams. This is the time where big, large, wild dream. and connect it with technology. With so much of problem, India left there is a problem, right there is a problem, middle there is a problem, above there is a problem. Connect it with technology and solve the problem, you are a billionaire. But what you should focus is not becoming a billionaire, you should focus on solving the problem. I think that is where the rubber meets the road. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their own dreams. As long as your hair grows, our business grows. It's a 20,000 crore industry, growing at 30%. There are around 2 lakh beauty parlors in the country, 10 lakh people working in this. And the organized industry is around 20%. All these are some of the statistics I know today. But way back in 2000, me and my wife Veena started. We did not know any of the above. All we wanted is to get Veena self-employed and make 60,000 rupees a month. One of the important challenge, the first challenge every entrepreneur faces is to identify what to do. Irritation is the biggest source of energy. If you are irritated about something, look them over very carefully. There lies an opportunity. We were irritated about lack of a good quality affordable salon. In 2000, good quality salon was available only in 5-star hotels, which was intimidating and unaffordable. On the other end, we had the local beauty parlors and barber shops whose hygiene standards, quality standards and quality of the people were very poor, to say the least. We as a customer could not fit into both. So what problem are you solving? I think that is the first question you should ask. Second question for every entrepreneur is, where do I find the skill? Veena is not a beautician, she is not a hairdresser, she is not a makeup artist. And my knowledge of beauty is even poor. I thought manicure is for feet and pedicure is for hand. Okay? With such poor knowledge of beauty, we entered into this industry. Knowledge, skill is not important. Many people, we all think if we have to enter a business, we should know the skill. I walked into San Francisco airport some 4 years before, and my friend came to pick me up, and I was carrying 2 big suitcases. And I put one in the boot, another I was carrying. I told him I will keep it in my lap. He said, no problem, keep it in the front. I said, how can you keep it in the front? Anyway, I went inside, he opened the bonnet and he kept it there. I realized it is a Tesla. There is no engine. Only an Elon Musk can think of a car without an engine. Not the GM, not the Toyota, not the BMW, not the Maruti. All the people were thinking of how can I make a better engine, more fuel efficient, faster, bigger. That's what they were thinking. Elon Musk thought of an engine because he is from outside the industry. When you don't know the knowledge, when you are outside the industry, it is a bliss. You can disrupt it. People from inside the industry can only make incremental increase. People from outside the industry only can disrupt it. So if you don't have a knowledge of the industry, say thank you very much. And that's how we looked at this thing. Third one, the most important one, is money. I favorably call it as the 3 Fs, which is the friends, family and fools. I collected the money from the 3 Fs and put them together and started my journey way back in 2000. No knowledge, no skill, no money, no problem. You should have a dream, you should have a hope, and you should have a passion. If you have that, the world will come and salute you. If you have money, people with money have not solved any problem. There are many people with money who have failed. Please don't chase money. Money is a byproduct of providing a good service or a good product. It is not a main product by itself, excepting for Reserve Bank of India. Many a time entrepreneur keep chasing money. Chase your passion. Don't chase your passion. Don't chase your pension. I think many people keep on chasing money, money, money. No. What problem are you solving? How are you connecting it through the what you call technology? And where are you leaving the world? See, my father packed the India's first sachet shampoo, and he's the first entrepreneur I saw in my life. And his primary business is to buy pharma product in bulk and put it in small packets. We are from a small town called Kadalur near Pondicherry. He's a very curious entrepreneur. One day he went to Singapore to attend an exhibition. He was carrying a Tata bottle shampoo in his suitcase. Fortunately for us and unfortunately for him, the bottle broke and it soiled his dress. Instead of blaming the Tata bottle maker or the suitcase maker, he said, hey, here is a problem. Can I fix it and convert to an opportunity? And that's called entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not about an MBA degree. It's not about having lakhs of money in your bank account. It's not about a Tata Birla surname. It's your ability to think different. Can you look at a problem and say, here is an opportunity? Then you are ready for entrepreneurship. Remember, I told you my father bought pharma products in bulk and put it in small packets. He thought, why not I also pack shampoo in small packets? He made his own shampoo formulation. He assembled the machine to pack the first sachet shampoo and launched the product, called it Velvet. India Today came out with an article about 50 revolutions which changed India after independence, and my father's sachet innovation was number 8 in that. He said something very interesting. He said what a rich person is able to enjoy, the poor person should be able to afford. And in late 70s and 80s, shampoo was affordable only by the rich people. Today it is there everywhere, and not even shampoo, multiple products, hanging shops are there. Whenever I see a hanging shop, I silently thank my father for 2 things. One, for pioneering the sachet revolution. 2, most importantly, for not patenting it. All his friends and well-wishers told him he should patent it. He said, no, I want many products like this to be available in this country. That's what the country requires. If he had patented it, CK family would have made couple of 100 crores more, but the world would have lost. Entrepreneurship is not about making money. It is about an opportunity to positively impact the world. Come and join this entrepreneurship. Together, let us build a beautiful world. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to stay back for felicitation. Now I call upon Ms. Vanita Venugopal, our CEO, IT&T Hub, to felicitate Mr. and to stay back for a photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, I now cordially invite Mr. Shivaraja Ramanathan, Mission Director and CEO of Startup TN, to deliver the keynote address on empowering Tamil Nadu startups to succeed. The stage is yours, sir.
Yeah. So, அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள் or மதிய வணக்கம். Let me thank my good friend Vanita for giving me this opportunity to talk in this innovation arena. So the brief topic is about, succeeding entrepreneurs in Tamil Nadu, and this is an innovation arena. So let me quickly, share the thoughts of 2 great management gurus. One is the world-renowned Peter Drucker, then our own C.K. Prahalad, Coimbatore K. Prahalad. So these 2 great gentlemen are considered as the prominent management gurus of the world. They gave a lot of theories, a lot of frameworks for entrepreneurs to follow. So I'll just take, considering the limited time, I'll just take 2 major key takeaways from these 2 great gurus. So Peter Drucker says, business is all about marketing and innovation. These are the 2 major functions of business. This is the underlying quote, or the most important, essence of Peter Drucker's entire theory or entire framework. Unfortunately, we often, misunderstand the relationship between innovation and marketing. So I may not be able to talk about the schemes which are, given by Startup TN or IT&T or Government of Tamil Nadu for startups. You are all aware, and it is available in the website. So I personally feel that the ingredients that is required to create good entrepreneurship or good startups to succeed in Tamil Nadu is about, learning about innovation and innovation and marketing, and their interconnected nature. So innovation is nothing but thinking something new, and marketing excels when you think something new. For example, my good friend Kumaravil sir, he was talking about the sachet revolution. So shampoo was there, and many products were available in the market. The difference his father made is brought that into a small pack, or chinna pack la kondu vandu adha maathunanga. So that container itself a bigger innovation. So innovation doesn't need any disruptive product development. Sometimes product development, product innovation is one thing, process innovation is something else, business model innovation is another way to look at innovation. Say for example, if you take Coffee Day, it is a business model innovation. If you take IPL, it is a business model innovation, right? There is no product innovation or a process innovation. So there are some process innovation, like they are also, like in large corporate it's happening. So the understanding of marketing is very, very important. So that is why, so learning about marketing should be the primary requirement of an entrepreneur or an aspiring entrepreneur. So one great leader or one thought leader who shaped Silicon Valley, many of us think that it is whether Andy Grove or Steve Jobs or now Elon Musk or someone, someone like that who created a company. But the real person, thought leader who changed the Silicon Valley is a person called Regis McKenna. Regis McKenna was the advisor for, the founder of Intel and later to Steve Jobs. So he used to tell, marketing is everything and everything is marketing. So that is the point, every aspiring entrepreneur and existing entrepreneur should understand that marketing is everything and everything is marketing. And marketing starts not after building a product. Many youngsters, unfortunately, consider marketing is related to the digital marketing, what you do at social media, your beautiful posters, your beautiful videos, viral videos, influencers. That is not marketing. It is a one way of, communicating. Communicating is a subset of marketing. So what is marketing? Marketing starts when you think of an idea. So that is the first instance. And everything, be it fundraising, be it business model creation, be it packaging, be it pricing, distribution, channel, revenue model, everything, comes under the umbrella concept of marketing. So this is one major takeaway that, we should derive from the Peter Drucker's work. Marketing is, and it is beautifully conveyed by Regis McKenna. Marketing is everything and everything is marketing. Then I come to the next important concept, again, which is related to this, which was shared by C.K. Prahalad. He talks about 3 words for entrepreneurs who are trying to build a venture. It is about understanding the scope. What is the scope that you have for your product? We call it as TAM, SAM, SOM, your market availability, the market share, what kind of market share you can achieve and all those stuff. These are all, very common factors that we all know. But அந்த விஷயத்துல அந்த ஸ்கோப் என்ன இருக்கு? என்னுடைய ப்ராடக்ட்டுக்கு நான் எவ்வளவு பேரை ரீச் பண்ண முடியும்? என்னுடைய கஸ்டமர் செக்மெண்ட் யாரு? அந்த ஸ்கோப் இஸ் one very important thing. Then number 2, these are all very deep concepts. Even I can talk about scope for 1 hour, but just, try to learn what is scope, how to identify the scope. Then when you have the scope, you should know how to scale. And one of the famous entrepreneur, I forgot his name, who says that Indians are good at venture building but bad at scale. Kunal Bell used to say that Indians are good at venture creation but not good at scaling. So you should know how to scale. 0 to 1 is one model or one approach. 1 to 10 is another approach. 10 to 100 is another approach. So that transition and that ability to scale is something very, very important. So when you know the scope theoretically, that's one good thing. But to achieve that scope or the set target, you need to scale. How you can scale? To understand both scope and scale, you need depth. That intellectual depth is what, again, missing. So this is again, C.K. Prahalad says, to understand scope and scale, you need depth. Now, venture building has become a subject for intellectual minds. So we have to, iterate many times, talk to many mentors or brainstorm with many people to understand the concept of scope and scale, for which we need the core team needs a great amount of depth, which is nothing but, wide knowledge, experience, expertise and sharing without ego. And also, when you do that depth thinking, a deep thinking, and arrive at a good business model, and that is nothing but again translate into a good marketing framework. So again, the 2 concepts that I shared of Peter Drucker and C.K. Prahalad, one is about marketing is everything and everything is marketing, and innovation is always drive good marketing programs. Innovation is nothing but trying something new. and our brain works, and it is not about quality, it's about something new. There is a concept in marketing. When you want to penetrate into the market, the first thing you should do, not to consider the quality. Quality is important to retain the customers. But to penetrate the market, you need something new. That newness is what attracts our mind. That is how marketing psychology works. So, let me summarize in this way. The great management guru Peter Drucker says, through the words of Regis McKenna, marketing is everything, everything is marketing. Before you think of an idea, think of marketing. Ask the question whether I am capable of marketing. Otherwise, is there anyone in my team who is capable of thinking about marketing and designing marketing programs and living, breathing marketing? If you don't have that capability, it is better stay away from entrepreneurship or venture building and try something else. This is my humble advice or sharing. The second thing is, to have a great marketing mind, you need depth in today's scenario. It is not like the 20, 30 years back. So these are the two key concepts I would like to share for startups in Tamil Nadu to succeed, because even recently we are doing a data study. There are now, in 2021 we started with 2,300 startups. Now we have crossed 10,200 startups within a span of 3 years. But most of the startups are surviving. That is one very good phenomena in Tamil Nadu. But again, the scale also very, very low. So we feel that this understanding of marketing and thinking towards that with a deep mind is missing. So this is what we from Startup TN and also with our partners like IT&T, we are trying to do for the next 2-3 years. And each and every entrepreneur, founder, aspiring founder should think about these two major concepts, marketing and going deep in everything that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to stay back. Now I call upon Ms. Vanita Venugopal to felicitate Mr. Shivaraja Ramanathan. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I now invite Mr. Mohan, co-founder of Zera Robotics, to share his inspiring My Startup story. The stage is yours, sir.
Hello everyone. My name is Mohan. I am the co-founder of the company called Zera Robotics. At Zera Robotics, we are working on marine mobility and underwater marine exploration product. So which we build is the underwater remotely operated vehicle and also electric boats. The reason why we selected to be more specific on the marine sector is because in our Earth, almost 71% is covered by water. And next is in our own underwater world, we have explored only 15 to 20% of it. We even have moon's data more than our own underwater world. And third most critical point is that while studying my master's, I saw a manual diver went underneath the ship to do a minor inspection. So we thought there can be a better way of making all these robotic inspections underwater the better way without the need of a manual diver. So that sparked us of creating these solutions. And also there are major critical disruptions in terms of innovations are going across the space sector, aerospace and automobile with respect to autonomous and all these systems. So in the maritime innovations where the industry itself lagged behind, even though earlier Jayant IAS sir has mentioned about maritime connectivity during the Chola Pandya period and all. So it was one of the most the long-term
trade and everything was only focused on the maritime mobility, where it loses the momentum in terms of the recent innovations. So that sparked us an idea of building the company called Zera Robotics. So I was asked to share about our journey. So I would like to touch base on the milestones that we had in the last last couple of years that we have started this venture. And me and my co-founder, we are working together from our undergrad together, and we used to do all these little bit prototypes from our college days. And while working on this as a startup, here was not our first choice, because we finished our masters in Australia, so we want to be get to our career there. That was our first choice. But due to COVID, we came to India and got stuck, and then the COVID happened. We got stuck here, and we have nothing else to do, because we got able to reach to the place where we finished our masters, and also it was very tough time for us. But we had this underwater prototype that we have built in college, so that was the only idea we landed in Chennai, and we started making that prototype by connecting with the ecosystem here then. So we had with lot of mentors. Mr. Karthikeyan is there. So he used to teach us and educate us, mentor us on design thinking. So while bringing our prototype, so we thought not only building a small robot, so it should be biomimicry. So we concentrated on how underwater turtles work underwater. We biomimicry that and make our first underwater robot. And that's our journey started from there. And since we are coming from technical background, having multiple mechanical and robotics engineering background, and in terms of fundraising and due diligence were one big barrier that we had back those days while starting, like couple of years before. So there was an initiative from the startup TN that is called TANSEED. So while preparing for that, the overall process explained us that we need to be having a proper pitch deck and a proper DD validations and all. So then we nurtured our skills on that particular sectors where we are lagging behind. And after we won that award, so we started to raise funds, pitching to investors and all. And surprisingly, while looking for investments, so we ended up with a great person called Mr. Sriram Sankaran, so who was a panel member in terms of validating us for the TANSEED award. And we connected, and since you already know our journey and all, so we pitched them, and currently we closed our first seed round actually last year. And these are the ecosystem which helped us in terms of connecting with the right people at the right time, helped us actually in terms of successfully navigating our company and the fundraising and all. From there on, so the next steps, right? So to build a product, and we need to hit the market, and unit economics, a lot of other things. So currently we have moved working on that. So it was last December, we successfully deployed our products in client places, especially our even underwater robot, and also electric system for the boats, which has been used by our clients for the inland mobility across Kerala. So this is one critical milestones that we had in terms of getting our first recognitions and getting our first fundraise. And next, the most important thing is our getting our first clients and deploy and scale up. So we are currently focusing on that now actually. So while mentioning that, and on December, so we have been selected by an accelerator by IT&T, and we were taken to Perth to expand our market in terms of Australia, where India and Australia are mostly, a lot of correlations are there, because here it's a peninsular country, there it is an island, so more water culture related, right? So there we showcased our products, and that gives us additional momentum in terms of scaling up, as we are working closely with few companies there in terms of getting us orders. And by the first quarter of this year, we are likely to supply our first orders to Australia as well. So that's one of the the milestone that happened in December. So it's terms of meeting right people at the right time helped us, and staying closely with the ecosystems have put on us to use our resources, very short resources, wisely with the help of this ecosystem now. So and now the future is right. So we plan to go high scale up in terms of India and Australia and all this connects and all. But by saying that, since now after December that we have deployed, each day we are saving 200 kg of carbon emissions by using our systems. The next year, by next Jan, we would likely to raise that by 2 tons per day. So that's our target. And also by seeing our solutions being implemented in inland mobility in Kerala. So that's the vision that I have is in Chennai. So it is very ideal for having inland water transport. That's one more important commute that we can able to look for, even though Chennai has a lot of infrastructure for bridges and even metro connectivity is there. So we can able to use, for example, the river Kuvam. So we can able to, our robots and additional technologies can able to clean that and even have electric propulsion the boats for the commute. So imagine being in Chennai, it can reduce our traffic, and even going to the work by silent water cruising will be much more pleasant experience. Even like before 40, 50 years, it was used to be there. So that's that vision that we are after actually. So one day the Zera robotics will play an important role in terms of making the rivers cleaner, making water commute more sustainable with the input of a lot of technology, of making it autonomous, and all the other things are our milestones that we are looking for next journey. By saying that, so this year, so I want to conclude by saying it will be a very positive year, as my doctor friend used to meet, Dr. Priyan, he used to say, to handle any situations very positively. So that's one of the key things that I focus on terms of building a company. So I want to wish a very happy new year and a successful year for everyone. My stall is just here, Zera Robotics. So feel free to visit me. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to stay back. Mr. Mohan, sir, yeah, I kindly request you to stay back. Now I'll welcome Mr. Nikhil Mupavarapu, Senior Representative of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Mr. Mohan. Thank you, sirs. I cordially invite Mr. Paneer Selvan Mandana Gopal, CEO of Mighty Startup Hub, to deliver the keynote address on building India's next-gen technology startup ecosystem. The stage is yours, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I think the vibe in this hall is phenomenal. I think it's fantastic. The next gen is already here, I think, and that's something which is, so I take this opportunity to congratulate the entire team behind Umagine, the entire IT&T team for setting up this innovation arena on behalf of Mighty Startup Hub, which is Government of India initiative. We are very, very pleased to see about 20 of our startups participate in this event today. And we wish all of them a very grand success in the event, as well as the entire journey of next 2 days in Umagine. Coming to the next building of next gen startup, I think startups are already building for the future. A couple of things that I would like to share as somebody who's now been in the corporate world for about 15-16 years. Then been an entrepreneur myself for about 8 years, and then in the last 6-7 years I've been with the government, both Government of Telangana as the Chief Innovation Officer of T-Hub, and now as the CEO of Mighty Startup Hub. A couple of things that I would like to share is one, as a country, we all know that we are one of the largest startup ecosystem. But what we really want to look at now is we have built we have about 150,000 startups in the country. We have close to a significant chunk of startups which are now every district in the country today has a startup. So that is the vision of our Prime Minister, and we have the, huge responsibility of fulfilling that every district should have a startup facility that can, an ecosystem that encourages entrepreneurial mindset. So that's something which has been coming to fruition. The second aspect is all about the whole problem solving mindset. I think what I really see in the events like this, yesterday I was in Visakhapatnam, looking at Andhra Pradesh Digital Innovation Conclave, and in every event I go today, I think there is a phenomenal change in the mindset, where from a problem problem speaker or somebody who's voicing the problem, the student community, the entrepreneur community have now taken upon them to kind of look at how we can solve this problem for the larger good. I think that shift is starting to happen in the country, and that to my mind is a fantastic beginning for the next generation of entrepreneurs who will come and solve bigger and problems in a better way, right? I think that is something which is very, very crucial. Having said that, I think there are three key things that I always share when it comes to the startup specific. So for first thing, tech is an enabler, right? Tech is not the tech is more a means to the end and not the end itself. I think a lot of us, especially students, especially entrepreneurs, put a lot of emphasis on the technology, but the truth is technology is a means to the end. We need to look at solving real problems, and any tech to my mind is the first and foremost thing is to improve the quality of life of people. I think that is the most critical element that a lot of people need to understand, a lot of entrepreneurs and innovators need to understand, whether my tech or a solution is actually improving the quality of life of people, which is very, very critical. Second is, I think we have, India has about 170,000 startups or 160,000 startups today. A significant chunk of them actually are startups which are solving problems of urban India. A significant chunk of them have been, for want of better word, copy pasted from the West, and there is a huge opportunity for Indian startups to solve problems of India, the Bharat, right? I think the most important part is, I keep saying Indian startups are today now focusing on making a lazy person even more lazier, right? So, it was next day delivery, then became same day delivery, then it became 30 minutes delivery. Now it is 10 minutes. I'm hoping they don't wait outside our house waiting for you to order. We don't want to build this whole laziness in our consumer base. We really want meaningful solutions that needs to be done. And if you look beyond urban cities, the most important element of there is a huge opportunity in solving the problems in terms of healthcare. India is still a very not so very in a progressive way in the healthcare segment. There is education, which is very, very critical. There's a huge opportunity in the education. There's a huge opportunity in the quality of life in terms of water, hygiene, sanitation. And if you look beyond the fancy e-commerce and the marketplace kind of platforms, there are hundreds of key problems that the startups and the entrepreneurs need to pick up and drive and solve for the Indian market. So tech is a very, very fundamental, is an horizontal from my perspective. We have huge opportunity to solve through tech multiple set of problems. So that is my first point to kind of drive to this audience, where please look at solving for Bharat, solving for tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think that's something which we need to really look at. The second critical element, I think, is one of the things that we see a trend is lot of startups are in the space of, okay, I have this prototype, I have this concept, then they start looking for funding, they start looking for, I always keep saying customer is your best investor. So instead of running 100 times behind your investor, run 100 times behind your customer. They will be providing you multiple opportunities for, to grow. And once you have a customer base who have, who's willing to pay for your solution, then the investors will find you wherever you are hiding. So the reverse is not true, right? Even if you have a great investor, if you can't, customer is not going to come to you. But if you have a wonderful customer base, the investors will find you. That is something which the startups and the entrepreneurial community needs to understand. That is something which I always keep sharing with my audience. And the most important, and the third element that I need to look at is about inclusive tech. You know, in MeitY Startup Hub, you know, this is our 3rd or 3.5 years of existence. So we have kind of pivoted around 3 key pillars in MeitY. And the first and foremost pillar is that in India, everybody is now doing tech. So what does the government, the Ministry of Electronics and IT need to do differently is the first and foremost thing that we need to look at is we are going to focus on strategic deep tech. So where a typical angel investor, where a VC may not be willing to put in their money in the early stages, where people are looking, there is a need for patient capital. So we have up to, close to about 1,200 crores in terms of funding capability that we do. And this is going to go towards tech startups or deep tech startups who have strategic output, strategic tech capability. So that is something we have really been, so like there is Startup India, there is Startup TN, there is IT&T. So all of them are doing tech. So what we want to do is we have kind of created a positioning that is MeitY Startup Hub will be the custodians of tech and deep tech startups in the country. So that's something which we are that's the first pillar we are looking at. The second aspect of MeitY Startup Hub, the second pillar is to push the capabilities and capacities beyond the metros, beyond the Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. We want to go to a Coimbatores of the world. We want to go to a Madurai. We want to go to we want to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities and ensure there is a significant amount of skill sets. There's a significant amount of infrastructure, and there's a significant amount of capability or capacity being built in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, which is something that we are working on. So we have a scheme which is just launched called Genesis. So Genesis is almost about 500 crore fund, which is being focused only on startups from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So there we have a co-investment model. We are going to invest along with a lead investor. We will be putting in money up to 40 to 50 lakhs as part of a term sheet from a lead investor. But this is going to be definitely pushing for the, only for the tier 2, tier 3 city startups, because that's something which we are very, very particular about, and the mandate is very clear there. The third pillar, or rather the subset of the second pillar is also, today we have about 1,150 or 1,170 incubators, accelerators in the country. And I think Tamil Nadu should be very proud that Tamil Nadu has the largest number of incubators, accelerators in the country, right? I think when I sit at Delhi and look at a national picture, pretty much the 4 states, the southern states contribute to almost 60 to 65% of the incubator accelerator capability or capacity, which is a wonderful stuff. But the truth is they also now, we are going to help them pivot to a very outcome-driven, performance-driven model where, just not incubating for the sake of it or just supporting, but really growth and outcome-driven scaling is something that we really want them to drive. So that's something as a subset of the capacity building or the capability building that we are really want to do. The third pillar for MeitY Startup Hub, which we have looked at, is what we call inclusive tech, right? Tech, again, as I mentioned, any tech has to improve quality of life of people. If that is the fundamental that we all need to look at, and if it has to be done, then we need to look at inclusive tech. So the first pillar of that, or a subset of that, is where we're looking at women in tech. I keep sharing this trivia. I know for those who heard me probably would have heard this before. Last election, that is May 2024, we had an election. That was the last election where men voters were more than women voters. For going forward in India, every election, women voters are going to be more than men voters, which is a fantastic statistics. But the truth is, are we really creating those opportunities for women to come into the tech ecosystem? That are we creating an equal opportunity to build them to kind of grow in that deep tech ecosystem? So METI has taken upon us as a third pillar, inclusivity, which is women in tech, women in STEM, girls in STEM, is something that we are very, very focused on building from both urban perspective and on the Tier 2, Tier 3 perspective. The second subset of the inclusive tech part is something what we call the assistive tech, which is extremely, globally, if you look at assistive tech, tech for the specially able people is something that we really need to be focusing upon. I think there's a huge opportunity there to kind of drive, inclusivity in that. And third, last but not the least, tech from, again, as I said, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, we want to push, and in terms of capability building from a student programs that we are really driving. So at METI, we are very clear, three pillars. One is deep tech we are the custodians. Second is capability building beyond cities, Tier 2, Tier 3 focus areas. Third is inclusive tech, women and assistive tech that needs to be driven. So we have set aside close to about, probably about 1,500 crores, which is set aside for the entire next 3 years to kind of be invested in the tech ecosystem. So my submission is startups can take the best advantage. There has been no better time for startups in the country as of now, because if you have a great infrastructure, there is phenomenal organizations like IT&T supporting you to drive, grow, and scale, and you have funding coming in from both the central government, from the state government. You have literally there is no real excuse for you to not build great companies out of Tamil Nadu, out of Chennai or Madurai or Coimbatore. So looking forward for all your inputs. I've been in this role for the last couple of months, but it has been a wonderful role to be playing. But this amount of energy, the amount of ideas, the amount of support that we get from the startup ecosystem is phenomenal. We have just scratched the surface. So there's plenty of opportunities for entrepreneurs. It's just that three things that I always ask my entrepreneurs. First question is, ask yourself, are you solving a real problem? Right? Second, is there somebody who's willing to pay for the solution? Because VC money, angel investors money will only take you to some extent, that you need to really have a strong customer base to sustain and grow your business. So second question is there anybody who's willing to pay for the solution? And the third and most important question is your solution scalable? I think these are the fundamental questions that an entrepreneur should ask, and keep evolving your solutions. Don't fall into the trap of biggest trap that I see in the entrepreneur's mindset today is what they want is they think what the customer wants, right? I think that really needs to change. Have a very unbiased outside-in perspective, so that you are constantly in touch with your customer base. You can give you inputs in fine-tuning your solution and building a great company. I think we have built a wonderful width in the country in terms of startup. 160,000 startups we have built width, but it's now time to build depth, build strong fundamental companies, and incubators and accelerators have a very important role in that. And something that I always say, there are two customer groups for to the startups. One is corporates and one is government. Government is doing their bit in terms of becoming a customer, becoming an investor, becoming an enabler, facilitator, and all of that. And we have corporates who are also chipping in and doing a lot of wonderful work. We have a gentleman from Hero, my friend Utkarsh is here. They have launched a program called Hero for Startups. And there are a lot of corporates who are doing. So there's really no excuse for an entrepreneur to not really keep trying. And as long as you have the right solution, the money will follow, the customers will follow. So just focus on building a great company. And with that, I thank the entire IT&T team for the opportunity to be here, and looking forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to stay back for felicitation. Now I call upon Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub. Thank you, sir and ma'am.
Moving Moving on, I now invite Ms. Gayatri, co-founder of Keynote Technologies Private Limited, to share insights and inspire the gathering on My Startup Story. The stage is yours, madam.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and it's been really nice to come back here to the innovation arena. Thanks Vanita for the opportunity. So this is deja vu for me because last year I was here opening up the KIN. So Kinhood had just opened up and we did our tech launch here along with Dr. PTR as well. So it's been a wonderful journey for me. So Vanita's asked me to come back here to talk about what has actually happened, my journey, and what is it that, I've learned as a startup. So just a very quick background about myself. I was born and brought up in Chennai, so I'm a Chennai person, very, very local to Chennai, ellame ingada. And I've lived abroad for 25 years. I've been in financial services, in investment banking, in asset management, in wealth management, and so on. And I worked across Singapore, London, New York, and Switzerland as well. So COVID brought me home. When I came back home, we were thinking about what to actually do. And KIN was something, this is Know Your Neighborhood, was something that, I wanted to actually do. It was just like bringing back memories in terms of, accessing neighborhood and everything that we actually have around us. So this neighborhood discovery and connectivity platform, when we've actually, after our launch, Feb 19th was when we actually launched it. And today we have, just in Chennai, we have about 750,000 people, 750,000 downloads that we actually have. The major thing that we actually have achieved is that every day, we have more than 75,000 people coming into our platform to actually use it. And why do they actually come? Just to actually get information about, what's happening around them. So 60% of your time is spent only in your neighborhoods. So you want to know where to go eat, who is actually there, what events are actually going on, what communities can you actually be part of, and so on. And in this digital era, that is a big gap that's actually there. And even when we look at, giving back to society, we always wanted to try and see how is it that we can create micro markets. So in a place like Ananagar, which has about 250,000 people, if I'm able to have 30,000, users coming into my platform, it is a very, very powerful voice that you actually have. Instead of, the global, the existing social media platforms, the giants that are there, serve the entire world. And we're trying to actually see how we can actually bring this smaller. And we've recently launched our micro event listing and booking. So this came up only in December. And in that space, your local pub that's there or local restaurant, which may be having a stand-up comedy or anything like that, will be listed there. And even there, we've actually generated a lot of, interest and income. And we have more than 350 events that have been listed. And we have an ARPU of about 2,500. I was just telling Mr. CKK that. So enough about my product itself. I'll probably tell you, my journey in this. So I did mention that I came with a very big experience. My management team actually has, across us, came from Daily Hunt, from Amazon, from Web and others, 4 or 5 of us. We actually have over 125 years of experience. But my organization, which currently has about 120 people, the average age is only 23. So the youngsters in my company give all the, ideas and blood to, come up with new innovative ways in how we actually carry us forward. And it's the experienced management which has actually helped us to bring things together. So it's a good balance that we actually have. Now, as a startup, when I actually came back to Chennai, one of the main things is product, how is it that your product is going to actually come? Product acceptance that you actually have and how your product actually evolves. So I needed some help in terms of branding, in terms of trying to position my marketing, trying to actually see how I can get to people. The main thing is to actually make sure that you have your ears pinned to the ground. You need to actually have customer feedback. You need to actually rely on data and all of these things to be able to actually make you very successful. The other thing that I actually struggled with was also to make sure that you actually put your right team forward because, every one of you, so you're constantly looking for partners in your technology CTO, in your revenue officer, in your product manager, and so on, so that it is actually a team effort for us to actually come together to see how we can evolve. And in the last 9 months, for a startup to have achieved, 750,000 people or this 75,000, like daily active users is unheard of, because we are almost beating the numbers of every traditional organization that's existed in the same country and the same city that we actually live in. So there's more things to come, and I think previously Mr. CKK was talking about, you have to actually, instead of going against the money, instead of going against the thing, make sure that you are actually solving the problem for the customer. So whatever product that you actually have, the offerings that you actually give, and how is it that you actually get back from the, what is it that you give to the public is what you need to actually keep in mind. And you also have to know that the needs of the customer is constantly evolving. So trying to actually stay on top of it, trying to actually make sure that, like you're able to come back to it and evolve your product, evolve your services according to that makes a very big difference. Technology, of course, is a big, very, very big player for, like today, in today's world, with more than 1 billion smartphone users in India, and the highest penetration that actually happens as far as internet is concerned. The infrastructure in this country is phenomenal, and I actually think, like we all need to leverage technology to make sure that you're giving the right services, the right products to the right people at the right time. So with that, I think, like I'll like to actually say thanks for the opportunity. Thanks, Vanita, for calling me back again to actually do this. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. Please stay back. I request Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Ms. Gayatri. Thank you, dear ma'ams. Next up, I invite Mr. Ram Lakshmi Narayanan, Senior Manager, Partner Ecosystem at AWS India, to share his insights on empowering public sector innovation with AWS. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Vanita ma'am, for this opportunity. My name is Ram Lakshmi Narayanan. I'm part of Amazon Web Services. I lead the strategic partners. I manage the ecosystem of partners largely focused on developing solutions. So what I'll do today is spend a little bit of time talking what we're doing in the India market. I'll also touch upon the innovation challenge that we're working with IT&T very closely. It'll give you a good insight of what we're planning to do as part of that. We've always believed in accelerating disruption, right? And that's been the focus of most of the cloud players and AWS in particular. And what you see today is startups looking to experiment often, wanting to fail fast at low cost, and also looking on lean innovation, right? And that's the cloud strategy that we continue to drive across the world, which is also something that you will see is very transformational in nature. From India perspective, right, and I'm sure you must have heard of the investments that we have done. We continue to make investments to help the India ecosystem, the startup ecosystem here, develop and grow faster. If you look at what we have invested, by 2030, we are looking at close to $12.7 billion of investment. We have multiple data centers in the country. We have multiple startup programs that we have incubated. We are funding quite a bit of research activities going on. We also are extending support. We are skilling. We are focused on skilling. We are developing the ecosystem of students, is skilling them continuously, and we are contributing to India's GDP. Our journey is kind of described here. It's an infographic of where we started, how we started in 2011 and where we are today. And you can see this journey. This journey has been phenomenal for us. We have been the pioneers here. We started first, and it's also helping us land some of the top big initiatives that we have across India, right? Today, I know many of you must have heard of DigiYatra. Most of you must be using DigiYatra, right? And I don't know how many of you know DigiYatra runs on AWS, right? If you look at CoWIN, which has the database of almost 1.4 billion citizens in India, all that is stored on AWS. Prasar Bharati went OTT very recently, and that entire solution runs on us. The government e-marketplace, which hosts all the solutions, runs on AWS, right? DigiLocker, where we have so many students accessing and storing their certificates, also runs on AWS. So we've been pioneers in platform innovation. We've been pioneers in some of the largest innovative projects that the government of India has initiated. We continue to focus on these. We continue to drive these. Our focus today is around healthcare. We are shifting gears. We are working more on GenAI today. And with all the policy, the AI policy that the government has today, the focus is to go and work closely with startup teams to see how we can innovate and develop more solutions around that. The shift towards AI, and Gartner has got some excellent data which kind of substantiates the focus towards AI. As you can see, more and more work towards AI is coming in, right? And this is one of the primary reasons why we started the Innovation Challenge. And I'll talk you through that. This is the AI stack that we have, and this is what we're going to be offering to the startups who are willing to build on us or willing to work with us along with IT&T, right? Right from the platform that we have, all the way up to the applications that we have developed, we will make it available to the startups so that they can build easily, quickly, and the time to market can be addressed. The products around our CPUs around training and inferencing, these are also available. These we will also make available to our startups. This will help them bring down the cost. This will help them accelerate their development journey and the time to market. What we'll also, it's a very interesting point that if you look at today from an overall perspective, 96% of the startup unicorns today run on AWS, right? You name any startup unicorn that is there today, you will see that it's running on AWS. And that's largely driven by the fact that we were pioneers, we were ahead of the curve, and we were able to provide some of the best-in-class services to them. The idea of letting them focus on their domain and not worrying about the infrastructure at the back end, I think is one of the key things that we've opened up for many of the startups. And government is not behind, right? Surprisingly, when we look at GenAI and we think of government, we think government is going to be behind it. But for the first time, we are seeing a lot of traction build around generative AI that the government is looking to adopt, right? We recently had a tender that came out from Maharashtra government about asking for a chatbot that would assist the government folks and also the citizens of India, right? So the government today, in the government space today, we're seeing a lot of traction, we're seeing a lot of requirement around GenAI, and that's the focus that we are driving. I just want to leave behind 3 important key messages to you. We continue to be the most adopted public cloud services across. The interest around GenAI that among public sector today is very evident, and that's why the investments are coming in from us. And from we are the home for India businesses to build and innovate, right? And we are very extremely proud of it, and partnering with somebody like IT&T is key for us. With that, I'd like to say thank you, and looking forward to working with you all. I know the Innovation Challenge is key for us, and we hope to see many more startups come through that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Ram Lakshmi Narayanan, sir. Thank you, sir and madam. Next up, I invite Dr. Shankar M. Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra, to share insights from corporates. The stage is yours, sir.
Hello, friends. Yeah. What I thought, today we have been hearing from very successful entrepreneurs and innovators. and a lot of very exciting new technologies that they're working on and how they go on to build value for customers. So for those of you here who aspire to be one such successful entrepreneur, I thought I'll share with you a few secrets which are not so visibly seen, but what these successful entrepreneurs are really, really good at. And that's what makes them excel so well in whatever they do. And this is primarily based on some of the very smart innovators and entrepreneurs I had a chance to work with. I found that these are things that very common across all these guys. And if that works for them, I'm sure it will work for us too. So why not just use this platform to just quickly look at that and see how we can internalize those. Sure? So let me Can you see? A very nice, very successful, very innovative entrepreneur who's cracked the game, figured out what kind of ideas to pursue, how to take it all the way to market, how to make sure that the customer is able to see value and ready to pay for it. A whole bunch of things that we have been hearing since morning. But now, it's also important for us to understand what's inside this very successful entrepreneur. What makes her so successful, okay? And we have been hearing in bits and pieces from what the previous speakers heard. But now let's actually go a little deeper and understand what's there inside that makes them so successful. What I think this could be? The very first layer beneath any successful entrepreneur is a very critical skill that you have been hearing from quite a few speakers this morning. What do you think that could be? Any guesses? What do you think? The first and foremost thing which makes them really successful, which is domain agnostic, really, really works for all entrepreneurs alike. What could that be? Take a guess. Yeah. Little louder. Little louder. You're right. Just go ahead. Customer. Understanding the customer. Is that right? Okay. Understanding the customer. Any other guesses? What could that be? He's pretty close to it, actually. I just want to elaborate a little more on that, because that's a super skill that's going to help all of us, whatever be the idea that we are going to pursue. Can you just build on what he said? What could that be? Something to do with customer, that's for sure. What else? Beyond understanding, what else do we need to do with the customer? Understanding customer is a starting point, but how should we scale that up? Where should we really move this to? So in the interest of time, I'll move on. It's empathizing with the customer. By that, what I mean is it's not just understanding what they like, what they don't like, but really imagine ourselves to be them and see what it is to have those pain points, how frustrating things could be, and really start our entire entrepreneurial journey from that perspective as to how I can empower the customer for whom I am building a solution, for whom I am building a product. How can I really make it a wow experience for this person? That's something, a very common thread that runs across a whole variety of very successful innovators and entrepreneurs. There is no debate on that part. Once you do that, the next part is something even more interesting, which is happening a lot in the ecosystem that we see around us. Let's look at that. This is to do with, people think it's to do with tech, but it's not just to do with tech. It's to do with your mindset, okay? Tech is an enabler. We heard it. A speaker just before us talked about tech being just an enabler. If tech is an enabler, what is the mindset? The mindset that we are talking about here is an exponential mindset. Moving away from improving things, just doubling or tripling, to really seeing how can I make it 10 times better, 100 times better, or even 1,000 times better. That kind of a very bold mindset, because technology allows you to do that. Today you name the technology, whether it's AI, IoT, blockchain, any of the digital enablers that we are dabbling with today, all of them are growing exponentially. So there is no reason that you should limit your thinking to a 2x or a 3x. You can very well target a 10x and a 100x. And this is where we'll be able to really create value for the customers and really grow our ideas in an exponential way. So this is really important. And this is, again, these technologies cuts across multiple domains. So you can very well familiarize yourself with a whole bunch of technologies and make sure that you're leveraging it to create value. This is done, and there are two more layers beneath this. So we talked about empathizing and empowering the customer for whom we are designing something. We also talked about using the power of this exponential technology to really change our mindset, look at something really exponential rather than just being happy with incremental improvements. This is a third layer, which again I saw that there are these very distinct ability that these successful entrepreneurs have, which has helped them to really crack this. This is a third most fundamental and most powerful skill. What could this be? Any guesses? Because we talked about exponential, we talked about empathizing. What could this third layer could be? Any guesses? You always hear about this VUCA world, things being so complex, at the same time things being so connected. So you may think of you're building a product for Indian market, maybe a very specific product for a very specific customer segment, but things happening somewhere else in the other corner of the globe can very well influence what you are trying to build, can very well change things around, whether from a demand perspective or from a supply perspective. So you as an entrepreneur, how you are able to look at the whole system and try to see how you can be prepared for a variety of future scenarios. Because it's very easy to say it's VUCA, it's very difficult to predict how things are going to evolve, but if you're a system thinker, if you're able to imagine these connections and then you're able to leverage that to your advantage, then you have an edge over any of your competitors. So that's a beautiful skill that I'm sure we all need to have to crack this. The last but not the least, the last one. What could this be? This is a final guess. This is what I'm going to ask you. We talked about empathizing. We talked about exponential. We also talked about cracking this complexity by looking at the whole system. And then this last piece. With this, the whole game is complete. You'll be able to crack it. What could this be? The last one. Any guesses? What else do you need? You are thinking exponential. You are able to connect with the customer. You are also able to look at the complexity and systematically navigate through all that complexity. What else? What else could be the last and final piece? Just take a guess. What else do we need? Go ahead. Anything else? The last and final piece is basically your ability to break free of constraints, think out of the box on demand whenever you need it. Because once in a while we do get creative ideas, but here we are talking about day in and day out, getting creative ideas for every kind of problem that we are going to work on. Is there a way to do this? Is there a way to get an out-of-the-box idea whenever you need it? Is it possible? So there are. There are methods where we can really make sure that we get an out-of-the-box solution on any given day at any given time. And some of the things that we have been doing at Packet Mahindra, I would encourage you to visit us at the Research Valley, where we have a lot of our young inventors and innovators practicing this day in and day out. This is a method called TRIZ, which is a very structured approach to problem solving. I'm sure all of us as innovators and entrepreneurs, whatever be the domain, successful entrepreneurs always look at what has already been done, what are the best ideas that are already out there, and how I can leverage that to solve my problem, rather than starting from scratch. This is the final piece of the puzzle. So friends, we talked about 4 things. Started about what's a good starting point is to always empathize with the customer. The second is break free of this incremental mindset and get into an exponential mode where you look at 10x and 100x improvements. Then try to navigate through the complexity by looking at things at a system level. And finally, the last is don't wait for an innovative idea to just pop up from nowhere, but look at what is already around you, how I can leverage the existing ideas, the existing knowledge that's around me to solve a problem that I think is relatively new. But to be honest, friends, all problems have been solved in some way or the other in some other domain. It makes it a lot more easier for us to leverage this rather than starting from scratch. So with this 4 things in place, I think we'll be able to really pursue our innovative idea and bring it to market in a very reasonable time and making sure that the customer feels empowered at the end of this day. Sure, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those insights. I now call upon Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Mr. Shankar Venugopal. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Next up, I invite Mr. Ashwin Raghuraman, co-founder and CEO, Bharat Innovation Fund, to share his deep tech investor perspective. The stage is yours, sir.
Hi, Ashwin. We have met long back. So nice. So happy. Would you need an I'll just use this. Thank you. I'll wait for you.
All right. So brilliant. Thanks for inviting me. One of the best things that happened is I met a friend from 10 years back and on the stage, right? So thank you for having me here. I manage an early stage venture capital fund. We are called the Bharat Innovation Fund. We invest out of a fund which is about 700 crores in corpus. Invest at the early stages of startups that are building what is called deep tech, pre-series A and series A rounds of startups, and try to promote a lot of entrepreneurs who are building from India for the world, right? And not just for India. A lot of people have always asked me over the years, what is deep tech? And in fact, I set up my first deep tech fund back in 2010, when deep tech was not even a word. So we used to struggle to describe, what are these startups that we invest in? And then some kind person, in fact, an Indian, Swati from a platform called PropelX, coined this term deep tech in 2014, and it's much easier for us to talk about what we are investing in. So deep tech in our, parlance is anything where you got some amount of IP or where you're beating your competitor because your technology is stronger than the other person, and not just stronger by a small percentage, but many times stronger. And in the startup world, you're always going up against a very large competitor who may be already existing and servicing a market, and you need multiples of quality of technology to be able to beat them. The world is itself, the problems are becoming more and more complex, right? The problems of, let's say, 1970 and the problem of today, if you compare, the complexity of the problems is continuously changing. And therefore, the complexity of the technology to be able to solve those problems also needs to accordingly change and improve. And so a lot of people, as I was sitting here, have been talking about what does the entrepreneur need to be able to create a startup, what are those characteristics and all of that. When I think of deep tech and what I've seen over the last 15 years or so, maybe I'll talk about what's happening outside in the world that makes today a very ideal point in time for founders to create startups, but not just create startups, to even create deep tech startups. There are three things, broad fundamental shifts that we see are happening. The first is obviously all of y'all have been seeing what's happening on the technology front. The rapid change with which AI is progressing, almost on month-by-month basis, you're seeing something new happening. We started with a lot of changes actually in 2016-17, where AI came to the fore with computer vision, data science models, all of that. And today you're seeing almost this next wave of AI and rapidly changing technology. The same thing is happening with space tech. 5 years back, if you had asked people, could there be a startup from India which is sending stuff to space, you would say probably not. Today people are building satellites, people are building propulsion systems, so many complex technologies, so new areas are getting formed, right? Similarly, you think about areas like biotech, materials, these are all areas where there's a significant amount of activity which is happening in India. Also because of global technology shifts, newer technologies are getting developed, and we are in a sense startup founders in India are leapfrogging and building technologies, which are, delta over what was created earlier in India. So that is one shift. And the second shift is what I was talking about, that founders are now becoming a lot more ambitious and setting a trend for anybody who are here to emulate, right? 15 years back, again, Flipkart had not made it big. Today it is one of the poster boy type of startups which has scaled up in India. And then you think about Swiggy, which recently had an IPO. So what has happened over time is a lot of founders have built first consumer companies. There's been a bunch of marketplaces that have been built like Flipkart, Swiggy, Ola. And then more recently, especially Chennai is known as the hotbed of SaaS. And so you had the Freshworks of the world coming up. We believe as a fund that the next wave is really going to be what we are calling deep tech. A lot of things are coming together. SaaS will plateau to some extent, but AI-driven SaaS will come in. Other areas like biotech, material science, space is what we are seeing, which will be the next wave. And so maybe the next decade of startups out of India will have that. And we are seeing founders who are creating or trying to join, let's say, a consulting firm after completing their graduation, or joining a financial services firm, are now saying, listen, that's not the aspiration anymore. Let us create a startup. And for a while it was just a startup. And more recently we're seeing more and more people saying, let's build a startup that will address global markets, not just India markets. So we have a lot of that activity which is happening. The second part of it is very interesting, is the garages are getting created. And the garages are what is happening, let's say at IIT Madras Research Park, within corporates who are creating startup accelerators. It is no longer that place which was not ventilated and hot. It is like as if you now have the ecosystem with an AC, with good lighting and all of that. And what is that? That is mentorship, the ability to give you access to networks, just give you that push at the beginning. And so again, a lot of the ecosystem constituents are coming together because the garages of innovation are sort of becoming better and better. The third fundamental shift we have seen for the last 1 year or 2 years is now the shift in the capital availability for deep tech specifically. Before maybe around 2019, 3% of all the VC investments in India went into deep tech. Last year, that number was closer to 10%, and it's only increasing. And if you look at it now, the number of micro VC funds, very early stage venture capital funds that are getting set up, many of them are now focusing on deep tech startups and saying, we'll play this theme of deep tech and investing in deep tech. So that capital availability is increasing. The other interesting trend is we obviously have a lot of co-investment partners in some of the larger generalistic type of funds, name it Sequoia, Axel, Matrix. And they've been investing in a lot of consumer type startups all these years, right? Or, not deep tech, but technology startups, consumer technology and so on. But every one of them in the last 2-3 years, maybe 2 years, has started saying we'll have an identified partner who will now investigate what are the opportunities that we can look for within deep tech. And so this as a theme within even the more generalist funds who invest across spaces is coming about, and there's just a lot of capital that they sit on, right? Billions of dollars. So availability for founders to be able to access that capital, because VCs are now looking at this space very closely. So I think, you know, broadly we are seeing a lot of the ecosystem is coming together. This is what is creating this natural almost creation of more and more deep tech entrepreneurship as we go. And with these three fundamental shifts, we expect that there's going to be a lot more startups which are found in the deep tech space. I'll just end by saying what do we mean by deep tech at a next level? What all do we count as deep tech? We invest across three buckets, and I think this is broadly across most deep tech funds. One bucket is what we call advanced software, your AI type startups which are building use cases, models, and so on. The second bucket is more the hardware embedded type of investments, EV, and all of that will also come into that bucket. And then the third bucket where there's a lot of action happening is in the biotech, material space, anything which is to do with what is called deep science, and where there is scientific innovation that is happening. So for founders here, I think the canvas is very large. These are all three buckets that you can pick from. And I think the amount of support that exists today is much, much bigger, better, stronger than it was even 3 or 4 years back. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of ITET Hub, to felicitate. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I now invite Mr. Vishal Kataria, AVP, Anko Capital, to share his investor perspective. The stage is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the entire Umagine team for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak. Like Ashwin, I'm also part of an early stage venture capital fund. We invest in deep science, deep tech companies, building disruptive technologies from India for the entire world. And we've done a lot of work in the space. We've obviously invested in 7 deep science, deep tech companies. We've also released a report last year called the India Deep Science Tech Report. And I'll take you through some of that and why we believe that deep science, deep tech innovation is here to stay and a great investment opportunity. Next slide, please. We are Anchor Capital. We're early stage investors in digital, climate, and deep science tech companies. We come in, we like to be the first institutional investors in the startups we invest in. For us, deep science, deep tech, kind of like Ashwin was just talking about, is a combination of innovation that has both fundamental scientific research going on it, and it's also something that's relevant to current real-world problems and provides some sort of solution for that. So this is a framework we use often in a lot of other practitioners in the deep tech space called Pasteur's Quadrant. We exclusively like to look at research or like to look at innovation that's in the top right, which is a mix of basic research and applied to a real-world problem. We believe that India, and led by Tamil Nadu in particular, is a great place to build deep science and deep tech companies. There's a bunch of reasons why. I think we feel that there's been a first gen or first cohort of deep science, deep tech companies that have scaled to some extent in different sectors, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's biotech. And the next cohort or the second wave of deep tech innovation in India is really poised to attack global problems and capture much more value. We also think that in sectors like biotech, semiconductors, Indian companies have often been service oriented and they are now, due to their own change in outlook, due to policy pushes and overall shift in positioning for India, they are moving up the value chain and becoming product companies. Lastly, we think that India itself offers very diverse and large markets. So even though deep tech innovations are globally relevant, they're able to pilot and get early market access within India itself. If you calculate, we did this last year, so we don't have the numbers for 2024, but if you calculate the investments and total them in 3-year periods, you see that it's roughly been the quantum of investment in deep science tech has been doubling in every 3-year period. In the last 3-year period, it hit $1 billion. There was a lot of investment last year as well, so I'm sure once we do the refresh of this graph, it'll give an even better story. The other very positive thing about deep science tech investment in India at the moment is that the number of funding rounds that are larger than $5 million are about 40 crores, which we categorize as somewhat growth stage investment, Series A, Series B and beyond. That's also been rising at an exponential rate if you consider the same methodology of combining in 3-year periods. This is kind of highlighting the fact that A, the quantum of investment is going up, and B, the doubling down of investors at the later stages into the earlier companies that got invested in, that's also been happening. One of the big gaps we feel in deep science, deep tech innovation in India is the lack of later stage funding for a lot of these companies. And while it is still early days for the Indian ecosystem, we think that there's a lot of scope there's a lot of promising signs as the growth stage investment rises for deep science and deep tech. The other thing that I've not highlighted here is that these are not numbers that are kind of skewed by some companies that have raised a crazy amount of money. This is an overall trend across sectors where we've seen very healthy growth in investments. So I think that's all I have for today. I'll just end by, again, talking about a little bit about our focus area. So our focus area is on 4 basic fundamental technology areas which are driving the new wave of deep science and deep tech. Obviously, artificial intelligence is a big one, and we are very keen on investing in companies that combine AI with domain-specific expertise in, let's say, material science or drug discovery, so on. Biotech and synthetic biology, its applications in agriculture, climate change, industrial chemicals, and health. This is another of our key focus areas in which we already have invested in the past. Advanced materials for predominantly climate change mitigation, whether it's composites, ceramics, catalysts, membranes, and so on. And the last is electronics and photonics, which again, Tamil Nadu is one of India's leaders in the space. We see a lot of fabless chip companies, fabless semiconductor companies come up, which are looking to compete on the global stage in all kinds of different products, whether it's high-end AI chips or whether it's embedded chips for the edge processing. And these are the basic 4 areas that we are super interested in, and we are actively investing in out of our newly launched Fund 3. So as always, we were very happy to be part of this ecosystem. If you are active in this space, whether you're another investor or an entrepreneur building in any of these technology areas, I would love to talk to you. I'll be around, and please feel free to reach out. That's my email ID. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Anand, AVP Marketing Communication and Corporate Communication, to felicitate Vishal Kataria, sir. Thank you, sir. I accordingly invite Mr. Utkarsh Mishra, Global Innovation Head, Hero Motorcorp, to share his insights from corporates. The stage is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Being the only speaker before lunch is always a trickier job. You don't know people are waiting for you to finish or they are eagerly listening you. It's great to be back in Tamil Nadu again in a different context this time. Last time when I was here to sign the MOU with one of the state
mission organizations to work and empower the startups within the ecosystem. This time when I'm here to understand more about what Tamil Nadu holds, and I'm glad that every time when I step in this land, it amazes me with the opportunity that it carries. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about what the mobility scenario in India is going to look like, and what are the areas where we are looking to partner with the startups across different spectrum. So, from horse-drawn carriages to steam engines, from internal combustion engines to EV, the way mobility has been defined over a period of time is amazing. It has been solving the fundamental problem, which was to move from point A to point B. But for India, there always have been one underlining effect of solving for mobility, and that is to solve for affordable, to solve for cheapest option of reaching from point A to point B. And that's where the organizations like Maruti has done some amazing job over years. That's where an organization like Hero MotoCorp has been. We have been moving India since past 40 years. From 1984 to 2024, this is the year when we have recently celebrated our 40th year of inception. And what's amazing is the quest and the zeal for us to solve for the next level of mobility solutions and challenges across. So now, I mean, we heard from a couple of investors, we heard from Ashwin and everyone who was talking about how the entire pie of the market is growing. I won't deep dive into numbers, but I will touch base few trends which are working. Recently, I was in Gangtok for one of the road shows. Day before yesterday, I was with the delegation of Assam for Northeast engagement. What amazes me that different parts and corners of countries coming together to understand what are the mobility challenges and how those states can solve. So sustainability, which is what we also call green mobility, is one of the very major core theme areas. New age mobility in terms of convenience, in terms of affordability, in terms of new age materials, which includes from both sides, new age fuel materials, new age materials from your product side, also falls under sustainability largely from a product standpoint. From a process, we all know India has a target. India has taken a target of becoming net zero by 2070. We as a corporate, we also take internal targets to understand by how quickly we can reach to a net zero, operationally net zero, by what number of years. So scope 1, 2, 3, understanding, bringing different materials which can replace the existing supply chain is another very important topic for us from that sense. And then comes the buzzword of the day, which is deep tech, AI, and the connected ecosystem. So for us, recently we have, PS was talking about Hero for Startups in his session. Recently we have launched a program called Hero for Startups, in which what we are committing that we will handpick 12 to 15 different startups across India who will work with us directly. And what's in it for them? Why, other than the exposure that we are promising, what's in it for different startups to come forward and work with us? So there are three major buckets. The first bucket is of funding, where we have a corpus of 5 CR, where we would be working with startups directly. No equity investment is required for this. Treat this as a grant. There is no direct equity that will be involved while working with a corporate. Then the second bucket is knowledge sharing, and that's where most of our 40 years of journey will become very handy. That's where you will learn from us and we learn from each other. And the third bucket is your capability management. Within capability management, the idea is very simple, that we will have the three different set of, from technology, business, and sustainability lens. We have three different buckets where we will understand with startups what they want to solve, and in the end, create a roadmap for them. There are different partners with whom we are working together. In terms of themes, before I end, in terms of themes, the few quick themes. Obviously, we heard about climate tech innovations. there is a developing infra which we as a nation we have to provide. Then customer-centric features, product and market finish is again a very important core themes for us. And then new age mobility, which includes your areas like water mobility, air mobility. In case if anyone is solving for drone tech, happy to work with you all directly. So in the end, as I conclude, I would again want to thank the IT&T team for pulling this together. It's a great show. It's a great platform for all the startups to come forward and work with a government setup. I was speaking with the minister earlier in the day in the conversation, and amazed to see the support you are getting from directly ministry. So congratulations on that. Also congratulations to all the partners and different people who have been here for sharing your knowledge with this audience. Thanks again, and wishing you all a very happy new year. I know I'm a bit late, but may this year gives you a great growth and happy memories. Thank you again. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Nikhil, AVP Incubation, IT&T Hub, to felicitate Mr. Utkarsh Mishra. Thank you, dear sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the student pitch. I extend a warm welcome to the jury for the pitch. Mr. Pavesh Alam, Executive Director of Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council. Dr. Shankar M. Venugopal, VP Mahindra and Mahindra. First pitch, I call upon Oxitec startup Janani Nitish of KCG College of Technology. I once again call upon Oxitec startup Janani Nitish from KCG College of Technology to do their pitch.
Good afternoon, one and all. We are Team Oxitec. Actually, I wanted to talk about our project idea. So here is it. We are actually got this idea through the basis of our COVID-19 and the heavy population of the Delhi. So our idea is based on the patient real-time monitoring and control system. So the basic problems which we analyzed in the day-to-day life is the imprecise oxygen dosing, which is around 1.5 million deaths annually in India due to adequate oxygen imprecising. And the second one is the manual monitoring, which every patient requires around 30 to 40 manual adjustments like COPD, cystic fibrosis, those kind of people. And healthcare professionals are literally shortage nowadays. And caregiver burden is really a lot, even in the hospitals, like people used to take care nearby and all, in the wards as well. Healthcare cost are also is around raising a lot. Like around 60 million Indians pushed into poverty annually due to healthcare expenses. So this is a prototype design. This consists of 4 sensors. The first one is the voltage, temperature, pressure and altitude. We use pressure and altitude to check the height of the area environment, which can easily predict the atmospheric, like how a patient needs, how much atmosphere they need, like it should be around 95% or something they require. The methodology of a project is real-time monitoring of the patient vitals and O2 device status in web or app dashboards. Real-time anomaly detection of patient vitals, like if the patient SpO2 level or heart rate drops, we'll get a notification through mobile apps or in the dashboards. Automatic control of the adjustment of the O2 flow. Like we have initialized the controllers in the O2 source, which actually enables us to operate the O2 source directly from the mobile application, which makes the product even more easier to control without being near the patients. We even use AI/ML predictive analysis, which helps us to check the anomalies with the required patient's data, like the ECG scans and the other medical data. Our main UVP is our project can be integrated with any type of oxygen sources. We have improvised our project through a cloud storage, and our project is even compatible for the button phones as well. We even send the notifications through even in button phones. The main features in our project is this one is the application features, that one is the web dashboard features. We have even initialized emergency service, predictive analysis, data privacy, real-time monitoring, manual O2 control and power consumption alert. This one actually, this is the control manual adjustment of the O2 flow, and this app can be done only for a one-to-one service, like for the cancer patients who are at home who require home therapy. And the dashboard is for the hospital purposes, which a doctor can handle 10 people on through one dashboard directly. So all the 10 patients' data will be visible in that dashboard. So the benefits of a project is being gained by caregivers, healthcare providers and patients. The caregivers' workload is getting very lesser. Healthcare providers getting even more greater collaboration with the nurses and other staffs. The patients are getting more personalized and effective treatments. They are even getting reduced admissions in the hospitals. The main impact of a project is the nurses and the doctor can track the patients from anywhere in the hospital, which actually saves the man hours about 20 to 30 minutes per patient per day. We even send immediate alerts to healthcare professionals during emergencies, which is actually impacting around the mortality rates up to 20%. The doctors are continuously able to monitor all the patients through a dashboard, which is also reducing the daily care hours. Our market size is actually, our target audience is actually the people who all require O2 therapy. Our SAM is the people who are requiring the home therapy. And the SOM is the people who we like hospitals and the wards are the SOM people. So the our TAM value is 34.8 billion and SAM is 9.2 billion and SOM is 1.8 billion. Major competitors which we have analyzed in the market is Apollo Home Care, Automatics, Metal and Tenovi. Automatics and Apollo Home Care are concentrated type of projects which they have like a concentrator and application inbuilt actually. So their concentrator can be managed with their applications only. And Metal and Tenovi are healthcare monitoring apps. So they can't be controlling the O2 sources. So the product is actually cost effective, which actually consists of several UVPs like integration with any source, remote monitoring, then automatic adjustment, like we use edge computing when if people can't adjust the O2 source, even if it's going critical and no one is using, then the adjustments will be doing automatically after several minutes. And we have even initialized a remote dashboard compatible with button phones, and we have checked the competitors all over the world. So our business model, this is our business model actually. We are trying to focus on spreading the project through NGOs, government hospitals, corporate hospitals and equipment providers. We didn't directly target the patients, hence because they won't be able to analyze and don't know how to use directly. So they need to have the proper guidance on how to use our product. We even target the palliative homes through NGOs. Our revenue model, we actually have three combinations of products. We are initializing IoT plus mobile app, IoT plus app and dashboard for hospital facilities. We actually give cloud storage additionally for 2 GB extra on requirements of the patients. This is our roadmap. First, we were initially in the ideation stage where we initialized a concentrator through electrolysis and we were trying to initialize integrate a project. Then we tried with the real concentrators. Then we have done the patent and now we have actually got the doctor approval and the testing process are going on, sir. So now further on we are trying to get the regulatory approval, full-scale development and partnership and market launch. So this is our whole team, like we have a hardware development team, software development team, and our mentors are like Dr. B.V. Krishna from KCG Technology, Dr. Vignesh Kumar from KCG Technology, and we have Dr. Kennedy Kumar who is advising for the medical purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is your plan to offer this as a product or a package, a service around it? How do you want to take it?
No, sir. Actually, this is a product only, sir.
Standalone product is what you want to. And in the technical approach that you showed, what are the weak links? What can possibly go wrong? And how are you protecting yourself from that?
Actually, network issues can cause, because with network issues only we can collect real-time data. So that is the main issue we might face, sir.
So what will be the backup? How will you?
That actually backup in the sense we'll get real-time data, but the adjustment they have to get the emergency call services. We have initialized 108 directly calling. There we get the ambulance if in case of an emergency at homes.
And you had mentioned about a patent somewhere. Have you filed a patent application around the design for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
So what stage you are in currently? So have you discussed with some customer survey?
No, sir. Just we finished the prototype development and we have checked with the doctor whether this works or not. He said it's completely fine. Now you move on in developing a minimum viable product.
Okay, you are at the MVP stage.
Yes, sir.
I think you should start doing some customer
Yes, sir.
Discussions, at least 100 customers you should meet.
Yes, sir. We have to meet, sir. Actually, we didn't start scaling up, sir.
So where you got this fund? You bootstrapped or?
We actually won in few events like in Geetham University and even in Northeastern Boston, they were sponsored us for the from the Invest India and Startup TN also. They sponsored in an event like Smart Ideathon 2024, which was happening on December 13 last year.
How much you put in so far money?
So far we have put around 1.5 lakhs, sir.
So you formed a separate company?
No, sir, only just a team of people. We are just developing a minimum viable product right now.
If you form a company, then Yukti also they give up to 10 lakhs.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yukti Innovation you can apply. You can also apply IBP also.
Yes, sir.
I suggest you can form a company so that you can raise funds.
Yes, sir. We'll surely do, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next up, I call upon Velectron Automotive Technology Private Limited startup, Dhanush Vail Nitin M. from Savita School of Engineering to do the pitch.
So good afternoon, I am Dhanush from Velectron Automotive Technology. So and our idea is fast and close EV trichotron. So the problem which we are concerned is safety concerns. So nowadays lots of people we are using bikes. So due to these bikes we are having accidents. So we are moving to the next vehicle is EV car. So next is safety climatic factors. So if we are going by two-wheeler, we don't know. So what's the climatic condition and how we can travel for a long distance. So the third concern is limited passengers. So in a bike we have a certain capacity of cargoes and we have some limited peoples. So the solution which we are proposed is to connection between an car and bike, which is another form of vehicle which is known as tricycle in the form of EV format. So when we are for sustained mobility, affordable EV and also on scalability. So the comparison of my products and an existing product of between EV bike and EV trikes. So EV bikes is capacity of 1 to 2 and for an EV bike is 0.5 to 1. So the motor, the torque which is producing is 40 to 60 and for an bike is 60 to 70. So for an EV bike we don't have, the charging time is 4 to 6 and for a bike is 3 to 4. So so for an EV bike, you have crash distance is low for compared to an EV trike. So because it's closed off cabin. So we have an sustainable terrain. So cost for initial we have an for EV bike is high. So compared to an EV trike. So the safety measurements also having and compared to an EV bike, EV trike is more safety. So the value proposition. So value proposition. So the value proposition. Sorry, sir. So value proposition which we have proposed for an e-bike we will sell in unit up to 67,903. So when compared to an EV trike we will sales profit value is 12,760. So when we are the battery capacity for an battery for EV bike is up to 10 kilowatts and for an EV trike is up to 0.51 kilowatts. The profit margin for EV bike is up to 20% for and EV trike is 25%. So the market study. The market study for an EV bike, it's up to now 46 billion in up to 2024. So when it's going to 2020, it's up to 80 million in USD. When it's come to an EV trike, it's up to the 46% will share in the CAGR in 2030. So the consumer trends for an EV bike is normal people and animal people. For EV trike, we have almost all the commercial people. So our competitors are Ather, Ola, and Hero. So our customer is all the commercial people which are from healthcare, mobile vending, event management, etc. So our current stage of our innovations, just now we haven't completed proof of concept. So soonly we are ready develop a prototype. Thank you.
What is your unique selling proposition? What is your unique in this concept?
Sir, if in a bike we can go at 3 factors: accidents, safety concerns, and climate factor, and also an comfortness. So right, we are going to an EV car. So why don't have an within a minimal amount of cost we have new type of vehicles which in form of tricycle format. So that's my unique key.
Have you filed any IP for this design? Have you checked it whether this similar type of tricycle available?
Sir, similar typing is not having, but when it's coming on technology, so we have some other types not in here. In Europe, it's having a competitor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dhanush. Now I invite Mr. Prabhu S. from Growing Mind Tech Solutions from Savita School of Engineering for their pitch.
Good afternoon to all. So we are here to present our pitch deck. So as humans, we have one problem, and we become age, and we all work for our one particular win. We need a peaceful retirement. So that's inevitable. So in our peaceful retirement, imagine something: you have stroke. WHO say in 2023, more than 15 million people affected by stroke, and more than 20% of it is elderly patients. So imagine something like you are in a retirement stage and you have to daily visit our physiotherapy to get well and to learn again to eat, sleep, and to move your limbs again and again. So it's like a process of repeated cycle. So you need something more interesting and engaging one. There are many challenges in traditional physiotherapy, like it's the lack of the most interesting and interactive sessions are not there. So it makes the patients unengaging, and they mostly skip their exercise, not practice their exercise in daily basis by the physiotherapist. So what we are done, so we introduced an interactive game solution. That's what we do in the Growing Minds, and myself Prabhu, I am the co-founder.
Hi everyone, this is Shahid. Our solution is a game which will be played by the old age peoples. The game should not be more childish, it's a simple game. We have two phases. The old age peoples will wear gloves. The gloves consist of sensors, MPU 6050 and ESP32 sensors. With help of the sensors, we will detect the movement of the hands, and we'll build a simple game. With help of the gloves, we can play the game. So, based on this, we can detect the shiverness of the stroke peoples. This is basically a post. This is based on a post rehabilitation. So after stroke, for exercise, they may use this game for analysis. Based on this shiverness data and how they perform their game, we can analyze we can take the data from the game and given to the backend. The backend doctors will analyze how their improvements based on this today and previous day. So we can make the patients more engageable. Next we can.
So the current market for this is almost $19 billion in this 2024, and it is expected to grow up 8.4 CAGR. So we have a good market in it, and we have a age about 65 above peoples are the interested ages, and we are planning to give it to the hospitals, and we have a physiotherapy in our team such that we can have a cross evaluation with them. So these are our competitors. Actually, we have competitors in India where Galantoria, it's an IIT-based startup. They are doing the same. They are doing the interactive glove in the same manner. And we have another companies from Vast Rehab, which is in Poland. They are very advanced in this technology. And Econ in a Chinese-based company. And Cogniab in India, in Bangalore. So this is our team, and we are young minders, so we have more potential to develop this product. Thank you.
So, when you talk to potential customers, what kind of expectations did they share with you? Can you, because I'm not very familiar with this space, so what was the basis, what insights could you gather
Actually,
when you spoke to them?
Actually 2 months ago I visited a hospital. We are in Savita, so we have hospitals. In that we have patients. They asked for, they are playing games in phone, but this hand is injured for that person. He is playing with this hand only. So what happened is, he asked something he can do regularly, but in a basis of exercise. We have lag of doing the exercise in regular basis, which is boring, and we want to repeat the same exercise. Like wake up, do 10 exercise up and down motion, side and side motion. It's like very more drawback in that exercise. So what we have planned to is to do an innovation that meets the standards of physiotherapy and game, which can be incorporated with it.
Sure.
Okay.
Fair. And you'll also be able to go back to them with some early prototypes and take feedback from them, right? You have access to these.
Yes, sir. In Savita College, we have hospitals and we have a physiotherapist there. So we have access to that.
Because you may start with some initial idea and design, but that can change a lot in
sir.
a very iterative way as you keep going back to them and take their feedback.
Okay.
So be open to that.
Okay,
be very
sir.
attentive to what they got to say.
Yes,
Sure?
sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
And what stage you are currently in, and what is your plan for scaling up?
Actually, we are in an ideation phase, and we did some what prototypes, like what are the sensors we can use, and what are the controllers, and what manners we can design the glove. So we are currently in this stage. We are working this for 5 minutes because we want to talk to physiotherapy and alter the games to them. It's not just the games. General games. We want to alter the games to them, like in shoulder means particularly 10 games, in hand movements means 10 games. So we want to alter. So that's work we are done, and we developed a small prototype like a mouse, and a game will be played in it. So we are scaling next to designing this further in a simplified manner and testing with patients, then again doing it until we achieve the product.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Are you working with any other startups in this space? There
No.
are startups like Fizi or Ashwa Wearables who already do gait analysis and a few other things which may have some level of channels partnership into physiotherapy or post-operative market. Because you're targeting geriatric.
Yes, sir.
You may want to look at other startups that are not directly competing with you, but can be channel partners for you to ride upon.
Okay, sir. Currently, we are not working in competitors, but we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar Venugopal from BP Mahindra and Mahindra, sir, and Mr. Parvez Alam, Executive Director from Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, for your valuable time, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the first fireside chat at the Innovation Arena. I invite Ms. Subhatra Mailsamy, partner at AK Mailsamy and Associates LLP, to the dais to moderate the panel discussion on evolving landscapes of technology commercialization. I also extend a warm welcome to the panelists. To Bhagyaveni ma'am, Director CIPR from Anna University, Mr. Aravind Subramanian, co-founder and general partner Enlight Capital. The stage is all yours, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Subhadra Mailsamy, Managing Partner of the corporate law firm AK Mailsamy and Associates. So it's my privilege to be starting off this fireside chat on evolving landscape for technology commercialization. So we will kickstart by having 4 segments. So one is the segment 1, where I will be talking or asking about understanding the shifting landscape between our panelists, Dr. Bhagyaveni and also Mr. Aravind Subramaniam as well, right? So the other angle will be on the aspects of challenges and opportunities, and then we will move to collaborations and ecosystem building, followed by rounding it off with global and future perspectives. So this is what I propose and how we will conduct today's fireside chat. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you here.
copy. Good afternoon, one and all. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you.
So the first question, coming from a little bit of research, what I've understood from what you have been doing for so many years, how is your research in areas like the budding areas, in fact, like IoT and cognitive radio networks, which has influenced the way IP has approached in these emerging fields? What is your take on that?
See, world is emerging continuously. We are getting a lot of new areas to do research.
Yeah.
So the most important part where human lives are getting changed is because of research, right? So the emerging fields like IoT, initially we didn't have any cell phone. Because now today we are having cell phones and everything need to be connected with cell phones. Naturally the environment is read using sensors, and finally the readings are seen using mobile phones. So from mobile phones we are able to control a distant environment and see that everything is under the control of human beings. So one human being cannot be available at many places, but IoT gives that feature of being available and taking control of the environment. So this emerging feature is very important that it's a billion amount of money is involved. So it can be easily patented, and the patents are always commercially viable, where most of the things are getting, it's a billion rupees question, where we need to see that every people is getting involved in this. Once again, cognitive radio is also one more technology where it's going to bind with IoT and see that the information is reaching the destination within seconds, right? So which will help us to grow in both the ways. So this will help, an IP is very important to protect our ideas. So whatever research we have done, I have nearly filed near 3 patents and got 3 patent grants, and now I'm going ahead with commercializing these products. And it is helpful in whatever we are not able to go, meet out and see, our technology will help us out. So that's why we go ahead with working in new revolutionizing emerging technologies.
Right.
So, yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for answering that. Mr. Arvind, the next one is for you. So in your line of work, how have you seen technology actually commercializations which is evolving over the past decade? What is your take on that landscape?
So in my experience, the way I see it is, the first thing that I have, I come from a completely commercial background. I have never filed for or worked with patents or innovators, but I just see it from a commercial angle. One thing that I can see that when I work with startups is that when they start even the initial process, they start thinking in terms of how do I adopt this globally. So can I file it? It's just not, earlier it was just used to be India. How do I protect it in India? How do I sell it in India? How do I market in India and all that? But now the thought is, how do I sell it globally? How do I protect it globally? Can I file it overseas? What are the standards that I need to adopt to file this overseas? That is being adopted, and very good case study can be like Biocon, or during the COVID era, the Indian vaccine was patented globally and then used globally also, right? So these are some good examples. Second is lot of thanks due in large part to government encouragement. There is a phenomenal increased number of IPs being filed, but the question remains, as I was discussing with some friends, is the commercial angle coming in. So globally, they were telling me the global best standard is 5%, and India is less than 1% in commercial angle. So, but I think that's given the focus on AI adoption and all that, I think this number is going to go up in industries like AI, life sciences, and all that, and hopefully it should go up. And like I said, the government adoption, the government encouragement has brought down the cost of filing IPs, reporting the R&D, setting up of COEs across India. So this has helped in cost reduction for innovators. This is the large things I see. Yeah.
Rightly said.
Thank you so much for that. So what we try to understand here is, from my perspective as a legal person, IP is extremely important when we do filings. We always encourage all the startups to first, before you even disclose your ideas, to start, don't go around disclosing, but have non-disclosures in place before you discuss even the faintest of the idea and then go ahead doing things, right? So it's very, very important to have your IPs in place. Now, ma'am, next question to you.
Yes, ma'am.
So we learn, or we have been hearing today in this ecosystem about a lot of green initiatives, right?
Yeah.
And sustainable technology, which is kind of a buzzword around now everywhere. So how do you think you're seeing IP playing a role in driving especially this innovation or in this area as such?
Sustainability is the talk of the town, where everywhere we have to save our soil and give it to the next generation. We have to save water, pass it on pure as possible to the next generation. So all natural resources are to be saved. Based on this, there are 17 SDG goals.
Yeah.
So it's not just a duty of a human being, this is rights that we give a beautiful world to the next generation. So we have to use it in a more programmatic and possible ways such that we also live properly and pass the environment back to the next generation positively. So here we stand with IPs in the sense whatever best practices we have followed, it can be IPR protected for, this will be useful for every person in this world. So we have to see the new ideas that are created. The amount of carbon dioxide that has been emitted by every human being, we should make it as carbon zero thing, right? So when a child is born, she is going to use this much amount of carbon. So when at every birthday, let us plant some few trees. So the carbon will become zero, whatever she has created in this, in her way of life. So like this, few green initiatives have to be imbibed inside the minds of the young children. That's what we carry out in the green initiatives. For that, we are able to get CSR funds. The CSR is social responsibility funds from the major companies. It's their responsibility to see that certain things have been spent with respect to social responsibility. So when we look for green initiatives, they are very much open to us. They are ready to fund as much as we want, and we were able to sustain the environment for the next end.
Right.
That's a part of my work there.
Ma'am, can you give an example of any green initiative or any startup which is moved to in that angle, which you recollect or you're able to pinpoint and say?
The first one is, I have seen many green initiatives, ma'am. Our university is really a forest. We have more than 180 acres with more trees. The trees are emitting leaves, right? It has to fall down. So these things can be converted to organic waste. So when we are able to do vermicomposting or some blocks for, it's a block which can be used for construction of buildings. These things, when the useless product is getting converted to useful product, then the value of the product goes high, and therefore it will become a useful product. So everyone is going to buy, and it's no more furthermore useless. So the useless has turned to useful. So like this, wherever there is useless, that can be converted to useful environment. For that, we conduct hackathons in our college. See that students are going to make gold out of waste.
Right. Thank you.
So that will help the initial mind to think why we should waste this material. How can we make it as a useful thing?
Yeah, interestingly, ma'am, to add to that point, I should say when you were mentioning about carbon-free children or carbon-free, I think recently there has been a lot of information about a baby who was carbon-free and was being born as well. So that's been hitting the news and Instagram to a large extent.
Yeah, large extent.
Thank you. Mr. Aravind, what are some trends or kind of shifts which you see in entrepreneurs today and businesses which should be paying a lot of attention as such to navigate this kind of a landscape?
Before I answer that, I mean, this could be also part of the question, the answer too. In adding on to ma'am, one interesting case study that I came across is by Infosys. Infosys data centers have been filing patents left, right and center in green energy, green conservation, and all that. So that's like a little case study of how to become carbon neutral or at least carbon positive for large corporates as well as startups, right? So that's the kind of their USP positioning with regards to data centers for Infosys. The other shift like you said, that I see is protective regime, as I would like to say, right? Or startups trying to protect their innovation, their strategy with IP. I recently came across a startup which has a large number of patents in cancer detection. Nirma AI, I guess, Nirma AI. So they use a lot of patents to protect their regimes, and Ola has about 100 plus patents to protect their market from Chinese competitors. So these examples can be cited. A lot of these examples are there. But this is an interesting shift that we see from Indian entrepreneurs. And even to startups that I see, that's what I always tell them. The first interesting thing that the investor sees in any business is, does the startup have a moat? And there could be a lot of things that can be considered moat. But the most first and prominent in a universal rule is IP. If there is good IP around it, it's the most defensive thing that you can in any way build, right?
Yes.
So this is what I say.
Thank you. And to add to that, I would also request all the startups who will be wondering, because everywhere when we see startups coming to us, they say it's a lot of expenditure initially, but IP is your bread and butter. Without that core, you can't develop on it, even if you want to attract investments from investors. So every investor, whether locally or internationally, will look into your credentials, and IP plays a very, very important role, right?
So I think NASSCOM released a report which says 60% of the IPs filed are in number of increase is attributed to 60% in AI IPs filed to protect the startups themselves. So I mean, the 60% of the funded AI companies have IPs. Yes.
All the companies need to have IPs if you want to attract any kind of basic investment. Moving on to our next segment, ma'am. This is like more on the challenges and the opportunities is what I would like to bring forth. So from your perspective or from your experience of monitoring so many research scholars, what do you think are the key challenges in protecting as well as commercializing the academic research outputs?
A very nice question, ma'am. I want to open it to the crowd because being at an academic institution, every student has to do one project, right? So they may do it in a team or multiple or one single person as such. They'll be bubbling with ideas for wherever they are going to collect, and they need some funds to do this, right? So none of the university or the college is going to provide that fund. It's a part of their curriculum to earn the credits to get their degree, right? So IP demands that the ideas are not to be disclosed anywhere. So if they are not going to disclose, then how do they are going to get funds? So once it is disclosed, they are not granted with IP.
That's where the role of an NDA comes in. That's why we say sign an NDA, even if you are going to have discussion even with your family members or friends, whomever may be. And most of the ideas get stolen at that point itself.
Get stolen, right?
Exactly.
So the first part is to start, identify a title, and find a good amount of fund to start up that work, and bring it to a prototype itself is really challenging for the students. And once it has been converted to the prototype level, next they have to move to minimum viable product. So for this, there are so many schemes that is available in by our Tamil Nadu Startup Scheme, IT&T. They are all providing pitching sessions through which we can convert this basic prototype version to MVP version. And further on, there are many commercial activities where IT&T is able to connect the students with other venture capitalists or others to fund furthermore to make it as a startup, right? So there the students are not going. They are stopping at the prototype level, and they are once again flying away with the thoughts of doing MS or going to the company wherever they have got already placed, and their projects are lying as a waste in our department. This is the reality. There are a lot of projects which needs much of attention, but it has not been continued. So if such things with small changes, we can make a lot of IP out of it.
Correct.
So the continuity of the project should be there from one batch to the other batch, and it need to be funded. So this is where the black holes are there, which need to be closed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that insight. Mr. Aravind, following that up, what kind of strategies have you found which are pretty effective for startups on the commercialization, especially their technologies, and they still remain, kind of competitive?
So actually commercialization itself is a good strategy. There are various strategies that individually each startup or each corporate adopts. For example, I think TCS again has a very sleeping revenue of close to 100 million from its patents alone.
Of course,
So
yes.
which is a very, very large volume of revenue, right?
Yeah.
So each one has to figure out his licensing or royalty. It's up to each startup to figure out that strategy, where is it is applicable. But I would go on and say, first try and get global patents whenever you are signing. When you're filing patents, try and go globally. For now, I think Indians mostly try and protect it in the US. They are yet to come out of the US mindset. EU and China, by a large, China has to be protected. Your IP has to be protected in China to a large extent. So this is something critical that they have to follow. But as to, I don't think there is any specific strategy or rule book or playbook that anyone can follow, but it's up to them to find their own ways. But they have to do it, would be my thought.
Yes.
But one interesting thing I can see is, in terms of venture capital or funds, is they are looking at building their own portfolio of IPs. Venture studios are trying to acquire companies with good IPs and then build a portfolio. Even if the product is not product market fit is not there, they are not able to commercialize the product, they can derive revenue from this portfolio of IPs.
Yeah.
Like how Jaguar, Land Rover is a good IP vehicle for Tata
Yes.
globally. So this can also be leveraged for funds and everybody, right? So yeah.
Absolutely. So what we try to understand, especially for startups, is, as he keeps emphasizing, the strategy on commercial angle is first leg is get your IPs done, if I'm right. So it's globally is what his perspective is. It's again up to each startup whether you want to start first here and then move on globally. And the vision is not just US. I think, as he says, we have to globally look into a lot of other countries like European Union, Scandinavian countries do promote to a large extent on these aspects. So please do look into other angles apart from US alone for your IPs, right? Ma'am, the next one is again to you. So understanding and given your involvement in DST and DRDO projects which you've been doing, how do you think the innovations in India align their IP strategies itself with the government-led research initiatives as such?
So the projects that are sanctioned by DST, DRDO,
Yeah.
right? So they scrutinize the projects well in such a way that it has been useful for the society, and we are going to do naturally research-based project, right? So
Yes.
this research will not be done by a startup company like that. So they need a separate R&D center to take up such deep tech projects to do the research. But once we write for this DST, MIT, all those things, we already have nearly 20 years experience faculties inside, and therefore our ideas are always based on deep tech itself, where we can connect multiple dots that are not being connected, and therefore the viable product what we get will naturally answer the final results. The only thing is, in addition to academics, we have to do research. That's the only difficult part where we stand. So we give preference for the students to complete their academics, and we use students as well as research scholars to do this research part, right? So this research will be definitely good results, where it has been appreciated everywhere. At DRDO, they finally handed over a project to Bell Labs for making it as a product and use it inside the tanks. Similarly, DST also, we are able to demonstrate MIMO technologies, and therefore from there on, it has been used for every mobile communication systems and to enhance the data rates. So actually, our nation is a bit better than many other nations in reaching out to research level in India, right? So that's it.
The R&D is much higher is what you're trying to say compared to other developing.
Compared to other developing countries.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, developed countries, they are using developing country resource, human resource, and they are able to get their work done easily.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, Aravind, how important is it for the startups to actually focus on creating intellectual property, as part of their own commercialization strategies? Why? Like, I know initially we spoke about strategizing commercial, but why the IP?
So if you want to filter it down, I can say there are two essential points. One is IP as an investor magnet, and second is to command valuation on premium on your valuation, right? So like we discussed earlier, IP is definitely the first and foremost moat that any startup or any enterprise can build around itself.
Yeah.
And with a good moat, you are up for grabs for any good investor.
Yeah.
They would be more than interested to fund you. And the second, like I said, is you can command a valuation premium. Even if you're not a good businessman, if you're not a good salesperson, you're not able to take your product to the market. But if you think, if the IP holds real value, if there is any tangible value around it, and the investor sees potential in that, he would be able to value you, give you a valuation premium on top of your existing revenue or valuation.
Yeah.
So these are the two essential things why I think any startup should adopt IP as a strategy, right? So.
Thank you. But often we find that the mindsets, especially the bootstrap startups, they trying to push the IP aspect a little later, right? Because they are on their initial stages, they're teething, and they say, ma'am, we would maybe do it later on, not now. Do you think from your perspective, is that a right way to go ahead?
So it depends on the mindset. I mean, it depends on the profile of the innovator or the entrepreneur. If he's an innovator, we definitely force him to, go for his IP. If he's an entrepreneur, we just let him do his thing, right? So, I mean, you understand the difference. He's a businessman and he's an innovator, academic person. So if the value of the IP brings a lot of value to the business, then yes, we force on the IP. But otherwise, if he's an entrepreneur, I think he should go do his stuff, go to the market, analyze the product, market fit and all that, and then come back.
So that's
there's
basically
no right or
you
wrong.
divide it into entrepreneurship and the innovator.
Innovators, yeah.
But
we
somewhere
definitely-
both of them have to club hand in hand to get the business going and running.
yeah, of course, yeah. Sure.
Right. Now moving on to the next segment, ma'am, where we are going to talk about collaboration and kind of ecosystem building, right? So here again, if you look into, how do you think that universities and research institutions collaborate with industries, in fact, to bridge the gap between, there is academic research and then you will have the real world commercialization angle, the gap which you have been talking.
Yeah.
So how do you think that's possible?
So there is a very big gap between the industry, what has been operating now, and with respect to academic research.
Absolutely.
So whatever we do as academic research will come to industry only after 20 years. Yeah, very simply, if we say we have found this OFDM, one small signaling part, which had been found in the 1980s. It has come to existence in 4G mobile communication, so which has been around 2000. So that's the difference. There is always a difference between the academic research and the company, right? The company research, they focus on today, what is a viable product? What can be done for them to commercialize today and gain today? But academic research is very far ahead. They never see what will be implemented or not implemented, but they try to give results. If this is being used in this type of manner, you'll get this much advantages. So that's why it has been reported only in journals. It is available in journals. So it may come into existence or may not come into existence, but closing this will be very much useful to the society.
So
the
it,
gap
is,
should be
it has to be
completely
more on
eradicated.
hand-to-hand kind of a collaboration to
Yeah.
understand what's happening in the real time and what's in the academics. So
Yeah.
both have to sync together.
Yeah, so we should get problems from companies. But
Yeah.
most of the companies, they have their own R&D session. They only pass on their required R&D matter only to their R&D session. A part can be passed on to academics, as mostly in US, most of the research has been, for the company, the academics have been tied together. Whereas in India, there is a large gap. We grow in one direction, the companies are in other direction that need to be definitely closed. That's why we have changed in curriculum skill development programs. We are bringing in companies to teach our students. Like that, we want to build or close the gap. Initially, it was only the final product offers will directly reach the company. That is through placements. Only that bridge had been there. Now we are trying to close the gap by bridging from second semester onwards, bringing in companies to teach them industry-oriented courses, skill development courses like that. So this will help us a lot to do research with respect to company problems. So once that have been addressed, even industries or universities can address a present trend technology problem.
So it's more to do for students to have like on-ground reality check on what's happening and
Yeah,
what.
that's it.
That's what you're.
That's what. That reality check should be passed on by industry itself. Industry should also be leverage their ideas to students here present.
Yeah.
So that's why for internship we pass on students to them. So only that group of people will get benefited. It's not been passed on to the rest of the students.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Aravind, the other angle is, how do you think any kind of collaborations like between researchers, startups, investors accelerate the technology commercialization?
I don't know if academics will agree with me, but I think any good IP should have industry collaboration with it for it to achieve commercial value, right? For example, we are part of a collaboration in the UK between Cambridge and Oxford. It's called Oxbridge, where we are trying to work with a lot of AI researchers, build a lot of patents in the AI, foundational AI space. And most of these researchers or innovators, as we call them, come from leading companies, right? Facebook, Google, OpenAI. So they have been there professionally, probably senior positions, mid-management positions, working a lot with their hands full on AI development. Then come back to Cambridge or Oxford to pursue a PhD or do a patent, right? This is what we see lacking in India. In India, the push is majorly towards academicians filing for patents, which is okay, but as long as there is some kind of industry add-on to it, which will add value addition to it, that is what really brings out the commercial value. Otherwise, we will be in the decimal digits of commercialization. Without industry partnership, I don't think commercialization is going to take place at all.
I think that I would agree with that absolutely
yes,
on that angle.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to our last segment, which is the fourth segment, where we talk about the global perspectives and the future. Again, Aravind, this is again to you. What's the next big frontier in tech commercialization?
You mean in terms of industries or which categories?
You can talk probably in terms of industries, because today AI seems to be the biggest buzz.
Yes, yes.
But what else do you foresee apart from AI coming in? Is there anything going to be beyond AI?
So AI and life sciences.
Yeah.
Like ma'am was telling, a lot of green energy, circular economy.
Yes.
This is where a lot of patents are being filed, and commercial and with the push towards becoming green, carbon positive.
Yes.
Acquiring or being part of these IPs in green energy and all is bearing a positive impact, right?
Yeah.
So these three industries is what I see working positively in the future.
Okay.
For robotics and AI, all of these under one category. Green energy, life sciences is what we see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other aspect is, ma'am, the last one actually,
Yes.
is Based on your experience as an academic council member and also an evaluator, what kind of trends do you foresee which is shaping the future technology, especially on the commercial angle in academia as such?
So technology is actually AIML is changing every technology, right?
Yeah.
So whatever it is, whether we say the automobile industry, AIML is there, hospitals, AIML is there. So one of the best technology, what we talk now is AIML, but this AIML had been in research past years. Even in my ME, I studied what is artificial intelligence, like in the years of 1980, 1999, 97, like that. Right? At that stage, it doesn't have so much amount of commercial importance, but now it is revolutionizing the world. So every technology, we can't remove away agriculture, nor we remove away a drainage system that need to be cleaned. Everywhere there is AI, so AI will definitely revolutionize. So we need to use it as a tool and see that it is going to give positive perspective to all the people in this world.
Thank you.
That's it.
On the closing thoughts, I want to just ask both the panelists a common kind of a question. What, from your perspective, ma'am, is one piece of advice you want to give to the current innovators and entrepreneurs who are here? Because you see there is this huge startup boom. Everybody is into startups today.
Yeah.
But what would be one piece of your advice to them?
One piece of advice will be naturally, startup is required for them to stand on their own. Once they stand on their own, they should not move only towards in the direction of money. It's towards the direction of sustainability goals. That will be the right direction where they can protect the environment as well as their peers. So that will be the small piece of advice. They can not only run towards money to improve the GDP of our country, instead they have to take into account the entire sustainability goals for they will sustain and the world will also sustain. That's it.
I think that's a very beautiful piece of advice for all of us to ensure that the future has more greenery and we take care as we progress forward. And Arvind, what would be your thoughts, one piece of advice for the innovators and entrepreneurs?
I'll keep it short. I have 2 points, right? So the first would be innovate for tomorrow, not for today. Innovate keeping the future in mind, where the future is going, what are the needs for the future. Like ma'am said, how do we sustain humanity on Earth or globally, beyond Earth? So what are the technologies that we can adopt? What technologies do we need and where do we head towards that? And second would be patent strategically, not excessively, right? So patent where needed, when needed. Just don't file patents for the sake of filing. So this is what I would like to leave with.
I think we have got a beautiful conclusion by saying one is leave a green world behind. You can be innovative, but still ensure there is greenery for the futures to look around. And we shouldn't be the generations coming and see tiger only on pictures. I think we should be able to show them in reality as well. And of course, as you say, please understand how much of patents, what kind of patent you want to get into filing before you just blindly do any kind of filings and keep it idle. And from my perspective as a lawyer from corporate and IPR, I would always urge startups to first understand before you start anything where your IP lies, in which area you want to. Make a due diligence before you start even anything which is innovative, because most of the startups think that whatever I'm discovering is new. But there are any number of innovations already done, so every idea cannot be protected. So please do your due diligence before you move forward. And once you are very clear about your ideas, ensure, like both the panelists have said, get your IPs in place, because that's primary for you to attract investments and also to show your credibility. And once you commercialize and grow big, your IP carries more and more value internationally as well. So stay protected with your IPs. That's very, very important. And also do fight for your IPs. Please don't let them go. Even if you're the smallest and if you're going to battle with the biggest of the biggest tech companies, and if it's yours and you have the right, please voice it out, because courts today do protect even the smallest of the smallest IPs. This is from my experience, I'm telling. So And also when you get into any kind of agreements with any of your companies who are looking up to take you over, please ensure that your IPs are seen and you get enough credit for yourselves rather than going in just looking at, as ma'am said, the commercial angles or doing just a white agreement. So with these thoughts, I think we will say thank you to all of you. Thank you for giving your time. And thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Mr. Aravind. It was a pleasure interacting. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And I hope this fireside chat was insightful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear madams and sirs, for the engaging fireside chat. I now call upon Mr. Daniel Prabhakaran, Senior Representative of IT&T Hub, to felicitate the moderator and panelists. Thank you, madams and sirs, for the engaging fireside chat. Now we move on to the insights from Dhruv Suyam Prakasam. I now invite Mr. Dhruv Suyam Prakasam, co-founder of iClinic, to share his insights on AI in MedTech. The stage is yours, sir.
So, good afternoon to one and all. The topic that was given to me today is on MedTech in AI. But I was talking to Shivendra and he was telling me that I could talk about GTM as well. I think in the previous panel, they were talking about, you can make products, ultimately you need customers. So I'm the co-founder of a company called iClinic. We are a global digital health platform. We have patients across 100+ countries. We are a US headquartered company. We started in India, of course, and then evolved and restructured into US headquartered company. We have over 15 million people engaging with our platform every year in the US. Yeah, we are a D2C platform in the US. In India, we have something called as Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. We brought them to India with an exclusive partner for India. So one of the key things that is very important, in any startup or especially in AI, these days starting an AI startup in any industry is easy. It's like you just need to, before you, go do your own stuff, right? So you could simply use Claude or multiple Mistral or your ChatGPT. OpenAI does not give HIPAA compliance easily for MedTech. But Claude and Mistral gives you the HIPAA compliance. HIPAA compliance is what most people ask in the US, and several other companies across the globe as well ask for HIPAA compliance. So you can simply go do that. So what is more important is, how you reach the customers. Let me probably talk about it and then talk about MedTech in AI. See, there are only 4, this is my own framework, it has worked out really well for us. I thought I should share this here. There are only 4 ways of acquiring customers for any business, be it B2B or B2C. I'm going to list the things in increasing order of difficulty. The first model is you do ads. People are going to come, whatever you're going to build, you do ads, people are going to come to it, right? Say you put an ad outside Chennai Trade Center or you put an ad outside airport, you're going to get people to what you're going to build. Second model is where, people refer you or you go viral. So going viral is a function of people referring you for the good or the bad reason. Third model is again more difficult than the first 2 options, that is high quality partnerships. And fourth model is where people organically find you. You need to find what will work out for you, but for us, ads will not work because the cost of acquiring customer is like in the US at least is $50. That's too much because a user will not pay us that much will not make that much money from the consumer. The LTV, the LTV of the customer is like does not match the CAC spent. So we had to use two options, that is high quality partnerships and organic. By organic, we focused on a very niche kind of content. iClinic is a place for you to go find, a WebMD 4.0 kind of content. For any condition, you can get your answers there. So, the third model, high quality partnerships, it also applies for B2B, where, you actually go and do some really good sales. And that's, I call it as a high quality partnership, right? If you can't sell, probably you can find a distribution system to do it. Some things worked well for us. I think I would tell the same for people here. You need to find that, that anchor customer, anchor hospital in our case. It took us 18 months to find that hospital. But again, that has been a great thing, for us in terms of other organic inbound leads, right? And that we convert into customers. A classic case for a B2C company is, say, if you remember 10 years back, Uber used to, when Uber launched in India, people could use credit cards, but suddenly there was a government ban where they said they can't collect money through credit cards. So Paytm went to Uber and they tied up, and anybody who used Uber had to download Paytm. So that's the sort of partnership which I'm talking about. You keep looking for what you can do, and then you will be able to get it, right? So for instance, if it's something like Rapido, right? So Rapido can say, whenever you want to go to a D-Mart, you can use Rapido at 50% discount. That's a hook, right? So you need to figure out these kind of distribution systems for your company. In our case, we partnered with Amazon. If you open Amazon Pharmacy, Amazon app on your phone, on Amazon Pharmacy, all the content there is powered by our platform. So monthly we have over 10 million people consuming our content, right? So that's the thing about distribution. Without distribution, don't even create a product, don't even focus on anything, because distribution comes first. There is this term, right? First time entrepreneurs focus on product, second time entrepreneurs focus on distribution. I would strongly recommend, you first crack the distribution model first, and then you focus on the product. Now coming to product, MedTech and AI. AI, in MedTech or health tech, you can't do any mistake at all. If you do a small mistake, you are done. Because ultimately, it's going to influence a patient's health. Even if you make a tool, or if you make a MedTech device with AI over it, if you do a mistake, it's going to impact the patient, right? So in the US, all the AI tools which you make for patients or doctors, it has to get FDA approval. Without FDA approval, it can't go live. Otherwise, they have something called a CDSS. It's called Clinical Decision Support System. The sense, it should be an augmenting tool for the physician to use for the patient, right? Talking about the opportunities in MedTech, in AI, one of the key things is that US healthcare system is full of inefficiencies, or just about any healthcare system, even in India also, right? So what you have to first identify is that be aware of the whole healthcare ecosystem on the chain. So what is picking up big time now is the AI scribe. In the US, doctors, I'm telling US because that's where we come from, so I can talk only about that now, and in India probably I'll touch a little bit. So in the US, for all the cases, the doctors have to write a lot of notes. The clinical summary has to be written. It has to be rightly mapped to the CPT codes. By CPT codes are where you get your insurance reimbursed from the insurance company. Super important. So that is being done big time by various folks. Again, they have a distribution problem, but the most prominent ones are AI Scribe, a company in the northeast part of the US, and then you have Nuance, which Microsoft acquired. Right? So when doctors dictates the notes, it gets converted to clinical summary, not a posh clinical summary, but somewhat where it's useful to a certain extent for doctors to improve on it. So this improves the time for the doctor. So the opportunity there with AI for anybody to quickly see, is whatever that improves the efficiency of a doctor is like, it's got a great market. The number of the doctor-patient ratio, even in the US, in India it's bad. In the US, for the kind of, health awareness that's there, there's a challenge, especially the super specialists. It's an AAPC fact, American Association of Physicians fact, that most number of suicides happen in the doctor community in the US because they're so overworked, they're so scared that they could be sued for doing something wrong, right? So that is why, improving the efficiency of doctors is a major area. And for the patients, when they go talk about their condition to a doctor, if you're able to make something where they're able to articulate it better, that will be a great thing as well. ChatGPT or your Claude or all these tools, they don't do a great job in terms of, summarizing your health issue or giving answers. The major challenge there is that, the data points they are trained on is so less. Healthcare has so many data points. You can't really miss on it, right? So the value of data, for instance, to give you an example, all these AI engines, they buy data sets outside or, they whatever is available they use. The cost of, it's all measured in tokens. Data sets are measured in tokens. Tokens are simply, 3 characters mean a token, right? So one token, the cost of training, let's say a normal thing, it's at $0.001, right? Like so less. But again, for healthcare, the cost of a data set per token is 0.1. It's super expensive, right? So they really can't afford to source such a data set and create things. So, the incumbents definitely have a plus point. So you need to have a B2C mix to convert that into a B2B product to get the data sets. Right? And if you look at, the diagnostics part, the same thing happens there. If you look around, probably, the diagnostic setups here, India has a lot of data. We have a lot of X-rays happening, so many things, right? If we're able to strike a partnership with the labs, use that data set to train an AI engine, you have a great market in these geographies. That's an evolving business. Yes, there's one challenge there. We have a different, physiology, and folks in other countries have different physiology, but still it is somewhat okay. People are accepting it because again, you need to push it as a CDSS, as a clinical decision support system rather than FDA approved thing. There's a market there. So the cost of one X-ray for training is 25 rupees. That's what is the market right now. So, and coming to devices, what's happening is that with India being, again, the source for data sets, we can do a lot of software layers over that with training. For instance, there's this company in Israel, they call it AI Doc, one of the earliest companies. They're able to identify stroke in less than 15 minutes, right? So it works on certain machines. It does not work on all machines. I think, that's a great opportunity for India because to give you a number, India is severely strained with the specialist number. The number of, can anybody tell the number of oncologists in India? Can anybody tell the answer? So for a population of 1.3 billion, we just have 1,600 oncologists. We just have 8,000 dermatologists, right? So for you to get, faster access to care and to make the doctor's life more efficient, you can do a lot of things here in those areas. For these, you have data sets here in India. You can approach doctors, sit with them, right? And of course, with the new DP laws there, you have to adhere to that and use that to train your AI engines and launch it. So yeah, so these are some of the things which I would wanted to share. If you have any questions, please ask me. I will be, of course, coming down and talking to my friends here. So focus on GTM. India has plethora of data sets. Focus on these problems where you can help doctors save time in India. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Mr. Daniel Prabhakaran, Senior Representative from IT India Hub, to felicitate Mr. Dhruv. I now invite Mr. Gautam Sarvesh, CEO of Kurtsu Forum, to share the insightful investor perspective. The stage is yours, sir.
Presentation going to be up? Good morning, good afternoon all. While we get ready, a quick primer on what Kiritsu Forum does. We specialize in making hardware investments, that is startups that are predominantly in the hardware space. We have made about 85 investments so far out of Chennai. Most of our investments are throughout India. These are spread across life science, that is agri devices, medical devices, also into mobility. It could be drone, it could be industrial hardware, or anything to do with mobility, as well as emerging tech like battery swapping, EV and other things. So today I'm going to talk about the early stage funding. What are the do's and don'ts from a hardware early stage startup perspective. The next slide. Okay, so I'm just put some slideware in the background. So these are some of the to-dos that we feel that the companies, the startups at the stage have to know. First one is to actually predominantly build investor confidence. And to build investor confidence, you need to actually, first of all, find the right type of investor. You need to do a diligence on what type of competitors are in the market and which investors have actually funded similar startups. And try and see there is a mutual marriage of minds between the investor and and the company that you're pitching for. You have to start with a problem solution fit. Often where companies or startups make issues are with product market fit and product solution fit. If you have the PMF established, a lot of other things fall into place. Now the second area is, you have to emphasize on your team's expertise, because at the stage of angel capital, the investment, while legally are under the company's name, it's really funding the entrepreneurs, because what happens is once the company grows, often the startup actually pivots from one business to another, or one revenue stream or one channel to another. So really it's a bet on the founder more than the investment or the balance sheet at the stage that you raise funds. So it's important to emphasize the team as well as demonstrate the capabilities of the founding team to begin with. You also have to hyper personalize. As I said, you have to first of all choose the right investor. And after you choose the right investor, you have to hyper-personalize. You can't take a vanilla presentation and take it to all sort of investors and mail them all together. That unfortunately does not work. You have to personalize it with whatever other portfolio companies or other startups that may have interacted with. You have to, you can personalize it with founders that you may already know or investors you may already know. You can also have reference as a point of view when you pitch to these investors, early stage investors. What also helps is networking. Networking has to be done right. There are nowadays several forums available. You need to know the right type of forums and the right type of people and network with them effectively. And by the means of networking itself is an art, and networking means you have to continuously stay in touch, keep people informed, have the key decision makers in your radar very constantly. Second area after building investor confidence is demonstrating traction. Now, often what we find is, startups when they apply to us or when they present to us, they tend to focus a lot on problem statement, and they often save, information on pilots or ongoing engagements at last. Even if these pilots are free pilots, or even if these are actually failed experiments where you have learned, these pilots need to be demonstrated effectively. Pilots actually help us look at it from a commercialization point of view. Unless we have pilots or early traction, it's very difficult for an investor to evaluate a startup. Next is, mastering your numbers. Nowadays, one of the trend that we see is people start with a total addressable market. As an entrepreneur, it is very appealing for you to start with TAM, SAM, and then go to SOM. But the only details that we look for is SOM. Total addressable market and serviceable addressable market are dime a dozen. At an early stage, you should be looking at serviceable obtainable market, and even in that, what is your beachhead market? There may be specific segments where you may have, you can build easy traction with. For instance, if I were to give you an example, I have seen a medical device startup where initially they started as a vanity buy, where they were actually selling their medical device in expos directly to doctors under a price point that they would be comfortable with. And only then they went after the B2B and other channels once they actually perfected the product. So those kind of, those kind of strategies actually give you a lot of positives from the investor side. You also need to have a good pulse on unit economics. What is the customer acquisition cost? If it is a B2C, if it is a B2B, what is the gestational period involved on a per sale? Those are areas that we would want to look at. We also want to make sure that you demonstrate good financial discipline when you present. We look at cap table, we look at shareholder cap shareholding patterns. Sometimes what we see is there are two founders, but the other co-founder holds only 5%, 6%. Those are all red flags or yellow flags on how we see them. Next, finally, with the legal, I think in legal, I think the panelists that spoke before me had provided a lot of insights. One of the major insights that I'm starting to see is some startups are registered as LLP or one-person companies. Angel investors do not invest into LLP or one-person companies. You need to be a private limited company. If you are thinking of starting up, please start registering as a private limited company, and also have one or two co-founders. A single person founder is always a difficult task to get funded, to raise funds. And not only with private equity, what I'm seeing is even with grants and incubation center, it is evolving to a model where unless there are two founders, these ICs or others are not encouraging even at an application level. You also need to have a healthy cap table. What often happens is once you raise institutional support, institutional funding, only then we get into vestational. Some startups are smart enough to start even ESOP vestation even at the IC level. ESOP is basically employment stock option opportunities, and they also get vested. And similar to how ESOP works, there's also MSOP, which is a concept that is picking up currently. MSOP is nothing but managerial stock options. Founders also likewise can have vestational schedules, where if you're trying to recruit a founder at an initial stage, you need to make sure that they only get the amount of equity at a protracted basis if they're able to meet such and such milestones. Otherwise, in legal, I think I've covered about the cap table and otherwise. And finally, you also need to have, you need to be leveraging the ecosystem strengths. You will have your own, you'll be operating in your own ecosystem. If you are operating in TN, I think I've given you some, the manufacturing as well as multipolarized population is a strength of Tamil Nadu. You can leverage that. Similarly, there may be niche areas that you operate in. Make sure you leverage the strengths of the ecosystem altogether. You also need to participate in many forums. There is TIE Indus Entrepreneurs, there's IT&T meetings and other things. You need to meet the right people and more importantly, follow up with updates. We have seen some startups that actually over-communicate with us. Where they actually create Google groups amongst early investors that they're in discussions with, and they create competition even between the investors. Those are all actually good signs. If you are trying to communicate to us very often with credible updates, that actually helps startups be in our mind and actually create a good level of branding even before the startup raises funds. Finally, tie it up to a global plan. Don't think very small. You have to think it very big. We have startups in the medical devices as well as industrial space, which actually started initially at Chennai. Then at some point, due to staffing and other reasons, they moved to Bangalore. And after that, they've gone to Saudi Arabia, Aramco. They've gone to Middle East, a lot of places in Middle East. Some have actually gone to the level of Nordic. When they started, they did not actually plan on going there. But only when they had started to explore, they were able to see that the market is big out there. And India is a market where you can build innovations, you can test it. It's a very price-sensitive market. If the innovation succeeds here, then chances are it can succeed elsewhere very easily. These are some of the critical do's. Often what we emphasize is, when a startup presents to a investor or prospective investor, it's not a selection. It's basically an interview for rejection, because we get a lot of startup applications right from the application stage to the interview stage. So we look for reasons not to invest in the startup first. We look for red flags, and only then we start looking for reasons to invest. So what are the critical areas? One of the most critical areas is over-promising. I have often seen that the projections are overstated. The scale-up plans are actually very, very aspirational. There is also overvaluation in terms of projections. Most of the companies that apply to us are technopreneurs. Technopreneurs are entrepreneurs who are working with hardware technology, and they are married to the innovation. They very much like the innovation, and they don't sometimes understand valuation, but they are half-informed, and there is nothing more dangerous than half-informed or half-information. So I would say, if you are to talk into valuation, get good clarity and then talk to us or any investor with valuation. Otherwise, go for instruments that don't put valuation at the right front and center. There are instruments like CCPS and CCD that are available and that are applicable at different scenarios. Go for non-priced rounds is what I would recommend. There's also, you have to back up your whatever you're presenting with data. You can't pull information from thin air. There is a lot of public resources that are available. Tools, generative AI tools have made us getting quotations, citations and quotations quite easy. So please cite as much as possible when it comes to market information, and also rely on credible sources. There are half a dozen not credible sources that are available, which actually give a very distorted volume of data. So make sure you get at the right sources. Finally, you have to address risk. Just because you have pivoted, you have failed, or you have been challenged in a market doesn't mean you hide it altogether. These are the risks that have ultimately paid you into go into the correct market or correct segment. Please wear them with pride. Mention about whatever failures or whatever challenges you have gone through. That is actually create genuinity with the investor, and they look at it very positively. And also, in terms of due diligence often starts when someone goes for private equity, but you have to stay prepared right from day one. So the due diligence would actually cover multiple facets. In our case, we have a statutory due diligence, we have a go-to-market due diligence, and we have a legal compliance due diligence. Legal compliance and statutory are areas where your incubation centers or accelerators can help you with. Those are, basically filing GST, TDS, and other things. But in terms of go-to-market, those are the areas where we often see that companies have governance issue. You may not have a appropriate legal contract with your person your early customer that you're selling to. You may not have an exclusivity. You may not have such and such documents. And we often discover when the company actually goes through a due diligence and when we are nearing the final funding stage. So you have to stay prepared on the go-to-market due diligence right from the beginning. You need to have the proper documenting in place even when you get started with your initial business. Finally, more importantly, don't lose focus. I can't speak for the ecosystem, but at least us, what we tend to look at is startups that have technology that can scale. We do not look at solutions provider or services very positively, because product has the advantage of being able to scale exponentially. So if you are a product company, stick on to product. Initially, you have to make a little bit of money. If you're not looking at external capital, you can do solutions, consulting, and other things. But once you get the correct amount of funding, you have to concentrate on product building, and you have to concentrate on also commercializing it. You can't keeping on building different types of products and expanding the SKUs. That is again something that we have often seen technopreneurs do. Instead of concentrating on commercialization, they go back to building better products. Finally, you have to articulate exit strategies for the investors, and please do not say IPO. Many startups actually put IPO in their exit strategy. The chances of an IPO for a startup at a very early level is quite nil. I know there is MSME and other IPOs that have started to get happening in the market, but we have been investing into startups in the last 9 years. Some have gone global, some have gone pan-India. There are many startups that have actually raised money with partners like global VCs like Axel, Tiger, Indian partners like Axelar and others. But till date, we have not seen an IPO in our Indian portfolio. It is only our US portfolio that we have seen IPO with So stick on, more likelihood of exit scenario could be a strategic buyout. A bigger player may be interested in, if you are building a product company that is solving their problem, they may be interested in buying you out. There could be also follow-on rounds where you can provide a timeline on when you are next, when you're projecting your EBITDA, when you're projecting your next valued round at, and based on that, what type of horizon you would actually look for exits. Most angels, when they do the legal contracting with you as part of the shareholding and share subscription agreement, it will have clear exit clauses. Most actually have a 5 to 6 year exit horizon, and they would want to have a forced exit at that time window. Be wary of that and prepare your pitch in exit accordingly. Otherwise, I think that would be it. These are my credentials. If you are a hardware startup that has finished doing your product POC, and you are just hitting the market with pilots, even if it is not paid, and if you're operating in the life science, that is in the medical device or in the agri-tech space, or if you're operating in the mobility space, that is drones, battery management systems, conversion kit and others, please do contact me or Padmavati, who's sitting right in between you, and we'll be happy to connect and take things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now welcome Mr. Anand, Senior Representative of IT&T, to felicitate Mr. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are now moving on to fireside chat on research to commercialization. I invite the moderator, Mr. Aravind Subramanian, co-founder and general partner, Enlighten Capital, and the panelist, Dr. Hari, CEO of Umagine DX, and Dr. Kripakar Parthasarathy, scientist, to the dais. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, for another interesting panel or fireside chat today. I have with me Dr. Hari and Dr. Kripakaran Parthasarathy. Both are eminent innovators and innovators in their own right. They have been working together for a long time and doing amazing things in the field of deep tech and emerging technologies. I would leave it to them to introduce themselves in a short note. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me? So myself, I'm Dr. Hari Balaji. I'm basically an immunologist. I'm an associate professor of translation immunology at Duke University, Singapore. And I have my startup in India. We call it Umagine DX. So we focus on integrating various deep tech technologies from various domains so that we come up with a clinical decision support system for the clinicians to use. So that is our major workspace.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Dr. Kripakar here. I'm a scientist. I'm trained as an infectious disease person. After working for 15 years in NUS Singapore, we find that there is a huge scope in MedTech in India. So we moved back and we are working on developing innovative diagnostics with the deep tech knowledge. And also we are going forward towards new drug molecule discovery using structural biology. Thank you.
So, sir, the question is to both of you. When we talk about deep tech and research in deep tech, at least in India, it is understood more in the context of AI, robotics, or probably even space to some extent. But life sciences is a very strong subject that has a large scope and need in the market. How do you look at life sciences in the whole context of deep tech and the way forward in research for this area?
That is actually an excellent question to start off the discussion. So when we talk about deep tech, the first thing that comes to my mind is AI, artificial intelligence. Definitely that is true, but the way the textbook definition of deep tech is, it is multiple years, decades of research. You combine that with advanced engineering so that you could come up with the solutions to cater pressing problems of the society, right? But as life scientists, the way I was trained for the past 20 years, first in India, then in Europe, US, Singapore, where we work together, the key word that we want to use is repurposing. The thing is, you do not want to spend millions of dollars in reinventing the wheel. Rather, what you can do is have an approach, which is a purpose-driven approach to repurpose existing proprietary technology so that they can be combined in a cohesive platform that can then be used to address these challenges. AI can be a component. AI need not drive those solutions. So one example that I can give you, right? Infertility, it is one of the greatest challenges that married couples face. So they go through multiple years of treatment before they can even get a viable embryo. But after getting the embryo, when it is time for transplantation, most of them fail because the endometrium, where the embryo is getting implanted, rejects it. So the solution that we provide is called MATE. We call it multidimensional annotation of the human endometrium. So what we do, we take various demographics like the clinical demographic data, genomic information, imaging, and also the cycle information, and we combine together and then give an appropriate window of implantation where the gynecologist or the obstetrician can actually implant the embryo. The way we do is, this might sound a little bit clinical oriented. So imaging is one domain. You need AI solutions to analyze the image. Then genomics of the embryo is important, and then clinical demographics of the patient is important. So these are all multiple subdomains. But then for them to interface together, there is a requirement for various critical technologies to come together, right? That is where we offer our solution. Most of these subdomains are also high dimensional. There are multidimensional and high dimensional, so they need to talk to each other. The way we bring that together is a concept called dimensionality reduction, which is just pure mathematics. So developing that solution need not need AI. Mathematics is simply enough, right? Likewise, I leave it to Kripakar to address the concept of life sciences.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hari. So the excellent point that you have brought here is the repurposing. Yes, it is a very great thing because you don't need to reinvent the wheel. If you have established a platform, there are a lot of people who are working on those areas. Try to find out and follow up with them. So we had a great example for that during the COVID time. Although we have started to work on COVID from 2004, the previous researchers which has done in the 15 years helped quite a lot to address the pandemic during 2019. So that is one example that I would like to put here, because based on the technology advancement, the 15 years of research has been condensed and it has been done in 1 or 2 years, where we have come up with a lot of clinical trials as well as vaccine trials, and in 6 months to 1 year, we could bring out a product for protecting COVID. So the same platform, as Dr. Hari was mentioning, it can be extended to another infectious diseases. So whatever the basic understandings we had with the other infectious disease, for example, COVID, dengue, can be transmitted to other infectious disease diagnostics as well as therapeutics development with the knowledge of deep technology as well as AI. So yeah,
I just want to add on to that. So I was referring to all these subdomains, right? So let it be AI, let it be material science, let it be basic engineering, let it be healthcare or life science. Each of these multidimensional domains need to interface together. They need to form a coherent synapse, and out of that synapse emerges these deep tech solutions that will help answer most of the pressing problems that the society faces.
Excellent point about repurposing and not reinventing the wheel per se. And as an investor, that's what we always tell startups. Why are you going and reinventing something that's already existing? Right? And the point in case is the example we were discussing, right? How do we use vision in AI for life sciences as well as in a factory environment? Both are the same use case. It's just that it's a live animal here and rather insect here and
component there, but it's the same use case.
That is
So
an excellent point, So the clinical decision support system that we developed, it uses clinical data. So when we were presenting this in one of the conferences, automobile major in Singapore, they approached us and they said, we have these information, these sort of multi-dimensional data sets from various industry 4.0 settings. So, but we are we require carbon credits. So can you use your platform to bring all these multidimensional data sets and come up with a concept in which we are able to show that we are carbon net zero. So we took their, worker demographics, their industry 4.0 information, their CCTV camera information, their material data information. We merged them together, and then we formed a synapse, and out of that we were able to show that, of course, they were not carbon net zero, but they were at least carbon net minimal.
So my next question would be about funding, right? So funding with respect to any kind of startup for that matter is very difficult today with the markets performing well. I think there is a huge gap in funding for be it AI, SaaS or any startups. But with a long gestation period in life sciences, genetics, medicine, how do you see the ecosystem here in India? How easy or difficult it is for Indian startups working in this sector?
Yes, this can be defined from two perspectives, before COVID and after COVID. Before COVID, yes, we have to accept the funding for startups, especially in drug discovery as well as rapid diagnostics, it was low. But the whole world, I will say, at least in Indian perspective, we got a huge alarm, so that we have to have a good health system. So with that alarm, I could see that there is a huge funding specialized for specific problems. Earlier COVID, we don't have that kind of specific call for proposals. And now there is a very good support from the government. When you apply with the startup companies, the possibility of getting the grant is higher. And no more, there are very good grants where you can get in crores. Okay? And as they are also supporting in IP, innovation and also commercialization, and some of them, especially in biologics, they go until the production. In fact, there are a lot of bio-hubs which has been established all over the country in the past few years, where they are using those centralized facilities for the startups. The startups can go, because they cannot afford to spend 10 crores or 20 crores, but the government has established these kind of facilities which they can go and use it for their own manufacturing and taking to the market. Okay, so I think it is good after post-COVID. Yeah.
I mean, to the specific question about life sciences and healthcare, MedTech, right? The way as we deep tech innovators in healthcare specifically, our domain is precision biotherapeutics. So the way forward for us is, the funding that we need is not trivial, it's millions of dollars, right? So the way we did was, we started engaging with the end users, which are the pharma companies or the clinicians, right from the beginning. So we did this by forming certain focus groups. We brought together the clinicians, the biopharma companies, academicians, and deep tech innovators onto our platform, and we started engaging with them right from the beginning when we started building the product. So as we were building the product, creating these solutions, these members of the focus group started giving us feedbacks, and we fine-tuned our solution right from the beginning so that it could cater to diverse needs. So it is very important that specifically for deep tech innovators to start interacting with their end users or the platform users right from the beginning, because you need to establish credibility, right? So the speaker before me, the one from the eye clinic, he said you can't make a clinical decision system tool that is less effective than the clinician themselves. So you need to be extremely careful. The way you can do that is only when you start engaging with the end users. And he also made an excellent point about we have sitting on a huge data mine. It is right, but we also need to make sure that we get access to the data in the right way by getting ethics committee approval, the institution review board approval, not just going to any clinicians and asking for data, right? If we engage with them in the right way, we will come up with the right solution which is scalable and something that everybody wants.
In the same context, probably just an yes or no answer would suffice. I want to talk about smart money and dumb money, right? So everybody loves smart money. Somebody who's from your peer industry, probably a biocon, or somebody who loves your product, your what you are building would ready to invest money in you, provide you all the data sets, infrastructure, their knowledge, market access, everything. We would all love that. But in the absence of such a scenario, would you be interested in taking money from dumb money from an investor who only brings money?
Absolutely not.
Take my money. Just
no. As I said, the solution that we cater should have credibility, and that credibility comes with is based upon whom we work with, right? So for me, it's absolutely no.
Yes, great. So now coming to the question before final question, what is the way forward in commercialization in bringing together the complete ecosystem, like you said, end users, the researchers, the corporates? How do you build this ecosystem? Like we studied in the life sciences textbooks, right? Ecosystem is like a pond. The fish, the star, the leaves, dead leaves, everything has its own place in the ecosystem, right? How do you foresee building this in Tamil Nadu or India, where it is now? So
as I said, the focus groups are an excellent way to start it. So when we were working in Europe or US, I'll tell you an example from US when we were at Harvard. So Harvard has its biotech innovations, MIT has its advanced engineering innovations, and then biopharma majors like Johnson & Johnson or Novartis or Novo Nordisk, they have the capital. So what they do is they set up this bio-AI hubs, and then they bring together all these researchers, the academicians, the clinicians from Dana-Farber, the oncologists. I work with oncologists, so I can give that as an example. And we started building the solution right from scratch, depending upon what these end users need. So this sort of a bio-AI hub or this sort of a focus group hub is absolutely necessary. I don't know if anybody from the audience or even you are aware of any such hubs in India, but it is highly critical. If these people are just working in isolated silos, I don't think, and first of all, deep tech, they say it takes multiple years, and this should take multiple decades, and the person who's going to be at loss is the patients for whom we are actually building these solutions, right? It is very important, and just because there are these people who are willing to come together, just like your previous question about the dumb money, we cannot hold hands with just about anybody, right? You need to define the problem, you need to understand what is the unmet need, what these experts bring together, what are their IP, how could these IP coalesce together. You need to make these strategic decisions right at the beginning, but of course, we all know as we work together, these decisions do evolve, but if they are cohesive right from the beginning and you're able to actually work with some of the stalwarts, then I think it is a short thing. So I'll tell you this one example before Dr. Kripakar gives his insight. Not from life science, but the thing about smart cement, right? So there are these two innovators from one group in US and the other group in the Netherlands. So what they do is again the carbon neutrality, right? They're building these nanomaterial-based cement that where you can actually use to lay the roads, and then it captures the carbon, converts that into an EV battery solution, and as the cars drive, the EV vehicles drive, they're automatically charged. That is an excellent innovation that came out of scientists, nanomaterial technicians, technologists from MIT, then several other places in the US. And what I want to point out here is, deep tech is not, there's a generational thing, right? It's not the older generation, the boomer generation who came up with the patent idea, or the younger generation which has access, who are much adapted with technology. The guy from Netherlands who developed the smart cement was an 80-year-old gentleman. He had to actually come out of his retirement because his grandchildren wanted to patent his technology. He did not patent it then, but then when this necessity came, an 80-year-old gentleman who was well into 2 decades of his retirement came back and started this company, and that is one of that has raised close to $250 million in funding. So deep tech can be anywhere.
Yeah, it's really amazing. 2 things I would like to conclude. First thing is the focus group. Initially when we started, we were 2 of them. So he's an industry person, I'm an academic person. Now we have grown up to almost 60 or 70, where there are about 30 clinicians, 20 industrialists, and 20 academicians. So we could see that this model really works, and now we are going towards internationalization or globalization, where we have a lot of industries coming from abroad, as well as the researchers, as well as the industry from abroad. They are coming to partner with us. So what we see is we are growing up. So I think this similar kind of things has to branch out from every institute, so that ecosystem whatever you are mentioning, it is going to be enriched with a lot of innovations. The first thing. The second thing, if you look at the very big high institutes, all the companies, they have their own lab in their academic institutes. Say, for example, if I'm coming from NTU, where the Rolls-Royce will be next door to your research lab. Similarly, Boeing. So that's where we see that, the company, when it comes and sits with the academic, then the academicians realize what the company wants. The same thing which we are trying to build with Dr. Hari, where when he was a company sitting outside, we couldn't communicate the problems, further. But when he came and sits in an academic institute, every three days, we could see like, okay, I have a problem, right? Can we work together? So I think this kind of environment we have to, make it more and more in most of the educational institutes. I think these two things will definitely lay a big thing or groundbreaking innovations for future. Yeah.
In the spirit of ecosystem, to conclude, what do you think is the support system that you got from IT&T and the Pathfinder program? If you can conclude on that.
Yes, it is. Because we were, as an academician and as an industrialist, we were apart. But IT&T helped us to join, put together. And in fact, in our previous event, our commercialization was taking place. So of course, we did research 10 years back. We filed an innovation, patent. Then the patent was commercialized to Dr. Hari. So it is one of the important innovations that we have commercialized to Dr. Hari. Now he is taking that innovations towards, product development. Yeah.
As he said, we have known each other for the past 23 years, but it was IT&T Pathfinder that brought us together, right? So we have to thank IT&T and the ecosystem that is, when we left India almost 15 to 18 years ago, and when we have come back, and what the ecosystem we see, it's definitely evolved, it's much better, but what we need is these sort of hubs. Definitely, not just one or two, we need several hundreds in South India, or not just all over India. In Chennai itself, we need hundreds of these, so that, not every, sorry to say, but not every deep tech startup is going to succeed, right? But at least if one or two of them, everybody wants to be a Zepto or whatnot in that fintech space, but from life sciences, where we are involved, or the bio AI, if you want those unicorns to come up, or you want those wonderful things to happen, we need these hubs right, left, and center. Thanks.
In conclusion, I would like to see both of your efforts bear fruit in building a vibrant life sciences ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, akin to the SaaS or other technology ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. That was insightful. I now request Mr. Arvind Subramanian to felicitate Dr. Hari and Dr. Krupakar Parthasarthi. Thank you, dear sirs. Next up, I invite Mr. Anil Joshi, founder, Unicorn Ventures, to share his insightful thoughts on investor perspectives. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Anil Joshi from Unicorn India Ventures. We are an early stage fund based out of Mumbai, currently in third fund. And collectively between fund 1, 2, 3, we have approximately 50 companies. I don't know how many startups, but looks like this is a startup arena, so all stalls are from startups. So happy to share thoughts about investors' perspective. Anybody want to take a guess what investor would like to have you know, while they're evaluating any business? Anybody want to take a guess? Any investor here? So any guess what investor, you know, look up when they would like to invest in any company? I think I'll keep it short because the time given to me is very limited. So I think every investor at the end of the day want to make money, and if your venture is the one which make money, then certainly it makes sense. However good is the technology, however good is the team, however good is the opportunity, or however good is the, you know, execution, but if investor is not making money, then I think it doesn't make sense for investor. But let me, you know, get to some finer points. So I also have, you know, advantage of dealing through angel investment before I started my own fund. So been in this space for almost now 20 plus years and have seen ecosystem growing to the stage what it is today, from where there was nothing and nobody talked about investment. In fact, I think early mid 2000 India started seeing some germination of angel investment, and that's when angel investment started in country. And SEBI came up with AIF guidelines somewhere in 2010. So pretty much 15-year-old industry, I can say. And between 2006 and 2010, 5 years, I think collectively the angel investment number were around 25-30. So in 5 years, the total investment made in total 30 companies, and today probably I think every day one company get funded, right? So the quantum has increased a lot. The alternate investment is still catching up. Today, like last year, the total amount which was invested in India was approximately $10 billion, of which in my view, almost 85% came from overseas and balance was from India. So India is still catching up, right? So when I started investing in 2006, I think that was the time people were making very smaller check. The understanding about ecosystem was very minimal. The risk-taking appetite was very low. And since there were very few investors and more companies, we had ample of time to evaluate opportunity. It's not that today if I like it, if I don't invest, somebody else will invest. So the fear of losing out was never there. I think we had a lot of time to evaluate and look at the kind of investments which were made early stage. People have made very good return because they had time to evaluate their risk. But from investors' perspective, things have changed a lot. I think earlier people were only investing in consumer internet, but the ecosystem has evolved beautifully. Today we talk about investing in e-commerce, we talk about investing in D2C, we talk about hyperlocal, we talk about deep tech, robotech, meditech, agritech, insurtech, fintech, right? So the acceptance of several other verticals have also been accepted. So it's not that earlier if you didn't have something similar to Amazon or Uber or something to do with consumer internet, investors will not look at it. I think today we have varied form of investors who are willing to take risk in diversified sector. We ourselves are a pretty much deep tech fund and have taken some very odd bets in investing in which most of the VC don't do, but the kind of returns we have generated for our investors have actually opened up, scope for many other investors to look at it. So we invested in a company, I think they also have they've displayed their product somewhere in the hall, company called Gen Robotic. And one of the founder is also there. So company specializes in robotic, but very unique application, which is automating manhole manual scavenging. If you would have looked at, manholes traditionally had been cleaned by human intervention whenever there's a clogging, but today, we have a machine which enables, it to clean without intervention of human. So robots are helping it, and they also come up with, several other products. So from investors' perspective, when anybody is, looking to invest in, certainly they would like to invest in sector what they understand. It will be very rare that investors will invest in sector outside their domain area, unless and until it's a stock market where sentiments are different. But when we talk about early stage institutional or private money going in a company, investors will invest mostly around their area of expertise, right? So if if any startup here is looking to raise their initial capital, be careful on looking for people who understand your domain. There's no point talking about e-commerce when somebody is from agri background, or there's no point talking about robotic if somebody comes from consumer marketing background, right? So look at investors, who resonate with your industry. It will be easier for you to pitch and get their attention. Investors, when they look at any opportunity, they definitely want to look at the quality of team. I've seen, like, on average, I look up 10 companies every day with a throughput of around almost 300 companies a month. And our selection ratio, we invest one company out of 1,000 companies, right? So 999 companies, get rejected before we make our one investment. So that's the, filtration we go through. In early stage company, what is, more powerful than anything is the quality of team, right? Many times companies have got funded only because investors like the founders. And I've seen in many pitches, people talk everything under sun, but they miss out the, mix of quality, compatibility of the team, their background, their achievements, what they can do, why they can do. That's one. Please, be very vocal about strength of your team, which basically will help you stand out, when you are pitching to investors. For example, look at drone, right? Now it's more a commodity. Most of the drones, you bring from China, assemble and add your tech stack, and then you sell it, right? What makes you unique is your ability to go deep in that particular subject, be it, agriculture, or be it, defense application, or be it, some security application, or be it, something underwater, right? So unless until you are able to demonstrate your strength to cut through the rat race, most likely investors don't want to look at those kind of companies. The third thing which, from investors' perspective makes sense is, what is the problem you are solving? Is problem, worth considering at a national level or at an international level? Because if it's a small problem, probably, you don't need institutional money. You might as well manage, with your internal resources. But if you are really looking to raise money from institutional investor, the problem need to be, of larger, geography than just a very niche problem, right? The problem of this location may not be investable, but the problem of country is investable, right? So what problem you're solving, and then comes the solution which has been built, right? So if you have been, looking at, there are dime a dozen solution. If you just look at, there are two company, here I can see one, they have a stall in this room, and one exactly outside this. Both company are into robot which are underwater and different application, right? So there are people who work in same domain but different use cases. So unless until you differentiate your solution with IP, then what you spoke about moat, I think it may not make sense for investor to look at. So your solution has to be unique. There has to be reasonable moat. If your solution is backed by intellectual property, investors will certainly interested in looking up your venture for investment. Then come execution capability. I still remember when I started looking at investing in early 2000, when there was nothing called startup in country. We invested in a company where total 1,000 products were created. That means total around 1,000 IPs were built, and investment amount was close to $1 million those days, something around 4 or 5 crore, and not a single product got commercialized. Now imagine a company have built 1,000 product, but they couldn't sell or they couldn't commercialize a single product. What a waste, right? So investors are looking to invest in business and not in R&D activity. I think that is well done by universities, that is well done by government initiatives, but investors are very clear. If they are investing in commercial activity, business activity. So if you are building a product, it need to sell, it need to generate revenue, and if you are able to demonstrate that, I think investor will certainly want to look at that venture. So execution capability is very important. There are several other things which are very important, but one last which I would like to highlight and may open up the floor for a couple of questions is that investors, if you remember, I started with a note that investors are looking to make money. They are looking to make return on their investment. And if they have invested in a company, they are looking an opportunity to exit or liquidate those investment at appropriate time. So as a founder, promoter, one need to generate reasonable exit opportunities for investor. I think these are the few very important things which every investors look at. Unlike in listed companies where you work on lot of system driven processes which you evaluate along with commercial numbers. So as far as startups are concerned, I have shared some of the finer points which are very important for any founders to consider when they are pitching to investor. I'm pretty sure your investment journey will be relatively much interesting, would be more rewarding than compared to if you just hit in dark, talking to any investor, every investor. So with this, I would like to end my talk, and if there are any queries, happy to take up. But otherwise, the time given to me is I'm up, right? Any query here? Otherwise, I'm pretty much done. I think no more queries, so thank you very much, and best of luck for your fundraising.
Check. Thank you, sir. I now call upon Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Anil Joshi. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I would kindly request you to stay back. So, next up, we have a fireside chat, and Ms. Vanita Venugopal, our CEO of IT&T Hub, would be the moderator, and the chat would be with Mr. Lena Kannappin, co-founder, Healthcare Triangling, on scaling deep tech ventures across the globe. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm at guilt here because Lena Kannappan, who's visiting us from the Silicon Valley, told me that he doesn't want to talk, but he wants to rather have a question answers asked or fireside chat. So it's an impromptu that we did in the last 5 minutes. So I hope we'll keep it interesting so that we can get some questions from the audience too. Having said that, I'm going to take a minute for you guys to, you know me, I'm the CEO for Tamil Nadu Technology Hub. But I'm going to have 2 minutes for Lena to introduce himself because he has quite a journey that he has done, traversed. And so I think it will be interesting to get started with that first question. Lena, can you tell us about yourself?
Yes, yeah. Hi, my name is Lena Kannappan. Again, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years. I've taken one company public on in NSE, in Indian stock market. I also took my other company public in NASDAQ. It's more of a small cap IPO, but focused on healthcare and life sciences. I heard some very interesting discussions earlier, in the earlier panel. When I moved to the US in 90s, I used to work for Westinghouse Electric, designing nuclear control systems. When I saw the opportunities when the internet just opened up, that was the first time I jumped into becoming an entrepreneur. After 9/11, I chaired many committees in cybersecurity. So that really triggered me to come out and start becoming a pioneer and running an identity as a service for enterprise companies. I ran that company, I sold it. Then I built the cloud business on Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure. Ran that for multiple years, then pivoted to healthcare. So in the journey, I always wanted to give back to the community and founded American Tamil Entrepreneurs Association in 2016. So it's been 8 years. So there's been a lot of interest to work with IT&T and see, what IT&T is doing in innovation. So I'm really happy to be invited, and thank you, Ms. Vanitha, again.
Okay, so Lena, the first question something that I would like to know is, if you compare the ecosystem of Silicon Valley that you have been associated with for such a long time, how do you compare deep tech ecosystem of Silicon Valley as to in Tamil Nadu, because you've been involved in the Tamil diaspora for quite some time?
Yeah. No, I think I should say it used to be a huge gap in the past. There was literally there was not much communication between what's happening in Silicon Valley versus India. But where I see now, here in Tamil Nadu, some of the startups I've spoken to, we are not too far. As we all jumping in, getting into Gen AI and creating a Gen AI startup, you don't need a lot of investment. In fact, somebody was asking me in San Francisco last week, I said, you can very much bootstrap your company. If you're doing your AI company, you bootstrap your company, you do the POCs, you find your design partners, and have your initial success, whether POCs or pilots, then I think you have a lot of opportunities to have a bigger valuation. This was not the case before, right? I think that's a simple way to say, how far. But I think Silicon Valley, especially in the AI space, it's going crazy, as we all know. Every week, every other week, we hear the latest one from Sam Altman, OpenAI. He's talking about AGI is just months away. And super AGI is, he said, I think, couple of 1,000 days away. Oh, wow. So he's talking like literally, maybe 5 years. Yeah. But he's already counting days to get to super AGI. I'm not even AGI, right? So I've been talking to companies like Grok and all other NVIDIA folks. Even NVIDIA at some point felt in 12 months they don't keep up this momentum in the market. They're going to start to lose out the market share. Right from 75, 80% market share to all the way to 30, 40%. So they want to move aggressively And they need a lot of partners. They need a lot of startups to deliver on what they have promised. Yeah.
So I think for all the AE enthusiasts here, I think we heard exactly what you all wanted to hear. Even when we did ecosystem study within Tamil Nadu, 50% of the startups that we spoke to in the deep tech space are doing something related to AI. Like the sector could be health tech, it could be material science or anything, but some AI element was there. But also IT&T having collaborated with partners like AWS, even Paramutraksh from MeitY, we are giving them space, cloud space free of cost so that these startups who are bootstrapped, as you said, can actually use cloud space for their data sets running and all their algorithms. So having said that, that's a great thing, and I think the startups should be looking towards collaborating more with us.
Yeah.
So next one is, how do you think in Tamil Nadu, now that we talked about it, we can talk about Sam Altman, but how do we make it like a next door for me in Tamil Nadu where an AI startup is there, either in tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 cities? And how do you make sure that we can accelerate their growth? Because I'm looking at a lot of startups who are in the TRL 1 to 3, they get stuck at 4.
Yeah.
What do we do, Lena, to take them to the next growth acceleration?
Yeah. I think I have to say, during my last trip, one of my last trips, I should say, I visited T-Hub, IIT Incubator, NASCOM 10,000 startups, multiple different incubators and accelerators in India, including Chennai in Tamil Nadu. What I noticed was there was a huge gap in go-to-market. People come up and have great technology ideas. They just miss out on the last, the last mile, right? So that's where I see if we can build an ecosystem like IIT startups, or even BITS Pilani is doing a great job. The reason why I bring up IIT startups, you see the success of Arvind Srinivas going from Chennai, IIT, and then he's so popular. I mean, he's been doing this only 3-4 years, and his company is only a couple of years old, valued over 10 billion. And similarly, I'm seeing there is a serial entrepreneurs in IIT. They get funded by one venture capital. The same venture capital follows the entrepreneur. So we need to take those learnings, right? One is go-to-market, find the go-to-market leaders, organizations globally, especially in the US, connect these startups to those go-to-market leaders, and then connect with the right venture capitalists or investors. They are not just coming to invest money. You want to go with venture catalysts, who can really help you take you to the next level. So I think it's, that's my feedback, and I see huge success. I mean, if you see Glean is an AI search company, which is valued big, but then the way they came about is all about that network and ecosystem. If we can strengthen the ecosystem and network, you network with the entrepreneurs and investors in the US, we can really take it to next level.
So you talked about investors. You talked about an investor traversing the path with the entrepreneurs, right? So how is the funding support needed to scale deep tech startups globally?
Yeah, I can probably speak to the US perspective.
Yes.
I think there is a huge number of US-India funds being created, either from scratch, or some of the major funds are creating a sub-fund which focuses on India. So you need to identify those funds to help, right? And then this community, people of Tamil origin who are doing entrepreneurship. For example, I'm associated with the American Tamil Entrepreneurs Association. If we can help their support, the way, maybe, I'm jumping the gun, but the way we work is we take these startups and we curate, evaluate these startups, put them in front of investors, like seed funds or, Series A, Series B, late stage funds, depending on where the company is. Then the angels and seed, individual angels and individual seed investors, they jump in because they see when the company is curated to the level that they succeed going through the deal flow. Instead of going after angels, so you have qualified companies. Now the angels come to you. So that's the value of the community and the network that we can demonstrate, right? Depending on any vertical, that whether it is fintech, whether it is electric vehicles.
The startup, but also the investors, so that they are helping you with everything, right? US India funds is something that you talked about. The key is how do we work more closely with the Tamil diaspora? Actually also preparing our startups here so that they can take them in a quality level to pitch in front of the right investors there. So once we up our quality, then it becomes a pull rather than a push. Most importantly, that I'm going to write it on stone for Lena would be how AT and IT&T will collaborate. He said, you have a part to play. He has a part to play. Our part is to make sure that we bring in good quality startups that will get accelerated by these, multiple multinational companies or the Fortune 50 companies that he mentioned. And also about, the cybersecurity space that he personally has been doing it. And I have told him that there's a gap in IT&T that we have not focused on cybersecurity startups. So something that he can definitely support as a subject matter expert is how do we nurture cybersecurity startups of the state, something that you can support us with. And then so that we can pitch to large enterprises so we can see a good exit strategy, which is again a GTM strategy. Now I request you all to give a big applause because we just concluded our fireside chat.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Manida. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and a very engaging fireside chat. I now request Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Mr. Elena Kanappan. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Next up, I cordially invite Dr. Uma Maheshwari, CEO of TN Rise, to deliver the keynote address on supporting women-led startups. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Good evening all. It's a pleasure being here in Umagine 2025. Thanks to IT&T Hub for giving me this opportunity. And indeed, it's a pleasure to look at the all deep tech innovators and emerging tech innovators under one umbrella. So considering and given this opportunity, I would like to talk a bit about TN Rise, Tamil Nadu Rural Incubator and Startup Enabler, Women's Startup Mission. The reason behind the establishment of the Rural Incubator and Startup Enabler is to look at women entrepreneurs who are capable of running businesses, bringing up beautiful ideas to the arena of technology world, but still find it a little hard to reach out the right target segment and getting that market exposure. So that's the intention behind this initiative. So we wanted to bring more people from the rural background, the tier 2, tier 3 towns and geographical locations where we find there are really tech inclined women, but still wanted to have that push to get into coming up with a startup level engagement. So if you look at this arena where women startup, there is a different, this is a different ball game altogether. The reason is we see women have a lot of social stigma. So when we tried approaching the women of rural areas, we do have startups, tech startups, AI-enabled startups coming up from Madurai, Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi, but they find it a little hard to reach out to someone like a good investor, a potential investor for them to pitch in and take the investments for the startup, where the major problem comes in because they were not able to come from their town because they also have commitments at home. They got to take care of the family. Their own circle, all responsibilities being handled in, a sole person has to handle all those things. That's where they are stuck up. So Tamil Nadu government's one of the premier and one of its kind initiative is to have tea and rice. Being a part of tea and rice, I had always gone to field and seen like women who are passionate about running businesses, finding it little stuck to come out due to their family commitments and their family responsibilities, children, husband, all those whatsoever reasons. But Tea and Rise was one step ahead in understanding those initiatives, those problems, and we took initiative in getting to the ground level. We thought we can establish hubs at all locations. So we leveraged existing hubs in all the 42 centers, all 38 districts, 42 hubs we have got in ground of Tamil Nadu, which we are using for to leverage the startups found by women. And we help in very like hand-holding them in registering the organization and getting it more compliance feasible. And then it was more like bringing them to Chennai or Investor Connect meetings and network enablement. So if you ask me what is that level of women representation in AI, ML or deep tech or emerging tech, I would still say many women are contented about this research. They confine themselves to research and development than making it a very formal legal entity or a business or a startup structure. The reason is, one is that they are not able to come up with a product because product development is where they require predominant hand-holding and mentorship, which they lack at the rural level. So when someone coming from, we can imagine when someone coming from Thoothukudi or someone coming from Salem, Dharmaburi, they all have that push to do a startup. They all have a valid problem statement in place. They also come up with a wonderful solution to meet the problem statement. But still, who will do that, that periodic mentoring, continuous hand-holding to them at their ground level is what the question is. So I'm indeed glad to look at IT&T also coming up with a lot of hubs in place and zone-specific hubs that could meet this requirement. On the other side, TNRISE is also a little agile about making it happen at the ground level. So we already have small setups, which we are now expanding to 5 bigger hubs, where one in Coimbatore, Salem, Trichy, Madurai and Chengalpat. So these hubs will act as basic facility for them to access mentorships, investor meetings, and also kind of workshop enablement could also be happen over there. So this kind of an initiative, these initiatives are done or kept forth by the government of Tamil Nadu, considering the vulnerable community or the underprivileged also to voice out and come out to the startup arena and showcase their the startup idea that they've got. Many a times, the facilities for research and development are available in colleges and institutions, which are not open for the general public. So that's the first thing I thought the entities like us have to go and open up. So TNRISE had signed up MOUs with a lot of R&D institutions, including the fisheries departments and other ocean technology departments, because we wanted women coming up with even small ideas to think about how to dwindle technology along with an existing normal idea that comes to their mind. Because somebody would be very fascinated about doing a pickle, but still we wanted them to look at where could they have this technology integration into that and make it more massive and more scalable production activity. If not this being enabled in the ground level, I don't think like women will have a better hand to come up and do business. So supporting them, I think the first level would be to go into that district zonal level and helping them with the last mile support structure, which we are building up very cautiously. I think IT&T is doing it at one level and TNRISE is doing it in another level, which would jointly make a lot of sense to women at the ground on the district or even zonal level. One. The second is to provide them with enough infrastructure facilities for them to come up with the products. So whenever we see product development, it's confined only to cities. So where like women who comes from some tier 2, tier 3 towns, basically tier 3 towns find it very hard to reach and stay there for a while and develop the product. So what we tried enable is a co-creation model where a tech aspiring entrepreneur can work with a professor in a college and the product development can happen between these two people putting their efforts together. So one could work out the idea, the other could work it out at the research way, and there can be the IP and all components, because I'm sure like professors are very much aware about this IP and patenting technology, which is not known to the general Aam Aadmi woman, or who has a bit more of a business inclination. So we thought we could bundle these two, which is again another step. We recently opened up a tech cohort, for which we got around like 100 plus applications, which are all in the very nascent level. Women from all rural parts have applied. But I could see the synergy coming up very closely, and I started working out on dividing them into sectors, pulling in the right professor, researcher community in place, so that the PhD research scholars or the college professors can join hands, can combinedly give that support structure to the women entrepreneurs, women aspiring entrepreneurs. So this will give birth to a successful startup with a very valid solution for a problem statement. So that is being ensured. The third thing is that bringing them up to this kind of an arena, because Umagine is one beautiful platform I see as an opportunity for anyone to put forth their startup entity and find right investors and pull in more people, stakeholders playing a role around it. But how much it is accessible, for the rural community is what I'm concerned about. So next step for us would be like connecting them with IT&T or the deep tech community, so that they take this to this kind of a platform and the startup grows organically well. So the support structures, if you look at, we have specific grants for women in tech and non-tech. That's under TN Rice Women Startup Mission. And also we have investment, that is equity-based investment, which we have opened up and will be live from April. So April 2025, we'll have both these grants and equity investment structures opened exclusively for women, co-founded and founded startups, which would have a greater difference in creating this livelihood on the tech arena, as well as the rural livelihood being promised with the help of self-dependence on the financial independence. So giving this whole picture is about to tell you that the government of Tamil Nadu is putting forth its serious efforts in showing this inclusivity. We also consider this transgender and women as a part of the tech community when they have a valid problem statement and solution to put forth. With this, I take this opportunity to thank the team behind this, and this innovation arena always holds special memories for me, because I'd been here last year. I know how well we had been spinning around the arena. Now I see this as another opportunity, one more year on a different platform again. I was earlier in a different organization, now in a different organization. I could see this arena working up so well. Congrats to the whole team of IT&T, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for that interesting word of yours. 1 second, there's felicitation for you. I call upon Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of IT&T Hub, to felicitate Dr. Uma Maheshwari. Thank you, dear ma'ams. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the last session of day 1 at the Innovation Arena. I extend a warm welcome to the esteemed jury, Dr. Karthikeyan, CEO, Made It, and Mr. Aditya Muralidharan, Senior Staff Application Engineer, Intel Corporation. First to pitch, I call upon Sharik Ansar from startup GrowWave Technologies Private Limited.
Check.
attention. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, Umagine and IT&T team, to giving me this opportunity to display, showcase what we have been building at Mighty Pen. I'm the founder of Mighty Pen, Sharik, India's first and the only Indian startup pioneering in handwriting technology and advanced data extraction AI. I mentioned two AI engines here. The technology, the underlying technology is first handwriting technology, second one is the advanced data extraction. So what is Mighty Pen? So as part of Mighty Pen, we are offering a cloud suite of apps for education. Education is the very first domain, the vertical that we are targeting. We are a team of 9 members globally, and I started off as a developer and also have a strong background in technology, working as a developer and also a business functional architect. Can I have the video played? So we started off as a solo product back in 2023. This is the very first product that we launched in Singapore back in 2023. What I'm about to show here is the launch of our very first product, the solo product that we officially launched in Singapore. The audio? Audio.
Like how we write the number and then they can scan it right away. They can detect it. So yeah, I think that's really great. It's really cool. And for teachers or educators, I think it can help them a lot with grading to make it a little bit faster.
The ability to use artificial intelligence in saving marking time is extremely significant. I mean, you've got teachers spending 30% of their time per week marking, and so the ability to automate or make that process more efficient is clearly a strong value add.
Having worked with a lot of customers across the K-12 industry, I feel Mighty Pen will provide teachers a real practical solution in marking work efficiently and effectively while maintaining the nature and natural aspect of marking with a pen with their assessments.
This is exactly what teachers need. It's going to cut down checking time, transcribing the grades, and doing the math. That's why this app is going to do really well, because it's just helping us with our workflow, automating workflow for us.
This is the first time that we're giving public the hands-on experience to Mighty Pen. We have got a phenomenal response at the expo and people love our product. Of all the participants that we spoke with, 12 institutions have agreed to do a POC to integrate Mighty Pen with their existing LMS. 100 plus individual educators requesting early access, 30 EdTech provider and consulting firms willing to partner with us. Mighty Pen is prepared for the next wave of growth.
Mighty Pen.
Mighty Pen. Mighty Pen.
Mighty Pen.
Mighty Pen.
This is the flagship product that we developed last year. Can we go back to the slide again? All right, thanks. So let's now talk about the problems that we have addressed with underlying technology. So the immediate solution is that, converting handwritten documents to structured digital data is still a challenge, right? So, and also there is a future problem that we have addressed. So most educational institutions across the globe still lack the digital infrastructure. And especially in Indian institutions, Tier 2 still don't have the ability to, do online education or learning and enable digital solutions as part of their workflow. So we have 2 technologies. So can I have the first video played? You can quickly forward this, so just for the interest of time. So this is the AI handwriting engine that we developed. It's a real-time handwriting conversion. We support 20 plus languages currently, mostly European languages. You can see the real-time handwriting conversion happens here. So this is the underlying technology. We have 2 underlying technologies, as I said earlier. The very first thing is the handwriting technology. The other one, which I'm about to show you, is the data extraction technology. So you can forward this, please. You can forward the video. Forward. So there are multiple languages. Just for the interest of time, we'll go to the next video, the second YouTube video, which was there as part of the slide. The second video, yeah. So this is the data extraction tool. So imagine this is a patient record, the Panimala patient record, and I'm trying to extract the data. There's both handwritten. I'm trying to compare it with NanoNets. NanoNets, it's a VC-backed venture, VC-backed firm who've been doing data extraction on OCR. So I've been trying to compare NanoNets with MightyPen data extraction AI. So there you go. This is the data extracted, and you see all this garbage data, right? So this is the result that NanoNets provides, and there is nothing related to what you see in the PDF, right? There's no Panimala, there's no the patient-related details, and also the examinations as part of that patient record. So as you can see here, this completely absurd, right? So now I am uploading the same PDF in our platform, which is doc-ocr.com. You can forward this, please, just to... Can you forward it? Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. All right. Yeah, can you pause it for a second? Can you pause it for a second, please? Yeah. So the disclaimer part here. So the disclaimer part here, which is very minuscule and it's not able legible for the human eyes, right? But our AI was able to extract the data. You can see the disclaimer section, this medical diagnostic report, and even the kindly call help desk verbiage. So that's the advanced tech that we have built as part of MightyPen. So let's go back to the slide again. Thank you, team, for getting these two videos played. We'll go back to the slide. So as I said, there are two underlying technologies, handwriting technology and data extraction AI. So we are addressing two problems here. One is the immediate problem, which is the data extraction. There is a still challenge in achieving 100% or 99% accuracy, which I think we have done a great job. I think I did show you the NanoNets comparison, and that speaks a lot on our behalf. The second future problem is that most institutions still don't have the digital infrastructure, and I believe the vision is that we want to become a marketplace. All these are the MightyPen product portfolio. We currently have 9 apps. We have already launched 5. 2 more in the upcoming weeks. We will commercialize it you'll see commercialization happening from March 2025. So here is the vision. The vision is we want to become the expanding marketplace for education, because we are the very first domain. The vertical that we have targeted is education, because we started off as a solo product trying to revolutionize, bring innovative solutions to education. So that's the reason we want to become a marketplace for education, number one. Second thing is the handwriting technology infrastructure. It's underutilized, not just in India. I think predominantly in India, the handwriting technology is still underutilized, and also the data digitization is something that we are planning to make it a marketplace where we bring in a lot more solutions and cater a lot more verticals, not just education, but also other verticals like be it healthcare, be it government, be it any other verticals that we think of right now. So these are the competitors that are in the market: Canvas, PowerSchool, Anthology. So I'm just talking about the past milestones. All right. Okay, just for the interest of time, I'll just quickly show you the revenue stream. So we also target B2B and B2C. And the revenue stream that goes for both the software and the hardware part. There is a hardware plugin. The plugin is more of a stylus that you have. That enables a real-time seamless experience. If it's not a touch interface, then I think the hardware will come in picture. If it's a touch interface, you can use your fingers to do handwriting, and that will help a lot in all the mobile devices, which has a touch interface. So these are the tractions, the milestones that we have achieved. We have there you go, the in-progress one. We have pilot with two institutions, one in Chennai, one in Delhi. So the commercialization for individual accounts will start from March 2025. So the fundraise is here, the request of 150K USD for 9%, having a runway of 18 months. All right, thank you for the opportunity. Thanks. Um, are there any questions for me?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, sir.
So, quick questions.
Yeah, please.
I have two questions.
Please.
The first one is, let's say your customer has this pen. Can the stylus pen, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, let's say if I want to use it on my mobile, is it seamless? Is just an installation of an app, or how does it work?
All these are web applications. That means it's just one click away. All you have to do is hit on the URL. Just go to mytpen.app. You'll find all the products listed. And for the other data extraction tool, we have hosted it on doc-ocr.com. It's kept open for now. Okay. As I said earlier, we will start commercialization from March 2025.
And this is applicable for both desktop and
All,
mobile?
irrespective of the OS, irrespective of the device.
Perfect. Thank you.
Two questions.
Please.
So for the My T Pen.
Yep.
So who's the targeted users?
The targeted users, the primary market is educational institutions and somebody who is already doing edtech business online, meaning like online coaching, anybody. So they are our primary customers because we want to build the education marketplace. We have built products revolving around education for now. Then we will expand it to other verticals, considering the capabilities that we already have. The capabilities that I showed you, right? That there are two technologies that we have, predominantly into handwriting recognition and data extraction. Does it answer, sir?
No, I meant to get a clear picture of the users.
There'll be two kind of users, individuals and institutions, meaning teams. So for individual users, there'll be individual accounts created. For institutions, there'll be a quotation. They'll request for a quotation, and then we will send them a code based on the requirement, because there can be customization, there can be white labeling, and if they want an integrated suite of apps, that can be done.
For the digital OCR thing.
Yep.
So what is the revenue model for that?
Again, the same. There's going to be B2B and B2C for digital OCR as well.
Okay, thanks.
It's just going to be like any other SaaS products. The SaaS product you very well know, right? So there will be individual accounts created. There will be full capabilities. Once there is a certain usage, right? Because there is a certain set of limitations and apps that we can offer for individuals. Whereas for enterprises, there are a certain sets of requirements that totally is radical, right? So they'll get the sense of the underlying technology and the products for both users, be it individuals or enterprises, but just that the capabilities can change. For example, in the enterprise document OCR, the computation level can change. We might increase the computation level to 100x. Whereas for individuals, we can just keep it 10x, because the processing file, the file size might be a bit less when compared to enterprises, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
So one final question.
Please. Yeah.
So do you have any existing partnership with any educational institutions at this point?
Yes, I do. Currently, there are a couple of institutions, one in Chennai and one in Delhi Public School.
Okay.
In Delhi, two. Yeah, we're running a pilot program with them right now.
Okay, and what kind of data that you gather from that pilot?
Sir, currently in the market, I'll be honest with you, I've been pushing them to use these apps because it's been going offline in India. So that transition will surely happen. You'll see that in the coming years, in the coming months. So I've been monitoring their activity on how well they are using those apps, because we'll have to educate them on how well these apps together can run efficiently, better with their workflow.
Got it. Thanks.
I think the whole part revolves around educating teachers here on how well best they can use our apps. So that's the very first part, and product awareness is something that we've been trying to do as part of go-to-market. So because we are in the last mile, we have built products, we have built the marketplace, we are now in the last mile of go-to-market. All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Share. Next up, I call upon Balaji Marisamy, Raj Joe Stephen from Robots Tech for the pitch.
Hi. Okay, so myself Balaji Marisamy, and CEO and founder of Robots Technologies. So we developing, focusing on specifically on the drone supporting products instead of complete drone manufacturing. So we are focusing on the accessories of the drone products. So our first product is the IoT based smart winch mechanisms. So So if you look into in India, so recently in 2020 only the government started focusing on the drone products and manufacturing. So we started focusing on the delivery drones. So specifically in last 3 months, the government has started approving the logistic drones. Currently at present in India, 400 to 500 drones the government has approved. So if you see into the aims in the 12 centers, they have approved the logistics drones, and in Hyderabad they approved for the 120 drones, and Gurgaon they approved for the 150 drones for the logistics, and specifically to the Blue Dot and DTDC couriers companies they have started. So in upcoming months we can expect that these numbers in the every city like 400 and 500 in upcoming months, because since it is like a newborn baby, just 3 months is over for started giving the permission for the delivery drones. So these are the problems we are seeing some problems in the logistics drones. The first is the traditional method. They used to land the drone and then they will deliver the product. So everyone needs a huge landscape for the delivering the products. So they can't use it in the residential area or urban areas. They can't use the for the delivery. So these are all the one of the failure model. And next method is they will cut the rope, they will carry the product and then they will cut the rope and they will throw it. So it might cause the damage for the product, and as well as sometimes the rope cause the crash for the drones. And another method, throwing the product from in the open air, they will throw the product. If it is the residential area or a very clumsy area, so they will directly throw the product. That also may cause the damage to the products. And another method, this photo is taken from the for the flood relief. So when they are delivering some foods and medicines to the victims, so they at that time they are just using the S hook for the delivering the products. So you can see that the people can hang over the entire drone and they may cause the crashes for that. So there are some other problem also. So when they are loading the product, it won't show the weight of the product. The pilot doesn't know about what is the weight of the product. So it leads to the crash of the drone without knowing the weight of the product. So the another thing is they don't have any battery indication for the winch mechanisms, and there is another hook is available in the market that is called the gravity hook, but since in India no one has that hook, and because of that cost is around 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs the single piece cost. So we made this our product with the IoT solutions and the proper winch mechanism. So compatible with all the flight controllers. So they can carry they can load the payload, and we developed the two kind of product release. The one is the gravity hook and another one is the IoT hook. So this will ensure the precise landing where they want to deliver, even in the urban areas or residential areas. So it will exactly roll out, and how many meters do we want, 10 meter or 15 meter, it will roll out exactly and it will deliver. And one more thing you can notice that we have the algorithm for showing the payload weight, and it will helps the pilot to calculate the endurance of the drones, and it will show the battery balance also, it will show in the displays. So that also helpful to the pilots. So we use the technologies like machine learning. We have used IoT, and our drone is carry up to 50 kg. We can carry the products. So these are the two models already available in the market. One is the proper just a landing in the landing and delivering the product, and another one is the winch mechanism that will cost around 3 lakhs in the market, and that also not available in India at present. So we have developed a smart winch, so that will be the cost around the 1 lakhs. So market size, we know that the drone, okay. The market size, we all know that the drone is the booming industries, and business model, our business model is directly the B2B, and so our traction is currently we have developed the prototype, and we started promoting our product with the drone communities and LinkedIn, and we got the some pre-orders from other companies, including from US. We got the orders. So these are the snapshots. I can run the video. Sorry. So I can show the video of product demo video. This is the indoor test we are doing. This is the gravity hook which I said. That is another model. This is the manual model. Automatically it will release and come. There is no any electronics or any device. So this model is a patent model, and we have designed in our own institute. Okay. Okay, so this is our next plan to develop the drone part is our next plan. So this is our team. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. So you didn't mention about the battery life for the different products. So
Okay, so it will run up to 6 hours we can use it. It's just a small 3-cell battery for 12 volt.
and how about the control? Is it through an app or how does the user control the drone?
Hours, that's what I've said. We have the display for that. It will show the battery balance.
It will show, and
Yeah.
can we control through an app? You have an app for that, right? For the battery control.
No, we don't develop any app. It will show it directly there itself.
Okay.
And that is also no need. Sometimes we can use it directly in the drone battery itself also.
Drone battery itself.
Yeah, because it taking very less power consumption only.
And how does user operate the drone itself? Is it there is a remote control or
both?
Both.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
For BVLS also.
Okay, got it.
So where do you get the drones?
Sorry?
Where do you get the drones from? Drones.
Ah.
You manufacture it or you?
No. We are developing only the winch mechanism for the drones. We are not selling drones.
So the drones will be procured.
Yeah.
That will be okay. Okay. So just help me understand.
You have shown some 3 type of products. What is the weight range actually? Apart from drone payload,
Yes,
these are also again going to add up on here.
Okay. So our product is weight around 1.2 kg, and which is already in market. That product weight is around 3 kg.
Okay, because generally the payload again comes into picture. I would like to understand what is that.
Yeah, that's a good question. We specifically developed for 15 kg payload because in India you can see most of the drones are agriculture drone. That is the 15 kg payload. So we specifically developed for that 15 kg, and and we can build up to 50 kg also.
Okay.
And do you have any existing customers who are already using your drone?
Yes. No, we don't have customers. We just shared with our drone community, and we got the pre-orders.
Pre-orders, okay.
Yes.
How is AI and ML helping in that winch mechanism?
So for BVLOs, we have to use the machine learning concept. So we are using the inbuilt computer system for that. Because apart from our side, if drone is flying, so I need some automation so that we trained for that. And specifically calculating the meters, if I program like a 10 meter, if I want to exactly go down, there is a difference between the terrace and ground. So it has to identify what is the locations, like it is terrace or ground. Because the GPS will shows that 100 feet means 100 feet only. in between there is building or not, is there or not. So it doesn't know about it. So that we trained some for that to identify the exact meters to roll out.
Did you try validating it?
Sorry?
So did you try validating it?
Yes, yes, that's what we had started working on that. It's, we are getting good. After the result only we started, we captured the videos, demo videos.
One final question. What kind of processor do you use?
Sorry?
What kind of processor do you use for your drones?
Oh, actually we are using one process only.
No, I mean the hardware processor. Is it like an open source processor that you are using, or is it a custom?
No, not open one. We are using customized one.
Customized one.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Next up, I call upon Praveen Kumar from Upstellar Technologies Private Limited to do their pitch.
Hello everyone. I know it's a tiring day for all of us. I'll keep this pitch very short. So the buzzword for 2025 is AI agents, right? So I'm Praveen from Propzing. Propzing enables real estate developers to automate their digital sales, with AI agents without any coding. So yeah, so like in many real estate websites, like we would have all noticed these chatbots, like the chatbots that you see, like these are chatbots of companies who does top line of 2,000 crores. So like they primarily have a generic chatbot, like it is based primarily a type-based chatbot wherein you can just give random entry and then they don't verify the leads properly, And for any inbound sales that is happening, the leads are primarily coming from every digital channel such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. So through Propzing, real estate developers can build their own AI agent. It can be both chat and voice enabled AI agent, and they also will have a platform, like they will have unified leads, like a view of all the leads at one place. And these leads, like whenever the customers interact, they also get the summary of what they had inquired. And we also have integration with leading CRMs like Salesforce, HubSpot, etc. Can you just quickly play that video? So the interaction that is going to happen, like the real estate developer has actually uploaded their brochure and their project description, and the AI agents will answer every questions accordingly. Yeah. My name is Praveen.
Welcome, Pravin. How can I assist you today?
I'm currently looking out for a villa or an apartment.
I'd like to know more about them?
Yeah, if it's a 3 BHK, what's the size of the master bedroom?
The master bedroom in our 3 BHK apartment is 14 feet 3 inches by 12 feet. It also has a private attached toilet. Would you like to know more about the apartment?
How about the living cum dining area size?
The living and dining area in our 3 BHK apartment is 11 feet by 25 feet 8 inches. It's a spacious area perfect for entertaining guests. Do you have any other questions about the apartment?
Do you also have gym? So for real estate, like primarily it involves like brochures and property description, and accordingly the bot gets trained, and you can, as a real estate developer, they can deploy it across all their digital channels, and once their lead gets verified, you know, like they'll have all their unified leads at one place, like primarily. Right. So how we differ from current existing chatbot, you know, like so basically if you take any chatbots, like it actually has if-else clause, and you need to have flowcharts to define the intents, and that's how primarily you know, like user interacts and the bot recognizes those intents. Whereas when it comes to chatbot, like you can just drag and drop your information and the bot gets trained. That's how we differ. So yeah, so like this is just a snippet of our portal, you know, like what's the asset class, and once you give all the information pertaining to that project, and yeah, like you can customize your AI agent, and you can deploy it across all social medias. And as I said, like the lead dashboard would be like this, and where you'll have all the verified name and numbers alongside the conversation summary. Yeah. So yeah, right now we are a team of 6, like currently incubated under IIT. So myself, Praveen, I am a civil engineer and urban planner, and we also have my CTO, Bharat, who handles the product development, and my another co-founder, Dhananjayan, like he takes care of the growth part. Yeah. So right now we are piloting with 3 real estate developers in Chennai, and we are planning to onboard 75 real estate developers by the end of this year, and these are all the projections that we have. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
So are you planning for a subscription-based model, or what is the pricing that you have?
Yes, sir. It's actually a subscription. Like it is going to be tiered, and it will be based on the bandwidth of the developers. Let's say, you know, like if your inbound queries would be like it starts at $40 for 1,000 inquiries. Yeah. Thank you everyone. Hi, sir. Sorry.
Yeah. Have you done any assessment on the market opportunity?
Yes, sir. Like, you know, like, as I said, like all the real estate, we have done, we actually, you know, like we tried to, we spoke to all the leading developers across Chennai and Pan India. Like we had an opportunity to interact in one of the PropTech events. And we did the survey, like with the existing chatbots that they have, you know, like we ourselves tried as a user, you know, like the callback, you know, like it actually took 2 days for their sales team to get back to us. Let's say I'm scheduling a visit tomorrow, that's a weekend, you know, like if I get a a callback after that, you know, like it doesn't make sense, right? Like, okay. So there is a broken, like a bottleneck out there. Like that's what we are trying to solve, and we are starting off with PropZing, like PropTech industry. Why? Because like that's our core domain, and we are also planning to try it out with other industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. Next up, I would like to call upon KM Vandan from Campervan Factory to do the pitch.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Vandan. I'm from Campervan Factory. We are an incubator at IIT Madras. Yeah. So my pitch is going to be very simple. Imagine how India would respond if we can offer a vehicle in the size of Innova with sleeping facility, with a toilet facility, and access to fridge, refreshments, microwave, with a full-fledged kitchen. What will be the kind of market size that could be if it is in the tourism sector? And that's exactly we are trying to make. We are bringing in a caravan revolution in India. We are trying to bring in a caravan revolution in India and establish this as a large-scale industry. So, yeah, these we see in the movies, but then we foresee this a reality in next 3 to 4 years in India. And how is it coming up? Because right now India is shaping up for the caravan tourism in terms of enhanced interest among the industry and also the government agencies. Okay, so big players are entering the space. Like Mahindra has announced launching a caravan, and this would be the first OEM launched caravan in India. We fortunately have a collaboration with them to design that. And other states have, joined the bandwagon. Right now, 12 states have completely announced 15 to 25% incentive, and they are going full-fledged into caravan tourism development and promotions. So our holidays has been, you have all traveled, the kind of hassle that one goes through in terms of logistics arrangement, travels arrangements, hotels, a lot many challenges. If there is a rain, then our holiday goes for a toss. Now, all that would be period. Okay, you will define where you go, at what timeline you go, how do you want to enjoy your holiday, and that's completely in our hands. The kind of freedom that the Westerners have been enjoying for past 65 plus years, that's exactly this would bring in. So, unfortunately, this is going to be scheduled to be launched in another 2 months' time. Okay, so I'm unable to share much more photographs or videos on this. But yes, this is a vehicle that's going to be launched in another 2 months period by Mahindra. It has all the facilities of a travel suit, on a Bolero. So, who is the target that we are talking about? We are talking about B2B, tour operators, travel agencies, hotels, resorts. They buy, they rent it out. Okay, so this would be a large-scale rental industry in India. And imagine the kind of market that we are talking about is right now on an aggregate, Max has about 50 caravans in India in total in the public space. And we are talking about 32,000 campers in another 3 years' time. That's the target line that we are talking about. So in terms of the volumes, about 20,000 crores, that's the kind of business opportunity this industry is throwing up right now. So we are happy to discuss the numbers. Until the next OEMs catch up, like Tata, they're all started right now into this scheme, but it will take 2 years minimum for them to announce their own vehicle and caravans. So till that, God bless, there will be a monopoly that we could enjoy. Yeah, and we have also started expanding our product line, going beyond caravans. We are developing pods, caravan pods, camping sites. We have already got orders for those things. So we have developed the camping pods, and we are getting into the complete 360-degree solution for the caravan and camping outdoor. Anything with the outdoor, we are coming up with a product and service. So this is our pod that we said. This is like your tiny homes, okay, completely on FRP. It can be developed to any application, whether it's going to be an office, a dormitory, toilet pods. So the advantage would be that 2 people can just handle this whole thing. You don't need a crane, a 20 feet by 10 feet container space. You don't need a crane or anything to operate. 2 people can just get this packed up, done, and taken to anywhere. Okay, so that's a kind of ease that's going to be in terms of the space. We have already developed our manufacturing capabilities. Right now we could go up to 100 vehicles a month. That's a kind of manufacturing capabilities we have already built. We have large factory setups at 3 locations in India, and we are looking to have our own assemblies also coming up. So, but then our preparedness is like tomorrow once the vehicles launch and we get a better response than what we expect, we are prepared for meeting up those manufacturing needs also. And the financial outlays, they have not announced it. They're going to announce it in a month's time. But then pre-booking, they've already got about 25 vehicles. We have so halfway mark of 8.75 crores for this quarter is already reached. So we hope once the launch happens, we will be able to cross this first target of 8.75 crores. By another 4 years, 250 crores of revenues, we are confident of achieving in terms of numbers. And that's a brief of the financials. I'm happy to discuss this at length on a one-on-one basis. So yeah, we will be cash rich. Okay, the business model is in that sense. We will be cash rich, and we have a large market to tap, and we are confident about achieving these numbers. And what we need, we are looking at about 50 crores in another 4 years infusion. Okay, that's to develop our capabilities. And we would like to ensure we have presence in all the emerging opportunities, whether it's vehicle, service, anything, you know. Okay, one of the things that we have also done, I have 2 more minutes, right? One of the things that we have done is, we are now stepping into the first policy has been done. The second was to get the vehicle onto the market. That is also now done. The third thing is we have started preparing the ecosystem for the operators to become successful, right? The people who buy caravans, they should be able to make a business out of it and make money. So we have developed an aggregator platform like OYO for hotels. We have developed for the caravan rental market. That's called Travel Kit, and that's ready, operational ready. Parandaman heads that division. Okay. Basically, the investment pitch is for that product and the ecosystem. All right. So we are developing these pods and camping. We have got governments. Okay. I'm consulting 10 governments and holding them and helping them develop the caravan tourism in their states, including Tamil Nadu. Okay, Kerala and Kerala. So we have got 2 states already approaching us to develop camping sites, 10 each for them. So we have made these pods and aggregator platforms. So we are coming up with the accessories, and that's where we need the fundings. Okay. So aggregator platform is going to be tech and led by a complete youngsters. They are spearheading that part of it. So what we can give, we are sure about the numbers. We can give you back up with the data and black and white proofs of how this is going to be coming up. So we are confident of giving 5x to our investors, those who trust on us. And whether if it's going to be loan, we are happy to discuss those terms also, right? Yeah, how do we intend to spend? I just told you there will be a lot of new space that we would like to explore, new platforms, tempo travelers, large vehicles and things like that. That's how we spend our money. This is our team. Basically, it's lean, right? We have got the right people in all space, technology, manufacturing, policy. So that's how we were being able to ensure the entire loop is closed. That's a dynamic mix of oldies like us and youngsters like them. So yeah, thank you. And with a little support, I'm sure we would like to say at the end of the day, the line is, every one of us can play a role in getting this kind of a tourism or the facility of caravan make a reality in India. And whether as a user, as a buyer, as a operator, as an investor, whatever the role is. So I welcome you all to play a part in that. And I hope to see a time shortly that we can enjoy the caravan as a reality in India. Thank you. Open to questions.
You hear me? Hello? Yeah. So what is the pricing model that you have? Can you elaborate more on
it? Yeah. The launch price is going to be 30.6 lakhs. Okay. That includes everything, which I told you. The entire, it's a complete travel suit. 30.6, very aggressive pricing they are going to keep. Yes.
And let's say now the industry is moving towards the EV, electrical vehicle. So can the same principle be adopted?
The platform can be anything. Okay. The regulations are not there yet. Okay, we are slowly changing the regulations. It takes time for these guys to come along, right? So right now, whatever the vehicle availability today, you can build it only on chassis, and there are so many constraints. So right now, there is no EV platform which is available in chassis. Okay, so I'm sure Mahindra is doing a lot in that sector, and we will have that also.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So you will be manufacturing that caravan setup.
Yeah.
And then you retrofit into a vehicle like.
No, little.
So you will be manufacturing that caravan setup and retrofit into a vehicle like Bolero or something like that. What?
No, we don't. We are right now. Our model is we are not customizing it for everybody. We are doing it only with OEMs. So this is going to be a factory fitted camper as going to be sold through their regular, like any other car that's going to be sold through the dealerships network. Yeah.
So, and what are the regulatory approvals needed, like RTO approval and?
That's all taken care by the Mahindras. So as a customer, you don't need to do anything in terms of the regulatory or registration. You, like any other car, it gets delivered, registered and given to you. And service is also through the dealerships.
So for you, the customer is going to be the OEM?
Yeah, for me the customer is OEM.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Right now, the model for this, but then we are looking to experiment and introduce newer models. If the other OEMs like say Force Motors or the bus manufacturers, they are not coming forward, then we would like to demonstrate the success of those platforms by doing it ourselves and then demonstrating it by making it successful, and then hope they come up with it. See, unless the OEMs come up, this cannot be a large-scale industry. So we need various platforms, not just, this is just an introduction or start point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Vandin. I would like to now thank the jury and the entrepreneurs. As the startup pitch draws to an end, I request the jury to come to the dais. I now call upon Mr. Nikhil, Senior Representative, IT&T Hub, to felicitate the jury. Please come on to the stage, juries. Thank you, sirs. With this, we are wrapping the action-packed day one at the Innovation Arena by IT&T Hub. We wholeheartedly thank the esteemed delegates, speakers, startups, investors, incubators, corporates, officials, innovators, students, aspirants, international collaborators, and partners who made the day a grand success. Let's keep up the momentum on day two and reap the impacts of these sessions. Wishing you all a great evening. Thank you.